Okay, we are live. So let's give it some time to let people come in. And I will start this live saying, hey, this is Brandon slash BVAS711 here with Allure from the Alluring Hour podcast. This is a stream takeover. So we are now over at the right share hustler, right? So Mr. Page himself gave us the permissions to go in and say, hi, we have a topic. We want to cover it. Let's do this. So, given the climate of what we got, hey, real talk, Christina. Hey, I'm going to do some stuff. What's good? What's good? I'm going to start off with like an intro to the topic, right? Then I'll be sending the invite link to the chat after Allura and I had some time to speak on this, and then we'll give you guys a forum to speak on whatever topic that we're covering that you guys want to like comment on. I try to keep it centered on this topic. We can veer a little bit off because we're gonna have some topics that are kind of left field. One of them, and just one's really a left fielder. So, Allura, the Lowering Hour podcast, we are a thing on there, but she's been taking some time off, and we were able to pull her out of the woods and bring her in and say your piece, lady. Let's see what's going on.
Hey guys, listen, they didn't came and pulled me out of retirement. I'm so excited to come over here and see what everyone has to talk about. This topic is going to be exciting, and I know it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers. So I'm looking forward to everyone's viewpoint on that, and I'm definitely looking forward to going a little bit toe-to-toe.
Oh yeah, we're about to do this. Yo, Nab, good. What's good? All right. So, is our government too powerful? That is the question as for today, right? This is the setup of why I'm saying this. Earlier today, which I knew was going to happen, but Trump got hit with this judgment of a $454 million lawsuit on him for an injunction of fraud. And the fraud is for, I don't know what, but they're saying he overvalued his properties. But any businessman knows that, you cannot just have fraud unless you have a victim. Now, they're using a law that has never been used before, and it's kind of an unprecedented law that they have been using, and it's from the 1800s. So it really has no criminality to it. It's a civil case. They're trying to bankrupt him and take all his money away so he doesn't run for president, right? His campaign gets shut down because he has no money to run. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not a new law. It's definitely from the 1800s. A very, very old law that's never been utilized before. And it's like something that doesn't make any. The 1910 Mann Act. That's the one. So it's a law that has no prior person has ever been convicted of this. No other person has ever been tried under this. But for somehow, some way, this Letitia, I think it was named Letitia James. She's the DA in New York. She made a campaign that she was going to get him. So she was under the impression that Trump did something wrong and she's going to find it. Usually that's not how justice works. Usually a crime is committed and then you go in and find out what's going on with the crime. But they just targeted one person. So it's kind of like political prosecution, and it's election interference as well. So it's an issue for me, given that it has made our government way too powerful. And like back in the 1700s, when this country was first being formed, they were saying that it's the people who have the power. But it looks like if we ever have an issue and we disagree with these guys, they will just completely ruin you just to make a point and saying that you don't rate anything.
I'm confused about this law though. You said it's the 1910
Yeah, it's a fraud act.
The Mann Act, because what I'm looking at, it says that this was created in 1910, but it was for the reason is of trafficking white slaves. So it
Right.
says that the other short titles is the White Slave Traffic Act of 1910, long title, an act to further regulate interstate and foreign commerce by prohibiting the transportation, therefore, for a moral purpose of women and girls and other purposes. Y'all sure that's the right act?
There's an act that has been out. The exact one, I know it has not been utilized since it's been created, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a New York law only. In this law, what it essentially entails is that you cannot overvalue something or underestimate your value of a property, and the property has to be um, within that means of numbers. And what they did was they targeted Mar-a-Lago, saying that it was only 18 million. So the judge already had an opinion on his judgment against Trump back before this case even was happening. So this judge said that he has committed the fraud. All we have to do now is hear his side of like why that fraud is happening. Well, given that the issue with the government actually being able to do something like this, and it's called lawfare. That's the term that's being used right now. Is that the legal system is being weaponized to go against political opponents, and I think that's the worst thing that you could do. It shows our country becoming a banana republic. It is just one individual suffering, but get this: it's a billionaire, right? You think they're untouchable. Well, it's if you don't follow the rules and you don't stay in line with whatever they tell you, which is the deep state, they're going to come after you. And the
Mm-hmm.
guy who's the only one that's making sense and saying things that make sense, which that's not the government's way, and you're
Mm-hmm.
changing how the government's ran, we're going to come after you. So that's exactly what's happening. So, Laura, your thoughts on what they're doing to Trump with this $454 million lawsuit that was reduced? It was the appellate courts did come in and reduced it, but what do you think about the government itself
Oh,
targeting one individual for the sole
I
purpose of getting rid of them?
Well, I think that if they was gonna go after Trump for some stuff, this shouldn't have been it. I feel like the housing crisis that he was having, some of his infrastructure that was damaged because he was buying cheap metal from China, discrimination cases. I feel like those are cases that he should have been charged for. I feel like this right now is a fishing expedition because we all know that Biden no longer has the vote of anyone pretty much in America. Definitely not the black vote. And I think that this is a way of them saying we want Biden in there still. I feel like
Yeah,
Biden didn't pay someone off, or they're in coercion with Biden against Trump because it just seems like all of this time he's been in office, y'all didn't go after him about his taxes. The taxes thing was a big thing for me. Why is this bigger than the taxes? You telling me Uncle Sam didn't find it egregious enough for them to go after him for him finding all these loopholes, but y'all going after him for this? I don't know.
exactly. The worst
It
part
don't
is
sound
that
right.
this there wasn't a victim. Even the banks who actually testified said that, hey, we would work with him again because he's one of our best clients, and that there is literally no victim. It should be the reason why this case gets thrown out. But the fact that before the case even began, the judge himself has publicly stated that Trump's guilty of this crime, and he's even said that he will tell if a
Before
jury.
wait, the judge said this before there was actual what happened to innocent until proven guilty. That means this judge has a standing bias already. And everyone knows I'm not a
Exactly.
Trump fan, so he should automatically be removed from the case. We have to have someone who's impartial and
Yeah.
fair. Because regardless to what, whether you like Trump or not, we want our legal system to be able to do its job. And that is to be fair and just. And we know that the
Yep.
legal system is definitely biased at times,
Yep.
but this right here is just so bold.
Yeah, this boldness here is really crazy. I'm like feeling that this here is making our government less authentic and legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
In the past, we had a set of right and wrong. Now it's just if you don't have the right agenda, you're wrong. So It's
Mm.
it's you're not woke enough for them. They're gonna take you out. They did it. They did it to Elon Musk, right? They came after him. They in Delaware. They actually had a thing where he had a vote. One of his board of directors in Delaware, they had a vote where they locked his shares unless he can provide a in Tesla, right? They locked all those shares unless he can get a deal where in 5 years he can make a profit. And guess what he did in 5 years? He made a profit, and it shocked everybody. But now they're like locking his stuff, saying that he can't get that money, and they're going to penalize him like $5 billion or some crazy figure. That if he
Mm.
doesn't get his if he doesn't get the profits done. But the weirdest thing about all this is this didn't start happening to Elon Musk until he started saying he's not going to vote for Biden. That's the part that is starting to get really weird. That these guys have a mission, an agenda to destroy our country. And so far, they've been succeeding. World government's where they're going. They already tried this with the 2020 election, which definitely was interfered on. With the COVID stuff was also a issue because now they're talking about another one coming. The World Health Organization is talking about another one, and then they're also having an issue with global what is it? The Great Replacements. That's the theory. And
Mhm.
all these immigrants, we had almost 10 million coming in. You have an attack in Russia going on. So you see all this stuff happening around the entire world, and it's almost like they're pressing go in certain spots to ruin Trump. And if he does get elected, they're setting up something where it's going to cause a cataclysmic world event.
I agree but disagree. I don't think it's just to ruin Trump. I think it's to ruin the American democracy. I believe that there are a lot of people that sit in our government who want to run the USA as a dictatorship. I
Yep.
believe that a lot of these people, you have to realize it didn't just start with Trump. The
Right.
moment the government started taking over women's rights about our bodies was the moment that we all should have realized that they just want to control all of us. And
Mhm.
Trump is not to be controlled, right? We know he is not the type of person where you can control what he says. You can't control what he does. That's why his party has an issue because they'll tell him, this is the script, stick to it.
Yep.
And he reads it and he balls it up and eat it. That's what he does, right? And
Yeah.
I feel like the government does not want people like Trump in office or in high position because he's going to tell the people basically, think for yourself.
Yep.
That's all it is. You see what he did? He exposed a lot of people, and everybody know I was the biggest. Well, I ain't gonna lie, I was gonna vote for Trump until he spoke against Muslims, and it was only because I know a lot of Muslims, and not all of them are a lot of bad people. But now with the border crisis, and now I'm seeing that a lot of bad people weren't from Mexico. I think he was confused. I think he confused Venezuelan people with Mexicans, and I think he should have been
He
educated a
was
little
he
bit
wasn't
more.
saying the Mexicans are bad. He's saying the bad people are coming from Mexico. So he didn't really isolate the actual race of folks. He's saying the ones coming from Mexico are the bad people. So he never, I don't think he ever said Mexicans. But
He did, but it's
so
okay.
going forward here on this, I'm gonna throw it now to the chat. Guys, I've been looking at y'all comments. I can't address those right now. We need to stay on topic with this stuff. But if you guys want to come in and like throw your opinion on what we're talking about right here, we'll move on to another topic shortly after that, just so that way we can have a dialogue, and then we'll have an open discussion thing going on where you guys can go and bring up some topics that you want us to cover or Q&As. Okay, so I'm gonna throw it now. You guys go ahead and pop in if you have either a comment on this. And well, thank you, sir. So Dennis said we're educating him. So anyone who has a comment or question regarding this, come on in and let's have some conversation on this. I think this is really interesting because it looks like our government now, we can't even try to rise up if we have an
Mm-mm.
issue, because if we do, it's just gonna look bad on us. So Pasta is in the house. It's good, man. What do you think on this topic?
How you doing? How you doing? I just pulled up. I'm gonna let y'all finish up on this topic, and I'm get in as y'all keep talking.
Mhm. So what you were saying about the government not wanting us to rise up, that's why the immigrants are, well, I'm gonna call them immigrants, the illegal aliens are here. They're here because the government knows the American people are going to rise up. We're going to overthrow
Yep.
the government. What way to keep us from rising up when you get a bunch of people who are not accustomed to our lifestyles and they come from hell, basically? And some of these people come from hell. So they're going to come here fighting with sticks, rocks, and whatever it is to take the American people out. And so
Right.
the government knows this. And they're putting these people here to replace us. People don't understand that. What's happening right now in the job force? We're not working for $7.25 an hour anymore. We're pushing back. You're going to give us our worth. What's happening to people overworking us? You're not going to overwork me. I know my value. The American people are standing up in so many different ways that the government doesn't know how to react. There's big
Yep.
companies who are losing money because guess what? Most of Americans have went off and started businesses. Immigrants, they're going to take what they need because where they live is pretty much hell.
I'm gonna go on this one here. So Nav shows Trump was virtue signaling. He didn't say any specific race, but he said there's some bad hombres coming into our country, talking about Hispanics on the low. Now, I'm not sure if he said that like as a serious comment, but it's probably one of those ones where he was being kind of sarcastic. But any serious conversation he was getting at regarding the issues with the people coming from Mexico, as he was like, okay, look, there's some bad people's coming through, and they're rapists and all that stuff. So he was saying all these things, and it's unfortunate that it looked like he was isolating one group, but I think mostly what he was doing was trying to say there's some stuff going on down there we can't see, but it's going to destroy our country if we let it happen.
This is where I want to kind of jump in right here. So, what a lot of people don't talk about this. America definitely doesn't talk about this on the news, but Mexico is actually suing America for that very reason that you bring up. They're actually suing not necessarily America because they can't sue America because they can't prove Fast and Furious. So what they're doing is they're suing the major gun manufacturers in America. And and they're saying that y'all are the reason why we have, because y'all are the reason why we have guns in our country. Y'all are the reason why we have cartels and drugs in our country. So what they're doing is they said, since America, you created this problem, I'm going to send you this problem. And I know as Americans, we don't want to because I really looked at it from both sides, a conservative side, a liberal side, and this is what Mexico is actually saying. And Mexico may have a point. I mean, didn't Greg Abbott send those people to sanctuary cities because they wanted to be sanctuary cities? So I think Mexico did the same thing to us. We wanted the drugs. They gave us the drugs.
All
we
right.
sold the guns.
I think I see where you're going. I think I see where you're going with this, but the drug trafficking stuff has been a thing long before this issue with the border started. Drug trafficking's always been in the U.S. It's never been a thing that hasn't been an issue that has not been talked about. The problem with that's another issue though. That's a whole nother topic, drug trafficking. So if you want to do a drug trafficking thing at the end, we'll talk on that. But we'll talk on now just the border part. And the border part is the issue with the border situation with Mr. Abbott. The governor was like, look, I'm going to send these people to your cities because you voted for it. You wanted this. You campaigned on this. You said that you weren't going to, you were going to protect these people. But now you're getting the people that are actually criminals that Trump warned about. And now you're complaining. So he's like, it's kind of like you kind of put this on yourself situation. And I'm glad that there's somebody standing up. And it's good that that's happening. And if people didn't have that, we didn't have people like that, our country would completely be overran. And I think Governor Abbott's a brave soul. If he wasn't that brave, he would be like, he would have just let that border be overran, and he cares about the country enough. And I think that's the part that we're losing is the patriotism of our country and protecting like where we grew up. It's not the same. Like Laura and I grew up in a town that's no longer a town anymore that's worth representing. It's a slum town and it's bad.
But see, the thing about it is, Hot Wheels, Greg Abbott, Hot Wheels, right? Yeah, you can say that he's brave for what he's doing, but you got to understand that Texas border has been extremely porous. I say porous, I mean porous. They have let every single thing come in and out of it. They have this is a political talking point that they can stir the people up with. They are not going to slow that border up. They're
No, they're
not.
not.
They're not.
They're
I,
not.
I'm right. I'm down here in Texas right now. They went and did a bull jive. They passed a bull jive bill to make you think they were going to slow that border down. They're not slowing it. That border is pumping. They're not going to slow it down.
And there's a reason that it's being pumped. It's being pumped because there are people outside of Texas that are making this happen. The ones who care about the country live in Texas, and they're the people who want to protect it. The ones who don't want that is everyone who lives outside of Texas. And unfortunately for you all who are the citizens that live in that town, your president fails you because his job is to protect you, the people. And then his
It's,
Governor Abbott's doing everything he can within the law because he's getting pushback from the federal government. The Biden administration itself is suing him to stop him from stopping people from coming over. That's the
well,
worst thing ever.
we gotta be 100% honest. This border issue was an issue well before Biden got into
Oh,
office.
it was
But
closed. It was closed long
let's
before that.
let's let's be honest that no one really came up with a real solution and put forth the effort because
They
Texas
have
has been
one.
saying
Laura,
nothing is
catch and
working though.
release. No, it wasn't catch and release. It was catch and you stay. You would be going back to Mexico and stay there. You wouldn't get back up in here until you had a court date, and that
But
court date said that you have
but
amnesty. You wasn't
no,
gonna come in. And Mexico got mad because it's like you're in flooding our whole country with all these people that came from Ecuador. And they're like, well, why don't you stop them from coming through? And like, well, no.
but that's the thing though. This has
They
been
won't
going
stop
on.
it.
This
The
is
people participating in it. Every business owner down here knows a coyote. They can bring in an illegal. That's the whole reason we have a whole I-9 form. Because you can get them in here so easily. Because it is that you have not stopped that border. You won't stop it. It's pumping.
because it benefits big companies. It benefits people who sit on Congress. Like I said, this is not just a Biden problem. This is an all-American problem, and this is a whole Congress problem. A lot of those congressmen and women, they sit on the Congress and the Senate, and they have businesses. They don't want to take no cuts and earn the money. They're going to bring in illegals. They're the same people who acting like they really care about these bills, and they don't. Because you see what happened in Florida, right? So when Florida changed the immigration laws, and it was like, if you're illegal, you're going to get arrested and deported, or you're going to go to jail. And all those illegals left, and they had no one to tend their farms. The farmers were sitting there like, well, I voted for this. I voted for the Republican Party, but the Republican Party's law is keeping these illegals from staying here. And now, fast forward 2 years later, and now they're sitting here complaining about too many of them being here. You can't have it both ways. A lot of those farms are owned by big corporations, and they're sitting here acting like in the background, it's a problem, it's a problem, it's a problem. It's only a problem until it starts affecting them when it comes to their front door and knocking on their front door. That's why it's an issue now. That's why a lot of these illegals were able to creep in. But the issue now is that we have so many illegals sharing all this stuff on TikTok. And the
The
US
squatter thing.
people, yeah, the
Yeah.
US people are so brainwashed and dumbfounded that they don't understand that TikTok is not something that benefits the US people, because you have those immigrants on there telling people how to get there. You have the agents on there telling people how to get here and get through these walls. No one's ever thought, how did people figure out how to get through these borders and knew they weren't going to be shot? These
Yeah.
people know that the Americans have integrity and we're not going to gun them down. But at some point, what's going to happen? They're going to end up
Oh,
getting gunned down.
okay. So Nab puts up another one. Here we go. So what do you think about Tyson firing the American citizens to hire undocumented people? It's not just Tyson. There were a
Mhm.
lot of companies that were, it's about 40,000, I believe, employees were affected by this across the country. Now, there's some craziness going on where they're trying to now bring in undocumented people, give them rights, like another country, another state, I mean, was saying that they have gun rights, like illegal immigrants having gun rights, like all this stuff that's being done is almost like exactly what's going to happen to us happened in Russia. Like
No, it's like what
that
happened
mall in Russia got
in the war.
overran by people that don't even live in Russia. So a terrorist attack, but it's not. It wasn't Israel. It wasn't Ukraine. It was like the CIA and UN, bro. I swear it's those two groups of peoples that are trying to take over our government and start World War III. Because how do you stop an election? You have a war.
Yeah.
Well, technically, the CIA is a terrorist organization within itself because
Yeah.
if you have they have their own flag, right? And just in that, if they have their own flag that they put on their own post over the American flag, that come on, man. Just in that definition, just in that, they're a terrorist organization. All the other stuff they do, that definitely solidifies that they're a terrorist organization.
Yeah.
Maverick saying that
drugs get
means
reintroduced to our communities through the CIA.
Hold on. Let me address this. So Maverick, hold up, because Dennis isn't here. The chat, like the chat will not be ignored, but I will not attack the chat. I will leave you guys alone to go ahead and talk to yourselves. But if you bring up a topic with a question, we can address it. So staying on the topic.
I wanted to address the pothead because he says re-elect Biden to prove you are a real Black American. First of all, what?
Oh yeah, that's true. He did say that. He said it to Charlemagne. You didn't hear that?
No.
So 4 years ago, he goes on Charlemagne the God's little interview, and Charlemagne is like, "Hey, like, what's your message to people and all that?" And he's like, "Well, if you having trouble figuring out if you're for me or Biden or for me and Trump, then you ain't Black." He said it just like that to Charlemagne. Charlemagne completely let that happen. And then Charlemagne 4 years later goes, "Yeah, I don't think it was a good idea to have Biden like to vote for him. I think I made a mistake. I think 81 million people made a mistake. There's no way he got 81 million.
They stole them. You what up? I got my people coming in from my chat. What up, Ski Mask? What up, everybody?
Yeah. Hit him up.
Out Third Ward, everybody.
Somebody said American has integrity. Yes, Americans do have integrity. You may not believe it. If you don't believe Americans have integrity,
where's that at?
If you live here, then get out. Go buy. Americans do have integrity, especially when it comes to just gunning down people. You can't sit at the border and just because you don't want these people here, you can't just gun them down. So we do have integrity because different countries will gun them down. You guys, know they will take their bodies and put them on posts to warn others, do not cross here. Yeah. So when it comes to integrity, we do have some integrity. And if you don't like what I'm saying, then I feel like, why are you still staying here? Why are you in America since you don't believe Americans have integrity? We are not the perfect people, but guess what? We are more of an accepting generation of people. The American people, we got some BS going on, but when it comes down to it, we will stand and rep with each other. So
this person, like, this looks like a voltage, amperage, and then ohm. I don't know how you say that.
That's true. I don't know if
this person says people conflate American government for American citizens. We are not the same. That is a true statement.
That is very
There's
true.
Two separate distinctions of society, and it's the American people and the U.S. government. They are two entities. We are not supporting them, and they are not supporting us. But for some reason, we're voting those dumbasses into office.
Hold on, but theoretically, they're supposed to be the same thing, though. The government is technically supposed to be we, the people. So technically, we are supposed to be the same thing.
People, by the people.
But so past the question I asked initially when I started this stream, has our government become too powerful that we, the people, lost that ability to control our government the way it was supposed to be?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely too big. And it's almost too big that if we don't support it, we'll fail if we don't support it.
And that's the biggest issue, is because now the power for us to be able to stop that is gone. And it showed during the January 6th trials when they went after all those people and overcharged them for all their crimes, which the appellate courts went in and overturned all of them and said over 100 of these cases were overcharged. You gave 50 years for someone for trespassing.
I disagree.
Ridiculous.
They were not overcharged. They should have been charged as such, because at the end of the day, this is still America. And the reason why they did what they did was not a good enough reason. I'm
What?
sorry, because Trump lost.
Oh my gosh. Nope.
They felt like
Nope.
they were
That's
cheated.
not. Nope.
That was privilege. I don't care what no one says. That was privilege.
Laura,
that was not showing.
Hold up. Now this
that
is gonna
you
be,
cared
guys.
about-
Now you're gonna see some shit.
Wait,
Okay,
hold on,
this
y'all-
is how
hold on, y'all.
Laura
Don't
and I
cut
be
me off.
getting
Don't cut me off
heated.
now, B.
But
Don't cut me off,
I'm gonna
'cause I let
start
you
it off
finish.
with I love you very much, but listen to this. The January 6th committee was so corrupt, they withheld evidence that was exculpatory, that would have exonerated
So let me
almost
cut you off.
90% of
Let me cut
those
you off.
cases,
Let me
because
cut you off right here. Let me cut you off right here. So things when Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and leaders like that were arrested, no one spoke out against that. They had to face those charges. They walked out criminals. They were overcharged for stuff like that. Black Americans every day who are overcharged for things like marijuana. These people were charged properly. You don't see people who have common sense running up to the government's building trying to overthrow it, walking in like that. They were charged right. If you really love this country, that's not how you show it. That is not how you showed it. They should have went and protest like everybody else, because when people get out here and protest in black neighborhoods and brown neighborhoods and some stuff happen, then people get charged. You don't hear about this is overcharged. You don't hear nobody talking about none of that. They're going to stand trial as they should. They did wrong, and it is what it is.
Well, Laura, just sorry, still love you, but you dead ass wrong. Let me tell you why. There's video. There's so many. There's hours of video. Hold on. There's hours of video. Hang on. There's hours of video of the people who were protesting, stopping people in masks, breaking windows. The people who were breaking all that stuff were wearing masks. The people who were supporting Trump didn't wear a mask. The government, the CIA, the FBI, there were cells in there literally causing the problem so they can have an excuse to go after Trump. This is not a mistake. This is not by accident. This was by design. Nancy Pelosi was behind it. Biden was behind it. Obama was behind it. All of the freaking liberal media and liberal freaking pundits and bureaucrats were behind it because they did not like Trump.
Okay, so all of those people who stormed the Capitol, they were puppets of Trump. I mean, of Biden, and
they were
Obama.
part of the deep state.
Those people were not puppets. Those were true
they were part of the deep
if you
state.
go to their pages, a lot of them got in trouble because they have been saying stuff like that. If you go see through some of the, yes, they were. I did the research myself. The thing is, let me just
tapes,
hold on.
January 6th tapes.
Be fast. Let me, because I'll let you talk. Let me
go
address
ahead.
So Third World
Wonder
said Black women need to learn to listen. First of all, Third World Wonder, let me tell you something. I sat here and I listened and I let him talk, and he's talked over me. And so I am due right to speak up. Let me tell you something that you're not going to do, because I want my voice to be heard and I want it to be fair that I get my point across, that I have to say, hold on, let me get my point across. Does not mean I don't listen. It means that I have a right to speak my opinion. I have a right to address things. Stop generalizing Black women. We are allowed to speak up for ourselves. Do not act like we have to be timid and we have to take things. This is a podcast. This is a show. I am allowed to get my point across. I've let my brother of more than, I don't know how many years, say his piece, and I just wanted to get my piece. Go ahead, be fast. Thank you.
All right. So they're saying got to pin the comment. I don't have access to the YouTube channel to pin that comment. So you have to have Dennis to do it for you, but the link is posted. So if you guys want to come in, but so just so y'all know, Laura and I, we get into back and forth, but one thing we will do is if she wanted me to be quiet, I'll be quiet for her because I respect whatever she's got to say. And if I feel like I want to interject, I'll wait until she's done and I will give her my piece. But there's sometimes I'll stop because we'll talk over each other only because we get heated in conversation. There's no disrespect here for her, just so you guys know. It's all about love. So if anybody else has some comments or questions, we can go in here. No, it's not live. No, this live is not somewhere else. There's a lot. It's going on YouTube. It's just that I'm not doing a stream through YouTube.
I'm simulcasting it.
Yeah, we're
So
doing another cast.
therefore, other people are coming in from another channel.
Yeah, it's just that I'm not going to be able to pin comments. That's all. Not from where I'm at. I'm not using the YouTube as the platform. So, anybody else have some questions? Let's see. Well, Igor says we were there during the January 6th as undercover FBI and CIA agents, and we were egging the crowd to be violent. I'm U.S. ICIA agent who was on the administrative leave. And I can't keep my mouth shut.
You could argue that they were agents in both camps. You can argue that there were agents out there in the BLM camps. You can argue that there were agents out there in the January 6th camp. The problem is the people put themselves in those positions with no power to do anything.
Right.
That is the underlying. That's the elephant in the room that no one wants to talk about. Yeah. Well, they went to January 6th. They went up there to January 6th to the Hill for what? They really weren't going to do shit. So that's just why they planted those people there to do what they really weren't going to do. And that's the whole play on it.
All right. So yeah, government's too powerful. That's my opinion on it. People lost their ability to fight the government, and they should get that power back. Only way to do this is what Trump's going to do is he's literally going to fire almost 80% of the damn workforce, which that was Vivek Ramaswamy's idea. Which if we cut a lot of this fat, maybe we'll have a lot of open eyes, and people are going to be able to see like this needed to happen. It's going to be unfortunate. People are going to be fired, but the government's not there to provide jobs for the American people. It's the American people that need to find that work and provide, for their families and whatnot. The government's not the one to feed the families.
Yeah, that's not going to work out well. It's not going to work out well. It's not because you have a company called Stellantis. They just fired 100 engineers because they find it cheaper to make cars in Mexico.
Yeah. Right.
No, you cannot just say
it's bad, man.
It's bad. So it's the government does to a certain extent. Yes, they do. Well, they should not be taking out.
Why is there no penalties for companies who are supposed to be for the U.S. and yet they'll take jobs away from the U.S. citizens and good paying jobs too? Like, why would they take good paying jobs and send it to people who don't really have the skill set to do such skill? Because you got to think about it. Most of these guys down there, they're just teaching them. They never went to school for it. They never had real experience in it. I'm just trying to figure out why aren't these big corporations being penalized, or why are they still allowed to do business in the U.S.? If you feel like you want to go to Mexico because you want your labor costs to be lower, then you need to go set up shop in Mexico and sell to the Mexican people or whoever's there. You shouldn't be allowed to do business in the U.S. I know that sounds crazy, but that's just how I feel.
And then they turn around and sell that car to us.
Yep.
Do you see how much a pickup truck costs now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like 60,000, man. It's stupid.
It's like an entry level pickup truck is 70,000. Well, not an entry level, but a decent, with
nice little bells and whistles in it,
with a good load to it, a good payload. 70,000 easy. Come on, man. Come on.
It's ridiculous. But Pastor, we can hold off on this conversation until after. I got another topic I wanted to cover. Now I'm going to show y'all a screen thing, right? I'm going to share my screen real quick, and this is going to be kind of a shocker. So Diddy got his house raided by the freaking government, bro. So his Miami homes got raided for sex trafficking. So, whoa, right? I'm gonna stop my share, but just so y'all know, I come into the chat like I'm talking to Dennis, I'm talking to Laura, and I'll go, "Did you see this? This homie has been sus for a while, but the fact that now the DHS is on him And here's the kicker, right? Homie got on a plane on his private jet and he left. He left the country, y'all. Okay, this dude ain't even in the United States anymore. He went down to the Caribbean, which certain an island in Caribbean that doesn't have extradition. Now, I'm gonna leave it to the chat real quick after I get Laura's put and pass this since he's in here. Okay, and then I'm gonna give the link again to y'all, and you guys can come in and give y'all 2 cents. So, Laura, what do you think about Mr. Pedo Diddy? So, like, what the fuck?
To be honest, I thought prison might be his favorite place to be, considering you know what he likes. Hey, you got free access to daily P now. So let me quit. That's so wrong. This does not shock me though, y'all. This doesn't shock me. Diddy is the type of person who dominates other people by the use of money. Diddy cannot do that in prison. He cannot do that in prison, and he knows that. That is not a man who can hold his own in prison. You have to remember, he had the people like Sean do his dirty work for him. You know, so Diddy's not ready to be in prison right now, getting his backbone out, y'all. But this don't surprise me though. It just don't.
Pasta, like, what do you think on this, man? This shit is wild, huh?
It is, and it's really bad. He left his sons.
What makes you guilty, bro? Yeah, his sons were arrested, weren't they? A couple of them got arrested.
His sons got arrested. That's horrible. I do think he ran off. I think he tried to pull a Russell Simmons move and run off to a foreign land. I do think he did that. I do think he likes the little boys. I think that is what made them. I think that's why they really, because you know he got Justin Bieber when he was a kid and had Usher as a kid. I think this is not about they say they saw them with girls, and I don't think it's that. I think it's something else they saw, but they don't want to put it out there because they for them to raid you like that, all of your houses simultaneously. They only do that for drugs, money laundering, and a lot of times stuff for children. Let's keep it real.
Pastor, I believe you're speaking the truth, my brother.
Definitely. So, okay, guys, I'm going to leave it to y'all in the chat. I'm going to paste the link again if you wanted to come in and give a comment on this. And if you guys want to talk, we're going to highlight y'all's messages for the... Oh, okay. So, again, this is all in call activity. They do it out of ritual. So this is what they call the pedo wood thing that's been going on. This has been a lot of talk about what's going on in Hollywood right now. I don't know if you guys got the chance to see this thing called Quiet on the Set about Nickelodeon stuff. Really good documentary, by the way. The stuff that happened to Drake Bell is absolutely horrendous. Right. He couldn't even talk about it. That's how crazy this was. The stuff that's coming out now, ever since Epstein got like his whole thing with Giselle getting caught in that black book, this stuff is like a domino effect, just falling. It is wild. But if y'all remember, Kevin Hart was at Diddy's house. Diddy was on the bed.
Shut up, B-Bass.
And Kevin Hart is talking to Diddy. And he's like, I ain't going to sit on the bed. Because he's telling him to come sit on the bed. He's like, I ain't going to sit on the bed. I'm going to stand over here.
Fabulous. And they say that Diddy actually shot that woman. Shine just went to jail for it.
Yes.
That's what they say.
What? Yeah. They've been saying that since it happened. And he just paid for Shine's family. But there was a couple of other things crimes that Diddy had his hand in. They're saying that Diddy was the guy, if you said something wrong to him, the girl, what's her name? Christina? No. The girl that Cassie.
Cassie. Cassie.
It was a guy who had spoke to her, and he had some guys rough him up for that. So Diddy is very much one of those guys who use his money as power. But I do have a question for you guys. Do you guys think that the likelihood of Diddy going to prison is going to happen? Or do you think he's going to escape like every other known rich pedophile that we know?
Nah, he ain't getting out of this. The fact that he left the country speaks volumes. This is not a situation where they went after him with the local law enforcement. This was the Department of Homeland Security. This is the top of the top. Like, that means they have found something, or something was disclosed in one of the court proceedings of this hush hush money that he had, that a lawyer had to get and report it to the DHS, because DHS just don't go after people for no reason. And looks like there was a case that happened in 91, so it looks like there was a long time investigation with this, and maybe it might have a play on what happened to Biggie, if you think about it.
Biggie and Pop.
Yeah, like homie
Mhm.
had a hand in a lot of sus stuff in his life, and it somehow he got away with it. Karma comes around for everyone, so he wasn't going to escape it. So again, chat, what do y'all guys think? So Diddy made a deal with the feds. Deal was, what's that, Pothead? He was going to go jail.
Diddy ain't made. If Diddy will, he's going to make a deal because I think there's a bigger fish they're trying to fry. But he will make a deal, and I'm not going to say that Diddy's going to be in jail and suffer long in jail. He'll get out, and because
Oh, yeah, you funny.
R. Kelly's getting out in about another 2 or 3 years.
Right.
But this is my question: what type of man does it make him to leave his sons behind to get arrested?
Yo, that's where the sus part comes, where you're guilty by your actions, right? Sometimes you can be presumed innocent, but your actions usually dictate there's some criminality there. Like Epstein dying, it shows some evidence of criminality. So the people who get caught, but then they'll either kill themselves or they'll leave the country, show that they have something wrong, and it's not a good look for him at all. So he's going to come back. There's going to be a jury of his peers that are going to really throw the book at him.
They said that his sons participate. They said that one of his sons also, they have one of his sons charged with him in participation in the crime as well.
This is a big deal, guys. I don't know what the hell's going on with the Hollywood and music industry in general, but like there's also video with Diddy and Justin Bieber when he started talking about the stuff they did in his house, like wrestling for some cereal and stuff. You could see how uncomfortable but Bieber looked. He had this like very uncomfortable look to him. So,
but he gave him a Lamborghini though.
Yeah,
that was a hush hush car.
There's a hush hush car.
But guys, did you see Justin Bieber demeanor? And since he's changed over the years, I feel like there's so much going on in his life right now, and I think that some of these stories that's coming out may be his story, and I think that it is taking toll on him. Just like you said, with I think his name was Drake Bell, and how he was telling his story. I'm telling you, and it's so sad because men aren't often believed, and I hate that. And I hate that we live in a society that these young men went through this and they couldn't tell their stories until they're grown. Imagine how many young men are still going through this. The way that boy was sitting there trying to tell his story and he was getting choked up, I believed every word that was coming out of his mouth. And let's address the parents, because these parents are well, in my opinion, because people, they think I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I believe these parents be sacrificing their children. I think somebody said it's like a cult or something. And I believe that these parents be joining these cults for money, and their children are the sacrifice.
Well, they say in Hollywood they just like the kids, but at Disney World they like the parents and the kids.
Oh my
Interesting.
God.
Yeah.
So What Is Life says Hollywood is a reflection on society. The same perversion that exists in Hollywood exists everywhere. However, What Is Life? There's a caveat to that. There's a caveat. These people are celebrities, and they look up. These people are being looked up as, and like this stuff that they do to these kids doesn't get disclosed because the amount of power they have over them. And that's what happens to a lot of these people that get groomed, is because they're too afraid to say no because of the implications of them saying no. What will happen to my family? Will I be able to get a job? Hollywood, once you're blacklisted, that's a bad look on you. And the people that know that you're involved with something like that, they will throw you in the bus. And I don't think that's fair. It's a very unfair tactic that they do.
They all do it. Elon Musk even does it. Did you know that Elon Musk is pushing for? I mean, we'll talk about it later when we have an open panel. But they all do it. They all do it.
So
again, go ahead.
Go ahead, Bess. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, chat. Anyone else has a question? You guys are going back and forth and stuff, but do you have any questions for the panel regards this, or do you guys have a comment regarding what we see here? If you want to come in, I'll post the link again. And if you guys want to come in and have a discussion on this. And then someone says something about turtles. I like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so that's the only turtles I like.
Okay, turtles better. What? Okay.
All right. So what's Musk pushing for? Finish that thing. All right. So Dylan, we'll handle that after the fact. Just give a sec. I just want to make sure we have enough on this topic here. We covered a little bit of it. So my head goes, is Diddy smarter than the feds, or the feds let Diddy leave? So here's the thing. I think he got tipped off by somebody in his legal team that probably told him that this is happening to get yourself out of here. And if he didn't do it, he was going to get caught. And they probably were like, you know, take the plane, get out of here now. And he probably didn't know exactly what was going on. Diddy is an asset for the FBI. I don't think he is, Igor. What I think he is he's now a target. So whatever was going to happen, he's the fall guy for whatever exposing they're going to do.
I agree with Igor, though. I believe
no,
that
I don't think he's an asset. No, I think he's a fall guy. Meaning there's going to be people getting caught. Well, here's the thing. That's what I'm saying, Laura. The Black Book of Giselle, they're just now getting that list. They're trying to unseal these court docs to get the list of the people on the plane. And I think Diddy's part of that list, and he's going to be the fall guy. So he's the first to fall. And I think he's going to be the first of many.
I disagree respectfully, and the reason why I believe Diddy is an asset and he is going to come back to the U.S. Diddy throws just as much parties as Weinstein did. You have to forget, you have to remember, Diddy he has money. Diddy has money. And Diddy set up, there were a lot of people who, before all of this came out, there were a lot of rappers and high price lifestyle people who were saying that Diddy set parties up like this all the time. You heard people say it. They just never fully said what went on. You better believe Diddy is a smart man. That man has a list like Epstein of really important people. Diddy is going to leverage that to his best capabilities for his
if
own.
He had Cassie's medical records.
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think he has on these other people?
Yes,
Yo,
and a
so
lot
out
of people
the bag,
went
you
after
funny.
him. A lot of people never went after him because he held so much over them.
That is diabolical to have someone medical records.
All right, so two things. One, out the bag. That's not a thing, and I don't think it's a thing. What the lawyer's trying to say is that he's probably helped with investigations in the past, and he's like an informant for them.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he is going to be an asset. He has ran away, and he needs to figure out a plan. He can't do that behind bars. Diddy is not a dummy. That man is very smart. That man took that. Y'all forget Diddy was an assistant. He was an assistant to a record label. And he watched these people work, and he built his own brand. He had not apple bottom jeans, but Sean John. What was that drink called? I don't really drink like that, but y'all know Ciroc. And then he made Cavassier a thing. Diddy is a brand guy. Diddy knows how to sit down and talk to people, but Diddy also knows that he is a black man in America, and he watched these people operate. And it's not a black or white thing. This is a rich people thing. And Diddy has always been amongst the elite people who happen to not be black. So he had to build up some dirt on them. Just like brother was saying, this man had Cassidy's medical records. Aubrey O'Day, or what her name is, she said this thing. She said she felt scared because she thought Diddy was going to hurt her because he had so much dirt on him. Diddy has been screwing people over for a long time, B-Bass, and none of them have had evidence to stand against them.
I get that, but here's the thing. This is where I'm saying that it might become something bigger than what we think. But where I'm going with this is
it is messed up. Natural.
There's some things coming out, and they want to pin it on someone because it looks bad, right? If it's someone of a political figure, but it's not as bad if it's a music industry person, right? So if it's a guy who everybody knows is well liked, and then all of a sudden some sus stuff starts coming out about him. And then after that sus stuff starts coming out about him, because all this video stuff that's grooming us to know that the DHS is going after him for sex trafficking. But why doesn't 50 want to party with him? Right? Why is like Justin Bieber looking uncomfortable around him? Why is he saying to Usher they used to freaking like wake up in the morning next to each other?
Well,
Like,
Usher,
wait, what?
hold on. Diddy adopted Usher, and Usher adopted Justin
Justin Bieber.
Bieber.
Hmm.
Oh,
So
he found him. He found
he,
him, but he didn't adopt him. But the
yes, he
thing is
did
that
adopt him.
it's grooming, and it's
No,
it's bad.
for him to kind of live here, because you got to remember Justin wasn't in the States, so he may not have legally adopted him, but he did take legal responsibility for him. So that's what I mean. That's what I think Pastor mean. Usher took legal responsibility for the young man, and he did come and stay with Usher, and Usher was his mentor.
Yes, he
Yep.
was. Yeah, Usher, but Usher just did the Super Bowl, and Diddy just took off. So hold on. So I think everybody knows something. I think everybody knows something. Everybody knows something. There's a lot going on behind there. If you
Yep.
think it's a lot, it's about to get real nasty, and
Yeah.
it will reach the
That's what I'm saying,
political.
Pastor. That's what
It
I'm
will
saying.
reach
It's
the
gonna
political.
get real. Something's gonna happen in the next couple months that they're gonna release some information that's probably gonna shake the entire industry as a whole, and it's gonna change our opinion on like these people and like what's going on, because it started this is happening very, very fast. It was only 3 months ago they were talking about pedowood. This happened in January. And now we're over here today with Diddy's homes getting raided by the DHS. There's a fall guy here, y'all, and I think it's him. And there's going to be some more information coming. It's a developing story. Everything that we're finding out now is literally in real time. So I don't know anything else other than he left the damn states. And that's the biggest criminal. Like I did it, y'all. If I'm leaving the country, I did it. That's what I'm gonna assume. So he's not gonna have a fair trial given
Well,
that.
let me say this though, because I feel what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like the American people, especially Black America, that we're gonna stand by what's fair. We want him to probably get prosecuted, but we're not gonna let him be the fall guy. I don't think that he's gonna be the fall guy. I think that he is gonna be the guy who is gonna have to go into witness protection, because that man is gonna sing like a canary. I honestly believe that Diddy holds the key to unlocking a lot of underage sex stings and things going on. Diddy is one of the most entitled elites, and you don't get access to those type of people often. They can't go after the men who don't look like him, because those men are well protected. So it is easier to go after a man like Diddy, because no matter how much money you get or you have, you are still never in that club.
Yeah,
You are an outsider, still just watching.
I knew something was sus with Diddy when he told his band that he wanted them to go to Queens and get a Cambodian milk from a pregnant woman, pregnant Cambodian woman. So
Go get that cheesecake. He made them get that cheesecake.
Yep.
Yeah,
When he was making them do all the weird things, and it was weird.
rituals.
All right. So that's the panel's opinion on this stuff. And chat, thank you for your input. But now we're gonna do a final thing here. We're gonna open it up to everyone. Again, now the topics are open. So Pastor's got something he wants to discuss on top of the thing he did in the beginning. So let's start off with that, and then we'll get the comments from you guys on what he said, and let's see how y'all guys want to do going forward after this. Like certain things you want to bring up in the whatever it could be, we could do whatever. So I'll do about another hour of this until Janice comes in. I'm not sure if he's coming in at 11:30, but if he is, it's going to be great timing, because then he can come and bring his thoughts in and then yell at you guys at the chat, because I know you're missing that. Y'all massive.
Yeah, I'm about to say, can we address the chat? Let me.
Yeah. So go ahead, Pastor.
So you want to talk about the Elon thing?
Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
Oh yeah. So Elon Musk wants to introduce drugs to the workforce. It's crazy because he thinks that people will actually work harder and smarter if they dude are a little high at work. So he talked about doing ketamine, cocaine, all kinds of stuff
Not cocaine,
at
They want
work.
to
I'm like, come
improve
on,
productivity,
Elon.
yo. I'm down.
Come on, Elon. We can't be at work doing cocaine, man.
Yo, you know how much stuff would get
lies in
done
the
if everybody's
bathroom in
on
the break
coke?
room.
Have you seen Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah, I have seen Wolf of
Got
Wall
so much
Street.
done.
I'm like, come
Niggas
on,
got
yo.
everything done.
They're working with LSD. Also,
No.
Bump breaks.
Have you
Yo,
all
seen
kinds of shit,
you
man.
guys
Like
see someone on LSD?
they're using ketamine for depression. So like when you work hard, he's been working, he's sad and
Yep.
been in front of the a computer all the time. You gonna get that ketamine.
Yo, if you feeling like you go in and talk to your boss, you're like, yo, I ain't feeling it today, man. I'm like extra tired. Like, bro, go in my office now. We're gonna get that productivity out of you, son.
And that's what Elon is now. So people are saying is Tesla did a Cybertruck and all these things take so long to come out because he was so high, or but I mean he does have good ideas though. I mean it's like
He
a
do. It's like his ideas be like you're sitting in a circle. I don't smoke marijuana, but you're sitting in that circle. What is it called? Like the circle you're in when you're smoking weed.
the cipher.
Yeah, like I swear he just seems like the type of person who's just passing the blunt round and round like yeah,
You thought
so
conversations, man.
chair. What if we put some wheels on the chair? We're gonna call it a wheelchair. Like
That's exactly how a lot of stuff was invented with a lot of people being high. Let me tell you. So like LSD helped to do a lot of inventing. So what Elon Musk is doing to the world, he's changing the entire world. I think it's amazing his creativity, and he knows how to hire the right people to bring in that creativity. I appreciate that. The Neuralink stuff, and one person in the chat mentioned the Neuralink. The Neuralink gives the ability for people who are quadriplegic the ability to move. So they were controlling a computer screen with their thoughts, and I was completely blown away by that. I was like looking at this like this is the future. Like this is being done now today. Like imagine what's happening in like another 10 years when they develop this a little bit further. This technology has been around for 30 plus years, but Neuralink is just advancing exponentially. Also on top of that, he's creating robotics and he's also helped developing AI. So I'm thinking this dude's trying to create Skynet. Get ready, y'all. Fucking, we about to have Arnold Schwarzenegger over here trying to kill us. You know, we got to be careful, guys.
Because he high. This is what high people do when they get money. And and the thing about it is, I don't know, man. We might have to tell Elon to slow down because when the government, because even the medical board is even backing Elon in this.
Because he got great ideas, man. That's why.
Huh?
They're backing him for the great ideas. It's a good idea.
Well, they talk about microdosing at work, like people doing like psychedelic mushrooms at work, like
Enough
doing
to do
small dose of
productivity.
mushroom at work.
Just
so
a little
what
bit.
happens what happens when they don't get their fix? Say the company can't afford it no more, then you're gonna have a bunch of tweakers at work. That is gonna go left real quick.
Can you imagine? Has anyone seen Ricky Stenicki yet?
No.
It's on Prime. All right. John Cena is like this he's this actor, like a struggling actor that lives in Vegas. And he meets the group of guys and they hire him to be their imaginary friend that they created. And this guy is like going through withdrawals in the middle of this whole thing. And they're looking at him like, are you on drugs? He goes, no, I haven't been for 3 days. Like, bro, are you fucking killing us right now?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Ski mask. What happened if they can't get high? They about to mess everybody. They're gonna be driving Tesla cars through the bathroom doors. Listen, hey, listen. You know they're gonna eventually become fiend out. That means those Teslas they're gonna go from $96,000 to $5. Let me get my cousin Pookie up in there because I need me about a $5 Tesla.
He created the Cybertruck just in case people wanted to riot because that car is metal all around.
Yeah,
he's gonna be protected, y'all.
Man.
All right. So what else we got? Anything else?
That is a
Yeah.
good question. What happens when you get hurt the way you're high at work? I don't know. That is a good question.
It is.
What happens if they get too high and someone gets okay? She's two TOO. So
Yeah,
TO is different from TOO. So it meant too high with the TOO.
yeah,
So
like just get woo.
if someone's getting extra doses and they're doing them extra bumps at work, that's kind of like violation of policy. I mean, they probably have a closet where you have to sign out this stuff so you do a quick bump under your damn it's like a what do you call those?
A smoke break.
No, not a smoke break. You know how they give you a voucher? It's like
Yeah.
a bump voucher, so it's like you can only use up to one per day. Like, and you can
Oh,
only use it
no.
like for one time. If you will go and start taking bumps from other people, it's like attached to their employee ID. So like, hey, you took like 5 different bumps from like people that are off today. Like, you gotta go, bro. You gotta go. You gotta
Yo,
go
they're
home.
gonna be like Pookie up in there from New Jack City.
Yes.
They're gonna be punking. They gonna be punking
Was
people
in
for their voucher.
there like this in that coat glass. Homeboy was in
Yeah.
there happy.
Wookie cried.
It's gonna
Yo,
be
that
bad.
crying Wookie, yeah, it was great.
It's gonna be bad.
Mm,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Lord, that's
that was
crazy.
great. Thanks, Pastor. That was funny.
You
No
know, I
problem.
must need to come up with a way to make men actually experience labor pains. And I ain't talking about no little stimulated thing. When I'm in labor, you're gonna be in labor too. We about to be going through some painful
Laura, I'm all about
Where do you,
innovation, but not that innovation. You can keep all
no,
that.
what
because
the
listen, the government trying to control all of the women's rights in our bodies. So every government official who has a wife who's expecting, strap him up to the bed right next to her. I bet you he gonna change his vote. He gonna mind his business. Leave her
No, because
alone.
because there's gonna be some guys that actually like that shit, and then
Oh
the
wow.
government's gonna have to afford that guy liking that shit, like we're doing now. So let's don't go down that path
Oh
of trying
man,
to.
you so right. I didn't even think about that. You so right. They're gonna really be delusional. Lord have mercy. Woo, you're so
Nope.
right, Pastor.
Yeah, somebody's gonna be like, you know what? That was exhilarating. No,
Just gave birth. I just gave birth.
All right. So that was good. So chat, what do you guys have here for me? Open it up to you guys. What do you want to discuss, talk about? I mean, you can go back to other comments we had, but pretty much floor is y'all's. I do want to hear from Christina if she's on. Like, what is your take on all this? Because you haven't been commenting lately. I only
She was
see
still
you like,
here. Yeah, she
yeah,
was still
she's
here.
here still. I just see her intermittently. So, and Amazing Cali Girl's on. Hey.
You
So
see Cali
car
girl? Hey,
sales,
Cali
hit
girl.
like and subscribe. There you go, real talk, Christina. Do you have the link? If you want to come on, I would love to hear your stuff on this. Y'all can't be surprised by this. They are giving
true.
addicts clean needles and straws in Boston to help with the meth crisis right now. Everybody's basically agreeing this edge of butt. All right, so you got cut off.
Yeah, I
When
agree
you
with
come
that.
back.
Though. Who, Brandon? Who
But
is that? Who
some
made that
drugs
comment?
are obviously worse than others. Now, I'll tell you where I'm at. I'm in Philadelphia, y'all. So in Philadelphia, we have this place called Kensington, and it's the friggin' Skid Row of the East Coast, and it's really bad out here. It's the cops don't even stop them, man. They're only there to make sure they don't die. It's one of the worst things, and they have assisted inject sites too, which I think is the dumbest policy you could come up with. There's no effective way of actually stopping the problem.
It's no, I don't think it's dumb. I think that is the best way for it to be safe. It's not about really assisting them. You guys don't understand how many healthcare providers see little kids come in from playing at the playground and they come down the slide and they in the mulch and they get stuck in the leg by a needle. Now this child has a risk of having HIV or hepatitis. So when they have dirty needles and they keep reusing it and then they use it with someone else, they're spreading these diseases. And these people, they go back home. Because you guys got to realize some of these people are living double lives. Their spouses, their family members don't know that they're using drugs. And then when they're intimate with these people or they're just sharing utensils with the people, they're spreading it. So what they're trying to do is find a way to prevent the spread of the issues that come along with it. It's not like they're trying to just support the drug habit. They're like, these people are going to go out here and do it anyway. So let's find a
Yeah.
way for it to be safe. It's kind of like how the moms back in the day used to say, I let my kids get drunk here because I know they're safe. That's the kind of outlook that they have about that. So
Right.
it's unfortunate, but I get it.
Yep.
Also, but
Christina, the link is in there for you. Sent it already.
the
Go ahead.
problem that I see with this is though, with the needles is it's not just the needles and them giving the needles, is the disposal of the needles. Like I
Mhm.
don't think that they're safely disposing these needles. I think that they're just using these needles and throwing them on the street, throwing them in the trash can.
No,
I mean, I
well,
just think
when they have the needles, they have to bring it back to the sites, so they get incentives for bringing it back. That's what these programs are doing,
Yep.
is an incentive. So that's how they're keeping a lot of the needles off the streets. So I don't know if you guys know how bad this was in the 90s and the early 2000s, but you don't hear a lot of stories about needle sticks anymore. That is down, and so that's a good thing.
Now where I'm
And
at. Now where I'm at,
aren't
Laura.
you a nurse?
yes, I'm a nurse. Yeah.
You should know this.
I
You know.
know the needles, but at the same time, our needle sticks down because it's hard to say when
No,
needle
it
sticks
is.
down. It's hard to
It's
say
down.
needle sticks down when everybody's doing when you got so many people doing drugs.
Well,
And
no, it is down from the emergency room,
So
because you remember back in the
okay,
day.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Way
emergency
less people
room
come in
visits,
for
yes, that is true. But
way less
they're
people
not
come
taking
in for
the-
accidental needle
Mhm.
sticks. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
yeah, but they're not taking anybody to the hospital anymore. They're doing the triage right there in the street. It's pretty sickening. But
No, we're talking about people who don't use drugs.
oh,
Though.
don't
People who
use
don't
yeah.
use drugs used to get stuck like just at playgrounds, gas stations.
Yeah.
My son got stuck at a playground.
Oh, you
So
talking about like dirty needles being on the ground?
yes, there
Oh,
used to
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah. They
everywhere.
clean them up. Yeah, they've been doing a lot of street cleaning on that. Real talk, Christina's in chat, y'all. So real talk, Christina, I'm gonna give you, let's say, 15 minutes. You can talk about all the stuff that you have want to comment on up to right now. So go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay, so about Trump, I think that's wrong what they're trying to do to him.
Right.
I'm all for Trump, so anything he wants to do, I support him. I already put in the chat that everybody knows it's voter fraud. I mean, the numbers changed at the last minute.
Yep.
People were hiding stuff, hiding the ballots. What else? There's just so much about Trump.
Yep.
And also the January 6th thing, it was not real. They have a video of the cops literally letting them in and saying, hey, you know, you got to do this or whatever, like telling them what to do. And then they come in very calmly, and then they start acting like loud. You know, it's all like an act.
A lot of that
And
was live on TV.
no,
Not
this
the basics
I'm
ones.
talking about videos behind the scenes, like within, like
Inside of
actual
the
camera footage inside, not what they want you to see, what they don't want you to see. And then if you pay attention, there was a girl on the ground. Somehow she got shot, something about she got shot, right? They do a video and it's everybody around her is acting like really too over, like animated, like really fake, like they don't know how to act, like good actors. It's like that doesn't even look real. And there's so many crisis actors that are around that they do this thing for a living. They get paid. And there's been a guy that said, I actually got paid for doing that. A lot of us got paid. We were told to do it and we did it. So I mean, there's so much proof out there, but you just got to look for it.
So
Like,
what happened to what about the woman who was killed? Was that a show too?
That's the girl. No, that's the girl was stopping them from breaking the door. She was standing there doing nothing but stopping them. The Secret Service agent shot her only. Everybody else who was doing the stuff didn't get shot. It was only her because she was
So-
trying to stop it.
So
when they
I'm just pretty sure that, you know, I try to be respectful of people's families, and her family didn't see it that way, and I don't see it that way neither.
what
Yeah,
we
she
know
was the only
about
one to get killed during that day. That was the only death. There was nobody else that died.
wow.
I'm just saying, y'all know me, I believe in conspiracy theories, but there are some things that I just don't believe are conspiracy theories. I believe that there are a lot of excuses for some people to want to believe in something so much that they talk themselves into the situation. And I'm a realist. And it was an officer who was killed also, and then a week
Not
later,
that day. He died like 3 days later, but it was unrelated to the
It was
incident.
the officer who was shot too, and then the
No,
officer
nobody else was shot. There was only one person shot that
And
day. It
then
was that Air Force veteran.
and then the officer killed himself.
They might want to get. They might have wanted to get rid of her anyway because she might have knew something that that might have been a planned attack, a plan.
If you if you're a realist, you gotta kind of open your eyes to not always believe everything you see. At the same time, you gotta kind of read between the lines and use your best
Yeah,
judgment.
I
There's a
do.
lot of things that are out there
I also do
that
my
are
research.
told to us and that are showed to us to say, look, it happened. See? And it's like, no. What
I
about this?
also
What about this?
And Cali girl, I also do my research. When it comes to research, I don't take anything just for granted or by anything that people say. I also watch people. I also understand how the world works and how people are manipulative. And I also know that the way our government is set up, that they want us to believe that everything, if it doesn't fit their agenda, is a conspiracy theory. But as soon as it's going their way, there's no conspiracy theory. So when Trump lost, everyone kept saying he lost. The vote was stolen. But the moment that they said that Trump was involved in Russia, that whole side said that's fake. That's fake. But there was so much evidence to say that he did participate in it. So I just believe that people only believe things that fits their agenda and what they really believe in. If you really support this man, then you're not going to believe that this man was a bad guy. I'm not talking about Trump in general. I'm just saying, people, look at R. Kelly. No one wanted to believe that that man was a pedophile. That
Why do
man
you have R. Kelly?
I'm giving examples. That man walked away freely for years because he was popular. Everybody wanted to believe him because his music touched your souls. His music inspired you. So people are willing to believe in the devil and not see the devil for who he is because they got to have something to latch onto. And then you live in that false reality. That's just like Stockholm syndrome. I mean, that's just me.
But that can be the same said about you because you're looking at it from the other side and you're stuck. You're like not opening your mind to any possibilities. It's because you don't like Trump. You don't like him you hate him so much that you would believe anything was the opposite of him, to anything to do with him. And there's a lot of people like that. They just hate Trump just to hate Trump because he's Trump. That's it. He's a
So let's
celebrity that became a president.
So let's be good listeners. I said that I was willing to vote for Trump. I was the biggest fan of Trump. I've said that Trump should be the way this way. I said that I didn't like the fact that he's talked about Mexicans and Muslims and the fact that that's why I didn't vote for him. I never once said I did not like Trump. I said I don't care for all of his policies. And I'm allowed to disagree with that. I am allowed to see my heroes as who they are. There's a saying, never meet your heroes in real life because they'll show you who they truly are. It doesn't matter if you're my hero or not. If you present a certain way, I'm going to give you side eye and I'm going to be skeptical. The reason why I voted the way I voted was because I felt like there was no other options. The American people are not given real options. And that's where we got to hold our government accountable. We shouldn't have two candidates just to choose from because those two candidates are both evil or they both don't really know the best way to take the US. And that's where we're at. We're at a place where we had someone to say, oh, I lost, so this is some BS. And then people went and did this insurrection. There's no way you can be for the US government and then you call to tear down the US government. That was my major issue.
Well, I do agree with what you said about the crisis actors because we were talking about Hollywood earlier, but you would ask yourself who is paying these crisis actors, and it ends up being the CIA. So the CIA is out here making real movies, pretty much. It's out here just doing this out here that we really. And I think Trump was saying something about getting the CIA under control, and all these government agencies under control. Now, if Trump can remotely get them under control, like somewhat under control, I think that would be for the betterment of the country as well.
Right.
Because they will do some wild stuff, and they really will.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I want y'all to see this, and I want to see what you think on this. So, they stopped counting votes at 2 a.m. All of a sudden, 100% of the vote went to Biden.
I want you
And
guys to
completely
also
overdid it. Get
Share,
81 million.
share this
You
link.
saw it
Voter
already?
fraud.
Share this link, Brandon.
Impossible.
Also, guys, I want you guys to also know when you do your research, you never take from one place because the numbers are never the same. Do your research, look at everything. A lot of people go to Wikipedia. A lot of people go to websites that are always biased. This is the information that people need to know. The American people need to know. There is no media outlet that is going to give us 100% the truth. You do have to get out here and you do have to find it. That's what I'm screaming. Don't just listen to one thing. Do the research.
This chart has been the chart that has been shown throughout every single court proceeding that has to do with fraud, election fraud. They stopped counting votes. And then when they started up again, 100% of the votes went to Biden. I don't know if you know this, but the exact amount he was behind, he immediately got it, 300,000 votes. How the hell does that happen unless someone interfered?
Share this link because this chart has been disputed too. Share the link in the chat.
I'll share the link.
Share
No
the links
problem.
in the chat. You guys,
I'll put it in there. Y'all guys can check it out for yourself.
This is my thing on my channel, the Lauren Hour Network. B Bash was my co-host. I am the person, I can't take anything from CNN, NBC, because those are corporations. Those are controlled by people who want things swayed in one way or the other. That's why I start doing what I was doing with my network, because I know that the government ultimately have friends at these networks and they want the American people to be blind. They want us to go against each other. It's always the left and the right. We're never in the middle. We're never conjoined. If the American people can stop for one moment and band together, and we all know that we're not enemies. That's why I was telling Dennis. I had a conversation with him the other day. I said, Dennis, you know what? I'm going to give up on this thing. I said, I've been trying to just educate in one way, just educate my people. I said, but it's not going to work that way because my people are hard-headed and other people are hard-headed. And it's because we've all been told that we're supposed to be each other's enemies. The American people, we should be allies of America. We can't always be on the left. We can't be on the right. We all know that this government is trying to separate us so that they can dominate us and turn the U.S. into a dictatorship. That's what's going on. I still don't want to vote for Trump, and I don't want to vote for Biden. We always come down to the two lessers. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Christina.
They already have. What do you think the pandemic was about?
That was a world thing. That wasn't
No,
just
that was about us too. That was making the world economically flat.
Yep, that was a world thing.
No, that was man-made, and it was to divide us.
It wasn't really to divide us. It was to
unite us. It was to unite us while dividing us. But it played both roles. Y'all both kind of right in y'all own argument.
It was population control. That's what coronavirus was.
I'm open to ideas. If somebody can change my mind, I'm open to it. I am not stuck on one idea, and there's no matter what, you're never going to change my mind because I don't like that person. That's not going to happen with me. You can always sway my opinion on things, but I also do my own research, and I also use my best judgment. I never go off of what somebody says. I have to look it up and figure it out myself.
So I agree with you, where they use it to divide us in this country. It was whether you jab or not jab, 6 feet or not 6 feet, visit family, not created this go to church, not go to church. I get that it did cause a lot of division within the country, but they also did it as a worldly thing where they put those ordinances on the whole world, and they made the whole world come under those ordinances. Now, was there division in those countries over the same things that we were divided in our country about? Yes, but it was a world ordinance, but it did cause division in each country that they put the world ordinance on.
Yeah,
the dividing factor with so here's what I think is missing in the world. The division in general is what I think needs to go away, and what we need to embrace is our differences. And that used to be a thing in the past, but now it's like you having an opinion that's opposite of another person, you're demonized. And I don't like the fact that you're demonized only because of like a conflict, or you're saying, hey, I don't agree with you, we can agree to disagree and move forward. And we can also share ideas, share thoughts, because not everybody's going to see the same glass, and
Right.
that glass is going to be half full, or is the glass going to be half empty. So those perspectives should be embraced, and that's what's
Mhm.
missing in society in general since social media came out, and since the parts of the liberal people, that the smallest groups screaming the loudest became the ones that kind of pushed the agendas in our country. And it's really sad. And back when I was growing up, it was good to have a different idea, a different opinion, and you were embraced for that. So I want that to come back. I want us to be able to have disagreements, but at the same time, like, okay, what facts do you have to present your idea? And I'll bring the facts to present mine. Sometimes they're misconstrued. Back then, you could find it if it was misconstrued. But today, with technology advancing everything, even videos are misleading. So we can't even believe what we see on TV.
Well, they did away with the libraries. That was the way for us to confirm all of this. A lot of this stuff is reoccurring. These things happened before. This isn't the first time. You had leprosy, you had the bubonic plague. What happens when people start to become independent thinkers? They send a plague. What happens when the people know they don't necessarily need a government? Why do we need a government? We don't really need a government. If everyone had the right to freedom, truly, if everyone had the right to property, truly, something that God gave us on this earth, but we put value on it, that's because we want to control everything. That's because there's always some higher power or someone who's in power who wants more power than what they need so that they can say that they control stuff. That's the problem. The issue is no one feels like they are truly caught up. Every American and people around the world, I'm just going to speak for America. Every American has issues.
Yep.
Every American, whether they want to say it or not, at some point has struggled with putting food on the table. And when you think about it, the American government was able to sponsor immigrants. They had money out of nowhere to put these people in fancy hotels. That tells me that we should have been not having veterans living on the streets. That tells me that the US been had the ability to put everyone in a position where they were at least equals or at least on the same playing field.
Yep.
But
Yep. Recording live from the past has definitely got an idea here, piggybacking off of you, saying that they burn libraries to limit the scope of information. And also they start changing websites. And it's not just the internet. He says, imagine having to pay to use Google or YouTube. We actually do. You pay to use Google and YouTube, and the information that's actually coming out now with Facebook being affecting elections. So they've been hit with election interference. They have
yeah,
there's courts that have already ruled it. So these investigations that are being found out now, 4 years later, that these agendas that are being pushed by one side, and it's more like drowning out the other. So they're the loudest screaming audience, and they're drowning out all the others. So we can't believe anything we see or hear. And
mhm,
if we try to find the information ourselves, that's also altered. So it's like you can't even go on the web and look for something because it could be deleted, because
right.
it's like violating TOS. So it's a dang shame. That's why Parler was created, because Parler is like, okay, we're not going to go ahead and delete your stuff, even if it's a violation. We're just going to leave it up, but we're going to have a disclaimer saying that it doesn't reflect views and opinions of us. And then they have also True Social created because of that. That was before Twitter became the best Twitter ever, with Elon Musk going there opening it up again for everybody.
Now, when we
I don't
say
know
that
what
when we
that's
say that
where.
people realize that we don't need government no more, this is actually working out perfectly fine with what's coming. They're gonna let, before I get up out of here, because I got to fire up a string, but they're gonna let algorithms do all this for us.
Yeah, AI taking
Yeah,
over.
AI is gonna take over. Our algorithms are gonna be our new ambassadors and take over all this for us. But y'all stay blessed. It was a good conversation. Y'all have a good one.
Yes, you
Mhm,
too.
amen.
Thanks, Pastor. And it's time to start recording and learning before we can't have to pay basic allowance. So it's time to start record keeping and learning before we can't have to pay basic knowledge. Okay. So you're saying we need to have our own set of record keeping and learning and share that knowledge so that way we don't have to pay for just the basics, which we kind of do. General education is paid for by the taxpayers. So that's something that we do have to pay for. And then Planet Fitness, Potheads, funny. Then we have 9 times out of 10 things that break TOS are just blatant misinformation. Let's be clear, y'all don't care for the sources of citations, nor do you care for evidence. Now, even underground, it's not that I don't care. What it is that it's not blatant misinformation, but sometimes within these things that are considered misinformation, there are some truths to it that are just, you have to actually filter through that, because sometimes there's noise there and you have to filter that noise in order to find out what's really happening, because we can get 10% of the information, but there's 90% out there, but you have to go to like 10 different sites to get 10% of the truth. But you have to find those 10 sites to grab all that, to discern all that information. You're looking at thousands probably of pages of webs, of downloads that you're going to go through, and all these articles and all these documents that are being put out there that are not really fact. And there's a lot of stuff out there that's been published by accredited people.
Ryan Walton, I agree.
So Ryan
Brandon,
says, go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to read this comment. You can go ahead afterwards. What are you talking about? Elon kicks all the people, kicks people all the time who believes don't align with his. He also kicks people of you make fun of him. If you make fun of him, you are too obviously brainwashed and cheap. Okay. No, she's not. Go ahead. Go ahead, Christina.
So do you want to respond?
Oh, no, I said no.
Christina, go ahead. I'll respond after you.
Okay, so another thing that really gets to me is that when you try to explain something to someone, they think you're a conspiracy theorist. They don't want to believe you. They're so headstrong about their views. They're not open to other views. And that's the problem. Misinformation. It needs to stop. All of this, all the information that we say, even on these podcasts, is that we need to only give accurate information, not because somebody wants you to believe it or somebody wants to sway your opinion this way. These need to be like 100% facts proven, video proof, everything. Like, you don't have to show the video proof, but you have to physically seen it for yourself, like the person saying that. So I'm really tired of misinformation everywhere, especially on the news, but also on social media. I've noticed when people are talking, they talk so much with this confidence to make you believe something, and you kind of like seeing right through the bullshit, and you're like, that's not true, that's not true, I know for a fact that's not true. So I am really just sick of it. If there's some way we can just stop it, I would be so happy.
I also think that some of it's interpretation, though. So you may take it as misinformation, but a lot of it is interpretation. And the thing is, not a lot of people in the world have common sense. Because if everyone had common sense, we wouldn't need classes like critical thinking. And I think that's what Ryan Walton is saying. He is saying that we can't sit here and say that Elon Musk has created the best Twitter ever when he gets interviewed and someone says questions to him that he doesn't like, and then he blocks it.
Whoa.
That's the issue.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Don Lemon. Do you know that dumbass asked for $5 million up front?
It was not just Don Lemon. And that's the thing. Okay. You guys just focus on names. It wasn't. A lot of people have spoken out about Elon Musk and interviewing him, and how if it doesn't fit his narrative or the way he wants to be seen, even other people, not just Elon Musk. We see celebrities do this. They walk off stage when people ask them the real questions that they don't want to. Remember, sir, are you a pedophile? Remember that Matt Lauer, how he asked that? When people say, you know what, they're beating around the bush and they're just going to ask it how it is, and then they get offended, and then, okay, I don't no longer want you as a sham and this and this and that. And that's what we're facing. That's what he's saying. That's what Ryan Walton is saying. I get that. And then for someone who called me a hypocrite, sir, I'm not a hypocrite. Like Christine said, Dennis had been trying to get me to see certain things, and be bad to tell you guys, I used to be the biggest, I ain't feeling Trump right now person. But to now I understand. That's not a hypocrite. That's called growth. That's called understanding the other side of the optics. You know, like Christine said, you have to be able to let your guard down and kind of look at it from a different perspective too. I had to watch our country go through turmoil with these immigrants to see that everything that Trump was saying may not have been bad for us. I may have been in my feelings about that, but I can admit that. But I also know how I feel, what I'm seeing, what I'm researching. And like when the guys were saying, you have to record knowledge now. We have to record knowledge now because we have politicians going in here trying to rewrite history. That's the thing. That's been happening for a long time. Let me tell you guys, let me give you guys an example. The telescope. No one can tell you who exactly created the telescope because the true creator was written out of history. So that's why we don't really know who invented it. We know who contributes parts for it, but the American people and people around the world don't get that. This, like I said, this is recycling. This has happened before. All of this has happened. The reason why we don't know it's happened because it's been striking from the history books. And that's what the young man was saying. We have to start re-recording and we have to start taking these accounts down ourselves because our government is going to go in there and wipe it out. That's not me being a hypocrite. That's me being well aware of what's going on. That's just like everybody is depending on the U.S. Government for Google, or not the U.S. government, but Google the GPS. What if the GPS goes out right now and you need to get somewhere? How are you going to get there? Because none of us knows how to read maps. We get
whoa. Only those who haven't been in military don't know how to work in that.
But we don't have a lot of Americans who are in the military.
That's about let's see, 15
people aren't joining the military no more. Our rates are low for joining the military.
Well, there's a reason for that, right? For the lack of military. When you have a weak leader and you have a president that doesn't instill pride in your country, you ain't going to want to serve in that country. A lot of people who live here that are liberal don't like living here, but yet they still live here. It's kind of really an oxymoron if you think about it.
Thomas God created a part. He did not create the microscope. He didn't create the whole thing.
You said telescope.
No, not telescope. I meant microscope. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I said microscope. My bad. But right. No one would know how to navigate anywhere. So that's why when that young man saying we gotta gain this information for ourselves, we can't wait on the government no more because the government is dumbing us down. And that's what I was saying about like this TikTok and people being mad that we want to ban TikTok. The TikTok in China and other places, they don't get the version we get. We get the version to brainwash our children and to brainwash us. We spend so many hours on TikTok. That's why I don't even do my TikToks like that no more. I was like, you know what, Dad, I'll spend more time on TikTok. This is how I found myself, guys. I'm sitting here on TikTok trying to do this. And my son, Mom. It took for me to hear my son say to me, she'll never pay attention to me when she's on TikTok. That snapped in my head. I said, what? And what type of mother am I? And when you hear your child say something like that takes a hold of you and your soul. And then I realized it's hard for me to get off of this thing. But then I realized that in China, they're getting how to educate themselves. And we can't understand why our American education system is so dumbed down. It's because we keep on getting stuff to make us dumb so other people can come over here and take over.
But that's China's agenda, though. They want to make us look stupid and weak. And guess what? They're winning. We have a president that don't even know his name and looks so confused. And that's the biggest problem right now is that weakness has now rattled the entire world. Who knew that one person could literally control the entire world? And it's so sad that when you show weakness, your adversaries will capitalize. Who knew that would be a thing? I just noticed that the dude was bad for us before he came in office, and 4 years later, he completely destroyed everything. And I think that's the biggest travesty we could ever say for this entire government. And that's why I'm saying, like, since he's been in office, he's made it so that it's impossible to take over the government. It shouldn't be. It should be us, the people, that make it happen. But hopefully that changes in the next election.
I hope so too. You know what I want to see for the U.S. people? I want to see us united, to be honest, because when you think about the division the division that we have now wasn't this grand. I can go into so many places and feel comfortable. Now I walk into places uncomfortable because of this division that was just created. And I just want for us all to be like, you know what? Because I see it happening now. It's kind of happening. I see immigrants in New York, Asian immigrants. They came here legally. Italian immigrants, Black folks, white folks, they all protesting outside these shelters. And I'm like, dang, is this what it took for the American people to finally look at each other like, yo, bro, you my sis. Let's stand up and defend our country. Because when you think about it, this is our land. This is our home. So we have to stand up and we have to defend it, even if it's against our government. I mean, I know it's sad. I'm not saying let's go to war toe to toe, but let's get out here at these polls. That's how we take down our government, when we vote the right people in, and when we start protesting and asking for more candidates. We can make that change, but we all have to choose to stand together. And when they throw crumbs at us, we not to take the crumbs, because that's what they do. They throw crumbs at us. That, what was that stuff called? Pandemic money, I think.
So the thing you're saying, give us more candidates. You know, the incumbents usually don't get challenged, and the only one that challenged the incumbent was Robert Kennedy Jr. And he got pushed out so badly by the DNC that he had to go independent because he can't go with the DNC. They won't support him. So he's running as an independent right now, getting double-digit support, almost 20%. That's 20% of Biden's vote he ain't getting. So it's a big problem for him. And his poll numbers look so bad that Trump's beating him by 8 points in the national polls. It's not good for him. That's outside the margin of error. He's got a big problem on his hands, and he's going to now go on overdrive. You think it was bad with this $454 million lawsuit and the 85 indictments, because 6 of them got thrown out. By the way, that dude's going to be acquitted of all charges. All charges will be dismissed. There won't be any problems with this guy. He's going to go right into the freaking White House, and he's going to fire all the DAs because they suck. Every single one. I
don't understand why there's not something in place that looks at both candidates and say neither one of y'all are capable. Neither one of y'all are capable. Because at this point, I believe that I think that Biden, something, I don't know. I feel like he's a puppet. I feel like there's somebody else running the strings behind, because Biden doesn't seem very aware.
Yeah,
am I crazy?
Obama's running the show. This is his third term.
No, I don't think it's Obama, because they don't want nothing to do with this. Obama, from what he went through, that's why Michelle said she's not going to run. It's not Obama.
No, Obama's pulling the strings. He is. That's why it's a problem.
Obama is. Michelle's not even supporting him. I don't know if you know this, but she's not even supporting him this go around, because she's not. They're not. I don't know where you been at. They're not supporting him. She's not happy with the job that he's doing.
No.
Where do you think he came from? Yeah. He was a vice president of, who do you think?
Okay, but also Trump's vice president is speaking out against him too, so we can say the same thing. Tomatoes, right?
We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Biden right now.
No. This is what we're gonna do.
Let's stick to the topic of Biden.
Let me make correlations. So what I can do is make a correlation between the both, because he said to me, where did he come from? And I said that Michelle and Obama's not supporting him. Then you said something about whatever you said. And I said, okay,
correction. What about? I said, where did he come from? Not him. Brandon didn't say that. I said, where did he come from?
Whoever said where he came from. So this is like in the court of law. You opened that Pandora's box for me to correlate both of them, because yes, he came from Obama's camp, and yes, Pence came from Trump's camp, and Pence is also speaking out against Trump. So both parties realize that the people that they affiliated themselves with are not particularly in a good place to run this country, is what I'm saying. So Trump, vice president, felt like he made a mistake attaching himself to Trump, and Obama feels like they made a mistake by attaching themselves to Biden. So there's two parties on here. Yes, watch her interview. That's what she said. Why would I say that these people spoke out against Biden and do not want to support him?
So, Michelle Obama can say anything just to say it. I can say I support Biden 100% and I'm lying out my ass right now. I don't support Biden at all. But I can say
let me
I support him fully. I can lie to you on camera at any time.
see. This is my problem with some people. Y'all feed into delusion of grandeur because 1 second I'm saying Michelle just said she's not supporting him. Then you like, oh yeah, she could be lying. So I guess Pence is lying too. So I guess Trump could have been lying about a lot of stuff too. So I guess when Trump gets back in office, that he is not going to do anything that he says. But this is my issue. When it comes down to your side, y'all don't want to hear nothing. No one else speaks about it. When we speak against
So
it, then you guys know that's in
it seems
delusion.
like you're stuck to what you want to believe, but you gotta open up your eyes and your ears and wake up. You gotta wake up.
Right.
It's not what you see and what you hear all the time. It's not always what they give to you. You gotta search for it.
Yeah. There's a thing that's out that came out, Laura, that why this makes sense. This is Obama's third term. Obama was interviewed and said, you know, I wish I could do like everything behind and have a front person that could be the face. So if anything screws up, it's that person that gets the slack and not me. He said that on an interview. You can go look it up yourself. I think it was ABC Dateline. Then there's another thing that happens that's kind of like makes a trend, right? So Obama's in the White House. We have a catastrophic economic disaster. We have a problem with businesses leaving the country and going to China. Well, Trump comes in, fixes all that. Then Biden comes in, hires his entire cabinet mimicking Obama's cabinet. Literally every single person put in the same positions that were working for Obama. And guess what happened? An economic collapsing's happening. We have inflation's out of control, and businesses are fleeing the country again. I don't know. Like it's making it look like there's a third term Obama going on around here. That's not delusion. That's just like observation.
No, I'm just not for a lot of stuff. I'm just not for a lot of stuff. I see a lot of stuff going on, and I watch how certain bases operate, and I just don't be for it. Like you guys, we're gonna have to disagree to disagree, I guess. Like I said, Obama couldn't run crap in office when he was there. Nothing that he needed to get done was done because he couldn't get it past the Senate or Congress. So miraculously, this black man is behind here pulling the strings of Joe Biden. Yeah, I believe not. But you guys can believe that man didn't even have, that man had no power to make Black America great.
Let me get this straight. Hold on. Wait 1 second. I got to give you pushback big time because do you know how long Biden was working for Obama under Obama?
That's different. He was working.
Do you think they're not still connected in some way?
Miss Christine, once you become the boss, your old employer is not about to pull strings. If I worked at McDonald's as a fry cook, and then I get bumped up and my old boss is now my employee, there is nothing that he's about to tell me that I'm about to listen to. I'm not about to write anything the way that he told me because now I'm in position. Now it is my time to run the company the way I see fit. Because I done looked at his past mistakes and I feel like his past mistake isn't going to take the company in the right direction. So yeah, no. Obama was not good for the Democratic Party. Obama wasn't good. Anybody who knows me knows I was not happy with the work that Obama did. I'm not an Obama supporter. I voted for him only because he was the only candidate that I seen fit. That's my
reason why.
Maybe you should start
Obama was liked because
that you actually think is going to do a good job instead of just vote.
I did. And guess what? They always drop out because they never have the money, or you do write-ins, and guess what? These people never make it. And so then there comes a point where you're saying, okay, this does not matter. My vote really doesn't matter. Because when I'm voting opposite and yet I'm not seeing any of these changes, now I'm in the mindset of why vote? Why vote when the people that I know can help change this country aren't even given an option? Now I always got to choose the lesser evils. Why is that? Why is that a thing in the
You're
US? Why we always
contradicting
got to choose the
yourself.
lesser evils?
Earlier, you just said we need to go to the polls. Which is it? You want us to vote or you don't?
You still should go to the polls. I just said that's the point that I got to. That's a point that I got. So have you, let me say something. Let me ask you a question. Have you not went through things in life and you say, okay, I don't understand this. So I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a breather. And then once you take a break and you take a breather, you come back and you say, okay, I still got to do this. I still got to push through this. But now I know a little bit something. That's everyone in life. You have to go back and
You just
reevaluate.
said
Just
earlier that we need, for a change, we need to go to the polls. This is something like within 10 minutes that you just said this. So I'm not understanding what you're getting at, because you're saying
it doesn't
it's
mean
pointless
that
to vote and then you need to go to the poll.
because you're not a logical thinker. Because you
No,
acting
I'm
like
a
you
very
don't.
logical thinker.
You're
I can see
like
through the bullshit. I'm
you're
not
acting
brainwashed.
like you don't know how life works. You're
And I
acting
also
like you
don't
can't go
overtalk
through.
people.
You're
When they're
acting.
talking, I don't
You're
overtalk
acting
them.
like because I was talking and you cut me off.
Okay,
No,
ladies,
I was
let's have civil
reacting to what
discourse
you're
here.
saying. You keep talking and then you've already belittled me in the beginning. You said that's what happens to listening when you don't
listen,
to listening.
lady, you came
This
for
is not
me.
how you debate.
You came for me.
I didn't come for you.
You can't come for me.
Nobody's coming at each
Literally
other.
not even
Laura.
You can't come for me and then you think you dictate how I respond to you. That's
No,
not
I'm
how
just
that
saying
works.
you're contradicting yourself. I'm not
Now you
coming
want to
for
be a
anyone.
victim. Now you're a victim.
This is an open
Now you're a
debate. This is
victim.
about changing other people's mind. If you want to be that passionate and you want to be that headstrong, then this debate's not going to be good for you because you're not open-minded enough. You have to be
Baby girl,
open-minded to have these
I've been doing
discussions.
this for a very long time, and
Right,
I've been
but you're
on the.
getting aggressive. You're getting aggressive for no
There we
reason.
go. There go that word. There go that word. Now I am
All right.
aggressive. Now I am
Laura,
because
hold on.
that's
There you go.
Be
This
All
is
right, take a breather.
pointless.
Laura,
be
pause.
fast.
Pause.
No, I'm not taking
Okay,
it either.
everybody,
Nope,
pause
she
real
don't
quick.
get to call me. She don't get to call
Hold
me
on,
aggressive.
hold on.
She don't get to call
take a
me
breather.
aggressive and then mute her
Okay.
mic.
Just hang
Because
on a second.
women who can't go toe to toe or hold
Okay.
their own,
No,
that's what you
it's not toe to
label
toe
black
thing.
women as
Let's
aggressive. You said what
hang
you
on.
said to me, very passive like, and
Okay,
I
but
said what I said back
pause.
to you.
It's gonna blow up. Let's just take a breather real quick. Let me speak a little bit. Let me speak a little bit. All right, and then you guys come back. All right, just goose fraba real quick. I just don't want anybody talking over each other because then nobody in chat can hear y'all, and I want people to hear you guys, right? So why I have this opinion about the Obama running the show is because there are things he's doing in behind the scenes that got picked up. Like, why are you over there talking with the people in the UK? Why are you having a meeting with the UN in private? What are you doing over there? Why isn't Biden over there? So that means there's something going on that's bigger than what we can see with our own two eyes. Now, another thing is why I think they're not telling you publicly. Yeah, they might have had disagreements in their during the time that Joe Biden was vice president and kind of like felt like Joe was being put down by Obama because he always told him if he was ever run for president, he would screw it up. So he's trying to show him one like, oh yeah, well, Obama, I got this. I brought 13 million jobs, but the dude didn't create them. They were already there. It's just nobody was working. So it was like, it's like there were already people that had jobs. They were just not able to fill them until they gave the okay to come back. So if really he only created like 4 million probably total jobs were created, but those weren't jobs that were created. Those were government jobs created. They opened up positions for the government people. He expanded government. So going back to you guys now, I would like Alora to speak first, but please let's be respectful, and then Christina, you respond, but try not to be don't be disrespectful to each other. Don't say anything that would be deceived as like, hey, this is like derogatory towards me. Let's try to keep it real civil, guys. Now, go ahead. Rap battle. Let's go.
So to say what you were saying about Obama being in the UK, all presidents have done that when they left office. They still have works that they do outside of it. Michelle Obama's a lawyer, so she's still working on things. Every president has done it. Bush has done it. Clinton has done it. So I understand why y'all saying Obama's running stuff in the background. I just feel like sometimes you guys say things and you don't have facts. There has been nothing proven to say that he's in the background with this campaign. The Bidens and Obamas aren't really, from what we're hearing, aren't really on the same page. That's what I'm saying. Just like Pence and Trump is not on the same page. Pence says that he doesn't like what Trump is doing. That's why he is not going to run as his vice president. This is out there. This is in the news. We have interviews with Pence saying this, but I bring this up and that's not true. That's just not this. So what are my eyes and ears supposed to believe when I'm hearing it from the horse's mouth? That's my issue. And thank you, Dennis. I am not mad. It is passion.
Yeah, we get it. That's why I would like, when you start like talking and then everybody else is talking, but no one can hear y'all guys because you're talking, it kind of like, it doesn't help hear you guys' conversation. I don't mind the differences in opinion, but go ahead.
D-Page will tell you when I'm on interviews, I'm usually calm and cool. You know that. You work with me. But there are trigger words. And I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to act like a victim, but this is the truth. When it comes to Black women speaking our truth, we get labeled as aggressive. She used that word to strike me down, and I didn't like that. So yeah, I've raised my voice. I apologize to everyone for raising my voice. I am a passionate person. No, I'm not 100% right. I just sat here and agreed with this lady. I've agreed with you on certain things, but there's things that I still believe in my gut is right. My only thing is I just want the U.S. to be okay. That's my concern. I love my country. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't want people in office who cannot benefit this country. Am I passionate? Yes. Am I always right? No.
Right. All good. Now for the response, go ahead.
So this isn't at all about race. I don't know how that came in the picture, but just because I say aggressive, it doesn't automatically tie to your race. It ties to any woman, any man. Somebody can be very aggressive when they start belittling somebody and they start kind of they're raising their voice, they're being rude, they're over talking people. That's aggressive. When you're having like a conversation, you kind of want to be open to everyone talking. You don't want to overtalk. I've gotten to a point where I was aggressive in some of these podcasts because I've got excited about a certain thing, but because I was already fighting with that person. So we were both fighting. That's the difference. And I'm not trying to fight with you at all. I'm listening to all of your views, Allure, and I'm trying to open my mind to it. But at the same time, I know for a fact what you're saying is not true. So there's no way that you can sway my opinion because I've already judged by everything that you've stated. It doesn't align with what I already know. That's the fact.
There's some people in life that I know I'm never going to sway their opinion. There's some people in life that would never like me. I'm totally okay with that. That is your right, but I'm talking to the public. So you're not the only person on here. I'm speaking my facts to the public. When I tell people to get out here and do their education, when I tell people get out here and vote, when I tell people to get out here and do your due diligence, I'm trying to give them meaningful information. I'm telling them don't just take my word as bond or as law. You have to get out here and get this information for myself. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to speak on something and say I know all the answers. I ain't got the answer, Sway. That's what I'm saying. But this is my thing. But so Dennis, the immunity. Dennis, you know me very well. I don't care about immunity. But that's what I'm saying. But that word that you use, you very much well knew what you were doing. and
So, so
you.
did that word trigger you in some way, even though it's a real word that everybody uses? Like,
Let me
I can
tell
use
you.
the word mad. Why are you getting
Listen.
mad? Why are you getting upset?
I'm gonna call you on what it is. Because Dennis, that's your play buddy. I'm not your play buddy. I don't need you. But I'm gonna tell you just like this. I know women like you. You play the game, then you call victim, and then when someone call you out on it, then you want to act like you're running into a shell. Now you feel attacked. Now you want to be the victim. You come onto this platform.
Oh, I'm never a victim. I would never
You get
be.
to voice your
I would
opinion.
never be.
You
Never
get
be
to
a
voice
victim
your
ever
opinion, and then
in
the
my
moment
life.
I've watched this show, the moment someone comes at you, then they're attacking you, then they're
I
aggressive.
would
I
never say, I
recognize,
don't even use the word attacking. Where are you
guys.
getting to see?
I recognize
You're taking information and you're twisting
I
around. I never
recognize
once
behavior.
said somebody's
I
attacking me
recognize
ever in my
behavior.
whole life.
I
I would
recognize
never. I
behavior.
stand up for myself all the time. That's what you're seeing. Me standing up for myself.
Baby girl, you just try to use a trigger word so that you can
Trigger word.
activate.
You're
You
triggered
try
off
to
of
use
a
a
basic
trigger word
word,
so you can
aggressive.
activate
That's
and get sympathy
basic.
in the comments. That's what it is. I know your type. I know
Yeah,
your
you don't
type.
make any sense. Brandon,
Perfect sense.
she makes no
The
sense.
problem with
I'm gonna
you is
just sit
the
back and I'm
problem
gonna
with
listen to
you
you
is that
guys
you just
because
went
there's no
from
getting
head
through
to
to
toe,
her. I
and now
was
Okay.
you
open
feeling
to
some
it,
type of way. You feel
but
embarrassed,
as you
baby.
can
But it's
see, she
okay.
doesn't even let anyone talk.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and sit back and just enjoy the show.
I thought you stand on
Gotcha.
your own. Don't let me shut you up, baby. You just call me aggressive. Get up there. Put your gloves on
Um,
and come walk
Laura,
with me.
Laura, let's try not to be
I'm out of here. I'm gonna tell you just like this. Don't ever tell me don't try to be like nothing. Because you know how I am. Y'all know I give the utmost respect. You didn't put
I
that lady in her place the moment she said what she said to me because you want to pity her.
Laura.
If you
There's no
can't, if
pity.
you can't
There's no
stand on
pity.
your own 2 feet and you can't go to toe with a big personality, yet you're on this platform, you want someone to stand up and defend you,
Laura.
then this is the place for you, but it's not the place for me. Thank you guys for having me, D Page. Thank you, but this ain't it for me. Goodbye.
Okay. So so guys, now it's just me and Christina. So check this. In regards to the situation that just happened, this is what I like to say about it. When it comes to problems that occur between two peoples, this is the exact thing that I was saying is a problem with society as a whole. I would like that people have differences in opinions and still be able to have conversation and not get triggered by words. And I think that's the biggest problem right now, that it's just the things that are being said that are misconstrued or taken out of context. I don't think there was any malintent on both sides. What I think was there was a disagreement, and the disagreement just boiled over. And Laura just said she's just she needed some time, and I apologize if this feels like it's a little chaotic for you guys, but you're probably used to it with Dennis and all. Hey, I'm not saying that she wasn't defending herself. What I'm saying is there should be a disagreement without having to leave the whole entire thing. And I don't think that was fair to anyone, like you guys in general. I'm not saying that she needed to not defend herself. It's just that I would like not let it be a situation where it would blow out of proportion. I would just be like, okay,
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think she had kind of an
So
idea of who I am and how I talk from previous
yeah,
lives, and she kind
I'm
of
not sure.
got that notion, but I didn't want it to go that way. I was open to
Right.
what she was saying, but I also was gonna say like something if she said those certain things that conflict, I'm gonna speak up, or she's disagreeing with me, I'm gonna try to, tell her, hey, what about this? What about this? None of
Oh,
anything that I
so
said was offensive.
Jerome, not true, sir. I was actually impartial on both sides. I was just trying to get people to be able to talk without talking over. Christina could tell you, and Laura could tell you, I am not trying to. I just don't want people talking over each other. That's it. Shouldn't
Yeah,
have to
he
do
would
that.
never go on any, I've never heard him go on anyone's side like, hey, don't do that. Like, he's open to both. He's trying to be like kind of the mediator in the middle.
Right.
like for
I
both
wanted y'all to
act.
have the conversation. Exactly.
Yeah, and I wanted to have a conversation, but for some reason that word aggressive triggered her. I honestly didn't mean to trigger her. If I would have known that was something that was going to trigger, I would never have said it. But
Cut this.
I don't know what happened. I really don't.
Why
Hi,
she?
Dennis. I don't know what happened.
Why
Dennis.
she? What I don't understand is why
I'm
did she like run?
I'm
She
sorry,
didn't
Dennis.
care about it.
I gotta
just
text her. Why did she run?
She didn't
She
like.
got
She
mad.
thought I was defending Christina. I wasn't though.
No, she saw my comment that I'm about to come on because she called me out for no reason. I took a shot. I'm just here minding my business. I'm sitting here doing my work. I'm taking shots. Look, you gotta understand. Christina gets immunity because she's, I'm sorry, she's Christina. She gets immunity, but I'm gonna be fair. From what it sounded like, and y'all brought these numbers. Y'all got freaking 235 people in here. The problem I think with Valor, and I know a few people that's close to me agree with what she was rocking with, is that she is a liberal, and liberals are unhinged, and liberals don't understand that facts don't care about your feelings. So when you make a statement that's based on fact and reality, liberals, they get upset and they start to like try to find a way out instead of debating the argument. Now, I will say if Christina indeed said that Laura was coming off aggressive, I wouldn't call it aggressive. It's just with, once again, liberals. Most conservatives will sit back and let them talk. Then when it's our turn, we start talking and they cut us off and say how we're wrong before we get our point across. So it does come off like that if that happened. But if she just straight said she was aggressive because her voice tone and all that, then that was nasty work. But Christina still gets immunity. So how was it? I mean, y'all tell me. I didn't hear it because I was doing this work.
No, Maverick. No.
What Maverick talking about? Low IQ statement. The statement I made is actually on point. I'm trying to get her to come
y'all
back.
folks soft as fuck nowadays. What happened to words not hurting? Well, Ron, words don't hurt me. It's just like that's like I was saying is the biggest problem with the world is that people just don't have a way of just like talking out the problems, the differences, and like having it go through a process. Like there's supposed to be some pushback, and then after the pushback, y'all guys come to an understanding. And during the pushback, she was just very upset and just didn't want to stay. So that's fine. I don't have any hate towards anybody. I was trying to be mediator again. I was trying to keep it so both sides could talk, because obviously differences in opinion were there, right? Everybody had difference in opinion, and they were saying what they saw. And
She's coming back.
She is good.
Yeah,
because
Brandon,
I want
what's the main
this
topic?
conversation to finish.
What
I don't want
started
it
the
to
topic?
be an issue. The
Yeah.
topic was about Obama and Biden, and like how they're supporting each other. And Alora was saying that Michelle Obama isn't supporting the Biden administration, and yet Christina goes, no, it's actually a thing. They are. And then Laura says, no, she's said it out public. And then I'm like, well, then they started yelling at each other after the tone started getting loud. It started getting louder. And then that's when the aggressive chat came out, and then the pushback, and then it went back and forth, but they were talking over each other. So I was like, hold on, guys, take a breather. Let me talk, and then we'll get back. And then Laura got real upset, and then she wanted to roll.
Let me say this. Let me say this to y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all this. Y'all wow. Y'all wow, bro.
You don't run away until I get to talk though. Don't run.
First of all, I walked out because when I get to a certain point, then I can become a professional. But this is your platform. I'm trying to have respect. I've been on here multiple times. I've never had an issue like this. I had someone call me a B word before. I didn't trip about it. He apologized. We had a good conversation. The problem was I know when someone's gaslighting me, and I know when someone's trying to play the victim card. I walked out of here because I'm trying to have respect for the people that's on your platform, the people who watch your platform. I don't know how you really run your platform, but the fact of my issue with Bivaz was Bivaz straddles the fence, and he didn't want to call her out for what it was. No one likes to stand on the side of right. When you said, "Oh, girl got immunity," then he feels like, okay, that's his right hand. I don't care if she gets immunity. I really don't. These your people. This is my thing. I'm gonna say this. You know me,
I
Dennis.
was not on the fence.
You could be a billionaire right here, right now. And if I feel like something is not right, I'm gonna walk away with money on the table. I will walk away from it because I have my integrity and I have my pride. I don't care what position no one's in. I tell people all the time, I will stand my ground. I was very respectful. She kept cutting me off. And I said, okay, now I have to speak up louder because I can't get a word in. When Pastor was on here, he said something. I was quiet. Then I said something. That's how it's been going the whole time. She got on here and she keeps over talking me. And I'm like, okay, but this is what I'm trying to say. And then now I'm the aggressive one when you the one who overtalked me. And then this, oh, Laura gave pushback. You damn right I gave pushback.
All right, so I'm gonna be impartial here, and Laura, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way because you got mad because you said I was on the fence. I was on the fence. I'm not shadowing the fence. What I was trying to do is so you guys don't talk over each other. But you started pushing on her first when she had 15 minutes to talk. You cut her off on one topic that she was mentioning about the whole Trump situation, and then you butted in. But she was supposed to have 15 minutes.
And I apologized to her. And you never said 15 minutes of nothing, Bivaz. When I cut her off, I said, oh, my bad. Yeah, you're right. And then she stated what she said. And I said, yeah, you're right, Christine. I agree with that. I said, I actually agree with what Christine said. That's what I said. And then when you said what you were saying, and then she's like, yeah, this and that was still my time to talk. She chimed in. You said nothing about that. So she could chime in when I'm addressing you, but I can't chime in when she's
15 minutes of she had 15 minutes of uninterrupted to go over every single topic. She wasn't even done yet because we had covered a lot of topics. And right when she got into the whole
I'm calling you on bullshit. The chats will tell you. The chats will tell you.
All right. I know what I said. And everyone else who in chat did not hear me say 15 minutes. I'm sorry you guys didn't hear 15 minutes, but you can go back. You can go back.
Were talking. I responded to you.
So I got the pothead saying she did have 15 minutes. That was one of the things I said initially coming in.
Exactly. Butting in is aggressive. Bivaz, you did not say 15 minutes. You did not tell me Christine had 15 minutes. I was talking to you, Bivaz. You said that Obama
said Christina. I was like, Christina's in the chat, y'all. Christina's in the chat.
She's gonna have 15 minutes. You said to me, Obama is the puppet for Biden. I said, Bivaz, no, he's not. I said his wife says that she's not supporting him. And then Christina jumped in and she said something and she admitted to that. And I said that I was responding to her and I was correlating Trump, Biden, Pence not supporting Trump and Obama not supporting Biden. That's where it was at. Where are you talking about? You never said 15 minutes.
Initially, when she first came in, as she was going over each topic, she was mentioning one thing that you disagreed with, and that's when you started talking. She wasn't done. She didn't even get past the part where she got in with the Diddy stuff.
About? She
didn't talk about Diddy.
The video. Bivaz, she been talked about the video. She came back and she said, Christine, interrupt me if I'm lying. She said, you have to watch the videos. She says, my issue is people, they want to believe what they want to believe. And I had interjected and I said, well, Christine, the problem is that people's interpretation. She was done after that. We had got onto the Obama thing about him being a puppet of Joe Biden. So what you're saying is not accurate. No one's going to sit here and gaslight me at all. And that's why I said you're straddling the fence.
Okay. There's so many inconsistencies here. She doesn't, when she talks like backwards. Like she's not saying accurate information at all. Like when she says Obama was the puppet to Biden, she means Biden is the puppet to Obama. And I don't know why she switches words around. And she said that I didn't. She said that Biden didn't say I had she said Brandon didn't say I had 15 minutes at the beginning. When I first came on, before I came on, he said, when I came on, he said, you have 15 minutes. She's saying he never said that. And she's saying that I had time.
I did not hear that. But Christine, right or wrong, did we not address the part where you said you have to go and watch the videos? You had said that, and then he moved on to the part about Biden.
Wasn't done talking. So
because he had talked about Biden being a puppet.
Also,
and
Dennis,
after that,
she said that I was being aggressive because she's a black woman specifically. I don't know how those two tie together. Because
called you aggressive.
No, let me.
No, see what she's saying. DJ, she just said I never called you aggressive. I didn't say it. She said I was aggressive. I said
no. I heard.
Called me aggressive.
Let Dennis talk. Let Dennis talk.
I heard the end. Both of y'all. I heard the end of. Look, let me say this. Just give me like 6 minutes. Okay, give me 6 minutes to just cook. But let me say this. First off, Brandon, Alora. I don't know when Christina came on. Christina,
1 hour in.
Pastor, whoever came on, but big shout out to Brandon and Alora for Brandon contacted me, just so y'all know the backstory. Contacted me on Friday and said he wanted to have an educated, conversation, or Wednesday, whatever, on this topic. So I reached out to a bunch of people, a few of them in the chat, and I said, can y'all come on? And then I knew with Christina, I was going to reach out to Christina and we were going to do the nightcap at 9. But then when I saw y'all on here, like with the numbers and everybody loving it in the chat, I'm like, you know what? No nightcap. I'm going to just wait and just do tomorrow and try to get something going with Christina. But Brandon, he proposed this topic. And then I'm like, I reached out to a few people and I'm like, hold on, wait. I just talked to Laura on Friday. I had Thursday, I had a heart-to-heart. Like, you can do this, you can make this happen, but you got to think outside the box. Stop thinking like more of the liberal side of things. Try to think what you see in front of you as being right. So I'm like, Brennan, I'm gonna hit up Laura. She'll be perfect to do it. The same thing we used to do. Just now it's gonna be a professional. I'm not gonna say professional, but more of like, a fun, educated conversation. So when y'all came on, I just wanted to give y'all a shout out. Good job, because you got to Christina. She did her show and she brought numbers. Y'all brought numbers. Everybody bringing numbers, and people in the chat are enjoying you guys. Doing these lives without me. Low key. I'm jumping on late, so I want to give y'all all praise. Y'all all doing a good job. I'm probably gonna change this channel name back to Amazing Network, so that we're gonna do more of these. But it's gonna be in-house. I mean, tight knit. It's gonna only be like y'all and then Christina, of course. And like I said, let me address that too. The reason why I said she got immunity, because I disrespected her, and she was one of the only people that had my back when times were tough. For this channel, for me. And when me and her went to wars, because she was hurt, because she felt like I turned my back on her when she needed me the most, which I kind of did, not knowingly, because of the way I treated her with this a guy that they called a tour guide. So that's the reason why I say she has immunity, because she does no wrong. But now in this situation, I will say, Christina, the only thing I'd say that you did wrong in this situation with Allure is that Black folks, we get called angry and mad for being loud and talking. Like, this is our normal voice half the time. Like, Stephen A. Smith made it like cool to like and fun to listen to somebody talk louder and more with more energy. And people consider it us being mad and angry. That's the reason why she said that she felt some kind of way, because you said she's coming aggressive. She wasn't aggressive. She was just debating you in like a passionate way. When you really love something and you're really fighting for something, you're going to be more but it doesn't mean she's mad, because I don't be mad. Like right now I'm not mad, but people might think I'm mad. So then what we have, Laura, what you need to listen.
I would never disrespect somebody that, I mean, what reason would I have to be disrespecting her?
No, Christina,
and she was belittling me earlier. She said, this is where you use your listening or something like that.
Okay, hold on,
I'm
Christina,
not listening. She said that a couple
times. Hold on, Christina, before you do that, let me finish this point. Give me about 3 more minutes, because and then we'll go back to that, because I don't want people to think I'm playing favorites, because there's no favorites. It's just fact. We'll go back to that. Here's the situation. Okay. what I see, and before, like I said, give me 3-4 minutes. Women, I was talking to Cali Girl about this. I said that you guys are close to the devil due to the fact that I call devil anger and like negativity and bad, because of the fact when men, we argue, like I can walk away, or I can say, bro, I love you, man. Let's just piece it up. I don't get mad because we are close to God to where we're going to try to make positive out of everything. Like no matter what bad happens, we're going to do that. Most men. But now you have these weak men who are like, spawns of like women, to where they're literally acting like women, to where they are angry and they got to fight with the other. They can't just say, you know what, let's agree to disagree. And on this channel, I deal with a lot of men who come off like women, always disagreeing, always got to be nasty, always got to disrespect. So you got to understand, when I say devil, I'm not saying you guys are the devil. And Cali Girl hated me making this point the other day. It's just that you got to look yourself in the mirror and be like, you know what? Why can't we agree to disagree? So, Christina, I think the problem that you and the Lord face, and we'll address y'all situation, is that Brandon is just being moderate, but he's more on the side of facts. Lord, Christina is on the side of facts, not feelings. What you, I think, are still experiencing, being more, not liberal, but being more on that side, is that a lot of liberals, Cali Girl, she's not liberal, but she's on that side more. You guys go off emotion. So if I say that the homeless dude that's been crapping out in front of this store, I'm all for put him in a homeless shelter. And if he leaves that homeless shelter or mental institution, taking him the second time or third time he gets caught, putting him in the desert community, those people can live there. If he leaves that desert to come back to crapping in that same spot, then he gets tossed in front. He gets tossed over a volcano, lava. He's done. That's what I'm on. I'm a conservative, though, more so minded person, to where you can't take away somebody else's freedom and let's say quality of life because you want to just impose yourself on it. But then you would have a Cali Girl, oh my God, why are you saying that? You're so insensitive. You're so nasty. Why are you saying somebody deserves to die for crapping in front of a store? That's the difference. I think, Laura, you got to understand that I'm not the law, see? But I don't make the law. But what I'm saying, though, is, yep, it ain't murder, though.
No, but you can't go around talking about black people and how they murder people and then say, like, we should go murder people that are breaking the law.
Mm-hmm.
No, you get 3 strikes and then you're out.
No, but you didn't say that before.
No, you got your hope. If he craps in front of the store,
Careful.
Straight up, we should just murder them.
not murder. You're putting them in a proper place. You're relocating them to hell because they're going to lava.
So, Dennis, can I rebuttal what you just said?
Okay, good. Okay. Cali Girl, if you want to have this debate, how about tomorrow we can do the debate and then you can make that point. Let me just couple more minutes. I promise, couple more minutes. Let me just say this. We're gonna do okay, the lava was a joke. Put him in a desert.
You have no jurisdiction.
Because I gave this is what I mean by this is what I mean by the devil.
My boy, habeas corpus.
This is what I mean by the devil and women. She's literally knows I'm joking about the lava, but instead of her taking that as a joke, realizing that it would be helpful, she's going crazy right now. But y'all can go ahead.
Oh my
Dennis,
gosh.
I'm gonna say this. You just told me that I don't speak on facts. You've known me for a long time. I've always spoken on facts. I have always been
I can't say that.
I have on my podcast, I can run it back. I have been able to produce facts. I've had Vivast search for facts for me when producing it. I just gave them facts about the Michelle not supporting, what's the name? They just told me that's BS. Okay, I told them about Pence doing an interview that he's not supporting Trump. So why is these not facts when these come from the horse's mouth? I'm gonna say this because I love you. You guys have been my friends since grade school. I'm gonna say this. I am not the person who's gonna get on anybody's podcast and let anyone belittle me and tell me I'm not bringing facts when a lot of information that I know that's coming from a certain of my friends are not accurate information when they get information from websites that are biased. That's why I told everybody on here, do your research. You don't just use certain websites because certain websites are geared and sponsored by certain affiliates. I'm gonna say this right here, right now.
No, Lord, hold on, Lord. I don't want you to run. Wait, let's get to the topic.
I'm not running. Can I finish?
But Lord, the topic is you said that President Obama is ran by Biden when everybody knows that Obama is still taking meetings for President Biden. That's a fact. Okay, Pence is a traitor to the freaking.
Why is he a traitor? Why is he a traitor?
He's a traitor because what Trump did January 6th was not a freaking insurrection. What he did was a rally that he requested 2 days prior. Okay, he requested for the police department to send in, or National Guard to come to assist the police department. But Nancy Pelosi and I forgot the other lady who had control of freaking allowing National Guard to come in to assist the DC police. Okay, they said no, they didn't want them, even though they knew that it was going to be a big crowd. But guess what? Black Lives Matter. Why did the National Guard show up for that? But then you have now white Americans who are angry about the election. Why wouldn't you have them? So what I'm saying, Lori, is
because
you
no
probably
one
consider that an insurrection still. That
was not expected to happen. That has never happened.
It was expected to happen. It was over 100,000 people that showed up.
When you say Black Lives Matter, you already expect rioted. So that's why the National
Guard
is
looting, murdering, killing,
not just killing,
everything.
Let's not do that.
No, that's the truth. That's what happened.
So listen, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all know, for Dennis followers, I do not think in the same way as Dennis and B Vast. I know
you don't. What was worse, the insurrection or Black Lives Matter in DC? What destroyed? What was worse?
Let me tell you why the insurrection to the American people, seems worse than Black Lives Matter. Sometimes some people are expected that type of stuff, but no one expects for American people to raid their own capital.
They didn't take anything. They were escorted in.
That's stuff that we expect to have. People were charged with taking stuff because they were taking stuff out of it.
Lord, those people, it was 20, 30 people maybe that you saw on video that was disrespecting like an office. Everybody else has walked in. Do I need to put a video up of the police department, the DC police walking people and like, come on in. These people are getting released. And when Trump get in office, he's going to give immunity. He's going to freaking
there was officers there who got fired because those officers weren't even doing their job because those officers agreed with those people.
No. The officers, they thought that
there were a couple.
You know, you're allowed in the Capitol building, Laura. You know that's a public office. You can go in and just you can just go in. You're a public person. I mean, citizen. You know, you can walk in.
Do you not remember some of the officers getting in trouble? Then one of them went home and ate a bullet over this. This is
crazy. He ate a bullet because he already was. First off, he was already suicidal. Okay, it was already known. And then the other guy already had heart issues. Nobody died other than that white chick. She's the only one that died, and she died because of a weak ass black dude, a cop that shot her. She was coming through the window. She wasn't no threat, but he shot her through the window, and she died. But here's the situation, Laura. You don't know the facts, and I'm giving you the facts of the matter. You can see the video, but instead of you going off the facts, you're going off feelings.
That's what I said. It's interpretation. From the way you see it and the way I seen it, we don't agree on the same things. That's just like these killings where we see people killed, and we look at the video, and one side of the person says, I can see how that could be murder, but then I can see how that could be self-defense. It's all about perspectives. And you sitting here acting like there's just one way to view it, and it's not, because everyone views things differently. That's what I was saying to Christine. That's what I was saying to her. I said, I get what you're saying, but it's interpretation. Everyone does not interpret one thing the same way. That's like the Bible. Everyone has their own meaning in interpreting the Bible. That's life. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said,
Laura, I can't see. This is what we can't do right now. See, I'm doing what Christina was trying to do, but I know how to debate. We're not changing subjects. What we're talking.
That's not changing subjects. That's giving you an example.
Make your point, but stay on this insurrection or Black Lives Matter, because this is the problem, Laura. We gotta put a button on this one point, and then we can move on. Facts versus feelings. Liberals, y'all all about feelings. I'm about fact. Black Lives Matter rallies, and every city was looting, murdering, killing like no other, robbing. But the insurrection, nobody got robbed. Nobody died other than a white chick the whole day. And then the cops let them in the Capitol building.
Insurrection. That's what he just said.
The Supreme Court ruled that there was no insurrection, 9-0. Just so you know, there was none. 9-0.
Oh my God. That's just. just because the Supreme Court said it, I'm just gonna believe
No,
it.
Laura,
Okay.
what was worse? Black Lives Matter in DC, because I know you saw the video from
The
DC.
government said they care about all people. I'm just gonna believe that.
No, but
too.
Laura, what was worse? Black Lives Matter the whole freaking year, destroying all the black cities. Okay, nobody charged, or this insurrection that they put a bunch of white folks in jail. And even if you weren't even in the Capitol building, you went to jail. What's worse?
Carlos Abrams said the Supreme
See,
Court
you
did
see how
not
she
rule on the
deflects?
insurrection.
You see how you deflect?
Yeah.
You deflecting.
So
Answer the
the
question.
Supreme
What's worse?
Court
I didn't
ruled
deflect.
that Trump
I
cannot
wanted to
be removed
hold on.
from the
I
ballot
wanted
based on the
hold on.
14th Amendment for causing an insurrection because there was no insurrection, there was no crime, there was no
Exactly.
charge. That
They
means it
didn't
never
have
happened. What happened was a bunch of undercover agents went in there, started
Oh,
problems, and people were trying to stop them. And guess what? The people, those agents, won and caused a mayhem in the Capitol and never got caught. You know who got caught? Everybody who was set up. That was a honeypot. And anyone who went down there got caught up in a entrapment. That was full on entrapment set up by our own government. It is so messed up.
But Laura, you're not. This is the problem, Laura. You see how you won't tackle the topic. You won't answer the question. What was worse? Black Lives Matter for a year,
you
or
guys, bro,
Valley Girl,
you
let's
guys got people in the chats that are giving you guys facts. Y'all are overlooking those facts, and y'all trying to sway that to
give me a
to
fact,
make
Laura. Laura, give me a fact on this issue.
what Carlos was saying. He's not lying on that. I'm not about. I
That
can't
has
pull
nothing
up.
to do with
As you
it.
can
Though
see,
we're not
you
moving,
see this?
Laura. We're
You
not
see
moving the
this?
goalposts right now. The insurrection was
my
not an
phone,
insurrection.
listen, my
It
phone
could
is
have been
about to die,
deterred.
so I'm not about to try to do that, or else I have to go downstairs to do that. My issue is I'm fatigued. I'm fatigued.
From what?
I
You haven't answered the
because
question yet.
because there's no point of me going back and forth with you guys.
It's not back and forth. You're one-on-one with me. This is what you wanted. Because I said liberals can't have an argument without getting in their feelings. And you're proving me right because you can't get in it. You're in your feelings.
Dennis, it's not about me. It's not, Dennis, hold on. It's not about me being in my feelings. It's about me. I can say something to you. You're going to try to spin it in circles 50 million ways.
Give me one.
And you're not going to have one fact to back that up with.
Give me
not
one.
one fact.
Give me one.
Not one fact.
Give me something that we're wrong on.
You guys are sitting here saying that there were agents for the insurrection. Prove that.
I'm not gonna listen. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that those people. I'm not saying that. No, Brandon said that. I'm just saying that wasn't an insurrection. That the government, it could have been stopped. But Nancy Pelosi, she decided to turn down the National Guard that Trump requested because he knew that he was going to bring out thousands of people because they felt like they got cheated and he was doing the right thing. But Nancy Pelosi denied it. Laura, you got Google right in front of you. You got your computer. Look it up right now. You're going to see he requested it because they did a whole insurrection board, whatever it's called. You know, they go over people should be charged, how it happened. And they found because the guy came in and said the DC police chief said that he requested for National Guard, but they turned it down the day before. He wanted National Guard. That wouldn't have happened. But guess what? Black Lives Matter rally. Guess what they did? Black Lives Matter. They sent in the National Guard because they figured the blacks can't act right.
How many Black Lives rallies did they have where they did?
It was one in every city.
Listen, I'm asking a question. You're not hearing me all the way out. That they didn't have the guard in place, and then crap happened. So when Black Lives Matters protests, they aren't prepared to send the guard in because they know it's going to end in something burning or someone's getting aggressive or something like that. History has proven that. So now they already know to prepare for that. That's just like when we know we're about to get a hurricane, they declare a state of an emergency. No one expected for that to happen. That's why the National Guard was not sent out. No one thought there was going to be an insurrection on the Capitol. In order to have known that, they had needed an oracle. Someone needed to call Keanu from the Matrix and tell him to bring the oracle, because no one in America would have ever seen that happening. That's why they did not deploy the National Guard. Dennis, can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, we don't hear you, dude.
Go out and come back in.
All right, so chat, the ones who are saying that the Supreme Court didn't rule on the January 6th stuff as an insurrection, you don't need to rule on it because no crime has been committed. The 14th Amendment was being placed on people saying that there was an insurrection, but no crime was committed.
But bro,
That's why he
yes, but
can't
you
be
said that
removed from
rule.
any ballot based on the 14th Amendment because there's literally no charge of that. Anytime the charges happen, it was destruction of government property, trespassing on government property, and interrupting a proceeding, official proceeding. That's all they were charged with. But yet they got 50 years in prison. An appellate's court overturned 100 of them for overcharging. That's not insurrection. Not one charge was insurrection. That's why I'm saying there was never one. You go look for an insurrection charge for me, and you tell me who got it, and then I'll go and
now you just sat here and said that Supreme Court ruled that it wasn't an insurrection, and then when Carlos provided the facts, which he did,
there was no facts. That's not a fact.
He said they did not rule on that.
There is no crime. I said the Supreme Court ruled that there is no insurrection because there is no crime of insurrection. That means it literally means there's no crime. So that means there is no insurrection. So how are they going to rule that, right? If there was a crime of insurrection,
they was ruling on, and you said no. Okay, that's why.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you got to look at it from the perspective of it was a riot by Nancy Pelosi and company.
It is all wrong.
To keep Trump looking bad. They want to disqualify him. They didn't want him coming back. Now they're trying and they can't do it. And they're trying to rush this stuff before November. And none of this stuff's coming before November. And the only one that's probably going to stick, that isn't going to stick, is the one in Georgia. Georgia's a case that's never going to happen because Fannie Willis dumbass went and cooked up with her lawyer.
Now, Georgia is one of the states that I believe voter fraud was really going on in. That is the one state that, not everywhere, Georgia had clear voter fraud. That was very clear. It was a lot of stuff going on in Florida. And then with this not Florida, I'm sorry. Dang on, why is Florida on my mind?
Fireman says so the court.
The podcast fest. That's what's on my mind. The podcast fest.
Well,
Dennis, y'all make sure y'all
sign up. The Supreme Court doesn't get stuff wrong there, Fireman. That's why they're the Supreme Court. They're the top ones. They don't mess up.
Brandon.
They do too mess up, Bevas.
Brandon.
They haven't had stuff okay.
Brandon, was I the only one watching the screen on the votes and then all of a sudden it just jumped up for Biden? Was I the only one that saw that?
I think
it's
so.
like a tremendous amount, like thousands. There's no way that could happen.
Yeah, it's really crazy that there was blatant fraud in our face, but yet everyone's telling us we were lying.
Yeah, and then everybody's excited. Biden won. It's like, no, didn't you just see what happened? Did you see that? Like everybody is in the twilight zone, like they don't understand it.
So you're saying that these people that's in the comments, these people don't have good common sense?
No. You about to manipulate it.
I didn't say that.
I'm not going to manipulate it. She said the Twilight Zone. That's what she said. This one lady, she just said here. You don't want me to be in the mix. I like how y'all do things. Y'all don't want no fat.
I didn't come at chat.
For you. I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know what you're trying to do.
She just put this in the chats. Y'all not even taking the information from the chats. See, I don't know that because that's how y'all do. That's how you do your channel. I don't know how y'all operate. When on my channel, I put the chats up because I like to speak with the people because I don't know it all. And I always come across people who know stuff and giving me good information. And that's why I like having the chats because a lot of these people in the chats are very smart.
Yes, but not everyone has facts in the chat.
But she just gave us information. She just gave us information.
That's why you do your own research. You can't go based off of what everyone else is saying. You got to do what you got to say. You got to say what you know for a fact with your own two eyes. You saw it. You researched it. You know it's a fact. Undeniably.
The person who spoke up.
I told my professor something in school, and she told me was something, and she was just like, you know what? I never knew that was a thing. She did her research. After I told her that, guess what? She was like, oh, girl, you just taught me something new. That girl, I just forgot her name. She just taught me something new.
All right. So the ones who spoke up got silenced, right? About this whole January 6th crap. The first one to talk about it was Tucker Carlson. Fox pushed him out. Come to find out, 2 years later, he's been right on about everything. He even has the tapes of all the things that happened that day, including
Oh, where's my
Kamala
charger?
Harris being out of the building before the riots
Oh wait,
even
this is it.
began.
This one.
So there's a lot of
No, this
stuff
one's
you
mine.
got to look at before
Okay,
you
well, let's
start
play
saying,
it. Let's watch it.
I'm not going to go watch it. I watched it
Oh
already.
no, it's not. I need.
I just know for sure that this is a problem and that this is a whole documentary. You can go look at it. I think it's like 4 hours long. It's really good.
Is this
Tucker
one the
Carlson,
iPhone
check him out.
charger?
But that stuff right there is it's just really sad that he is speaking out about this whole thing and it's saying it was
No, it says,
wrong.
remember,
The
I need to.
government
I
was
need to
wrong in this.
charge my.
Nancy Pelosi's wrong, and he got fired for speaking out.
I don't see
So,
it.
like, if you look at it, you'll see that the January 6th stuff was a setup. It was a honeypot. It was set up by the CIA, the FBI, the Capitol Police, and Nancy Pelosi. There's people in there that wanted Trump to never run for office and be disqualified from running for office, and that was when they pulled the trigger. And Pence was the one who could have stopped it all by canceling the proceedings for that day and saying, like, that's what Trump was telling him. Like, hey, this isn't a good idea. I don't think you should be
Dennis,
doing this. He was trying to
Dennis,
get
we can hear you. That's what your the comments saying they can still hear you.
Oh, I got you. Thank.
All right, you guys go ahead. I'm good.
He muted. He good.
Yeah, you good. You guys go ahead.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm 100% right about nothing, but there's multiple videos out there is what I'm saying. And like someone said, there are edits to be made. There's a lot of things that I just don't trust about nothing. When we said that there were people out there, plants and Black Lives Matter, no one believed that. But now that you guys are saying that there was plants in the insurrection, we're supposed to believe that.
You mean
And
the
this
riots? It's not insurrection. You got to get that
no,
out. That's not
insurrection.
true.
That's what I'm gonna call it.
You as
Just
long
because
as there's a crime
just
charge, you're
because-
more than welcome.
just
Okay,
because-
so Laura, I got a question for you. You called it an insurrection, right?
Mhm.
So why, when the Black Lives Matter literally took over Capitol buildings, they burnt the Capitol building down in one state. You had all this going on. Why didn't none of these blacks get arrested? Why ain't none of them in jail? And the whites that ran with them, why ain't none of them in jail? That's the question I got for you.
Let me not speak to that because I don't know about that. So I'm not speaking to that.
No, it's like, what are you talking about? You didn't see the year of love? You didn't see the summer of love?
No, I didn't. I can only speak to things that I've seen. I won't speak to things that I haven't seen because then I would be.
Lord, that's dishonest. That's why nobody respects liberals, because you know you saw the summer of love, all these buildings getting burnt down.
I'm sitting here telling you I didn't see it. Don't tell me what I seen. I didn't
Okay.
see it.
I'll pull it up in a second. Okay.
I know of stories that came across.
I'll pull up the video of the blacks burning up buildings. What about the cars that were destroyed from people jumping on top of them? Jumping on top of them like we're animals.
First of all, we've had discussions about this many times, and my stance
Yeah, and
is
you always against me on it.
I'm never against you on it. I'm against them burning up stuff. I understand the reason why they're protesting. I have always said
It ain't no reason to burn up.
If you protest peacefully. Because at the end of the day, when you're burning down your own community. They don't go and protest in the rich neighborhoods and burn down the rich neighborhoods. They always do it in their own community. I have always been vocal about that. But you should protest violently, no. Because I don't believe in violence. I really don't. I just don't believe that going out into the streets and burning down stuff is going to make someone hear our cause. They're just going to call us animals, and they're going to forget about the whole reason why you're protesting. So yeah, I've always been on that. Now, should people get arrested? If you're committing crimes, yeah, you should get arrested. You definitely should get arrested. But burning down your own community, tearing up something somebody else worked for, I'm not for none of that.
Oh, okay. I got you. Well, I get you. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just see, you know, I might just be pulling up that video in a second.
Yeah, I just feel like at this point, I kind of feel like protesting doesn't get nothing done. Not the way they're protesting. I really wish that we could protest the way that our ancestors protest. Back in the day when Rosa Parks couldn't get on the bus anymore. Well, she couldn't sit in the front of the bus, and they shut that whole bus depot down. That's the type of protest we should be doing, and we're not doing those type of protests. That's why I don't understand the thing that
What
happened on the
about
Capitol. Because you call yourself an American, how could you do that?
okay? What about Oregon? What city was that they put a hold that the blacks with the Antifa that they took over a whole city block, like a whole like mile, like a whole. It was like four. It was four streets around that they took over, and like it was autonomous zone or whatever you call it, some stupid liberal.
Oh, Chaz.
Um,
It's
yeah,
called Chaz.
Chaz, and literally they had their own leader there, and they were
Yeah.
literally murdering, R-wording, like destroying the citizens there, and there was nothing that they can do but take it because of the liberals and the Bidens running on. You got to remember all the Democrats do every single cycle to people like Allure. No offense to you, Allure, but they get you hyped up thinking that there's some racism going on somewhere. Like right now, what was the latest incident that happened like last week? It was something that they tried
So
to
people like Dennis will have you believe that racism doesn't exist and that we don't have things like systemic racism. And racism doesn't just happen against blacks; it happens against poor white people too. So people say, "Oh, it can't happen to white people." It can. It can. People don't want to say that racism is a thing that affects a lot of different people. People, oh, you can't be white and have people racist towards you. It happens. If you live in a trailer park and you happen to be white, you're gonna have other white people acting racist towards you. You may even have black people acting racist towards you. You know, you just it's a thing.
people.
Oh, you don't think it's a thing, be fast?
Nah, I had all the black folks hating on me. Not the other side.
So,
I
but didn't
I
you
had
call
all of
them
them hating on
racist?
me.
You used to call
Was
them
it
racist back in the day. You called them racist.
who?
The internet
Called
trying to
those white
save
people
you.
racist.
Who?
You did.
Call who
Did yours come
racist?
back
Those
red or no?
black people that you said hated you. You called them racist.
Why would I call them racist? I just said they hated on me. I didn't say it was racism. I said because I was light skinned, they took me and picked on me for it. So
Why do you
what do
twist
you?
things around is my question.
Crap, I didn't forget my glasses.
Why do
What
I
was
what?
your question,
Why
Christina?
do you twist things around?
Huh?
Sweetheart, because I know how Dennis operates and I know his mind. And what I do is I straighten them out. I don't twist them around.
Okay, Allure, I got a question for you because I'm not gonna let my internet connection for a second try to take you away from that. Give me a racist system that's in place that's holding you back. Because I know, you and the rest of, I guess the big group of the blacks that complain about, somebody owes you something or you need something. What is the system that's in place that's holding you back in 2024?
Man, let me tell you, being black and a
Just give me
female.
one. Nope, just give me one.
I'm about to. Give me a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, don't rush me. When I'm
Okay.
trying to get my thoughts together, I'm Brandon, you already know what I'm going through today. So I'm trying to get my thoughts together.
I'm sorry, Allure. I didn't know anything was going on. Sorry.
Um there's things such as, I'm gonna say this for black women, you can't be black and make it in corporate America and not get work like a racehorse. Black women are expected to work 10 times harder than a Caucasian woman, and black women are the most educated women. And
Hmm?
in corporate America,
Agree with
is
that
that's
one.
in corporate America, you can go and you could be overeducated, overqualified, and you're still not going to make the same amount of money as a man or your white counterpart. That is the thing that's really happening. And now this thing where it's not even just for blacks, it's for brown people. They're removing this thing from the colleges where you can't get into school. They're trying to make it so that you can't get into school anymore because you're a minority. So that's the thing.
That's both of those are false because here's the thing.
That's
If
not
that
false.
was
That is
okay,
data.
so if that's the
Pull up the
okay,
data. Why
so
do you say things is false without being
no
able to
no
go
so
to
so
research?
no, I'm gonna tell you, Lord, wouldn't that mean that if they're literally underpaying black women and you got to work as harder for the same amount of money, don't you think they'll hire all black women? And then on top of that, the whole school situation,
Oh, let
okay,
me
like
let you.
they're allowing black people into these schools that don't belong because they're not smart enough. They just get in because they're black. And I'm sorry. I mean, you got to be fair, because guess what? I don't want a white guy because he can't jump, he can't, block my shot. I don't want him to get a freaking basketball contract because he's white, just because we got to fit and check every box. No. So blacks shouldn't get, they just get the same type of respect. Like, you got to be smartest. If you're the smartest, no matter what skin color you are, you should be
Can I
able to
say?
get in that school.
Can
That's
I
just
say
how it
something?
is.
Can I say something? Let me address
Yeah.
your racist people in the comment, who saying blacks talk 10 times louder, and that's the issue. You say that it is so easy. Why don't they just hire the black women? First of all, there a lot of systems don't want the black people in positions where we can lead, because let me just say this:
Yeah.
most fear black people because they feel like if we've been oppressed by them for so long, once we make it, we're going to oppress them. But then I understand black culture does not think like that. Black people do not think like that. We're the most inclusive race. We will invite you to the cookout and we feel like you're not one who is going to hate us. When there's things being done wrong, black people always march and going other
That is
people.
not that
So
is
let's
not
not,
true.
that is
Have you
true.
ever dated a
Very
trashy
true.
white dude?
That is actually very true.
Have you ever dated a poor white dude?
I have.
Not talking about that one. I'm talking about outside of that. You've
What
dated
you mean?
you date black men, right?
I date black men, yes, but I do have a biracial child. What the heck?
Okay, so what I'm saying
Know that?
is, no, what I'm saying is you dated one white guy, but here's the situation, Alor. If the whites are 70% of the country, don't you think that you would have 70% of the jobs go to the whites if it's supposed to be balanced? But now we're trying to make it 50-50 black and white. It ain't going to be that. We're only 14% of the country. We don't deserve to get 50% of opportunity.
Let
That
me
it
let me
doesn't
say
work that
something.
way.
Let me say something. Someone said that
Yeah, go for it.
black women are prejudiced. No, we're not prejudiced. We're cautious. We're cautious.
Of what?
People, because history has taught us to fear. We have been taught to fear. We have to protect ourselves. Black women are the most unprotected women there is. I said on here and I verbalized my disagreement with something. I was called aggressive. Black women always get the short end of the stick. We're always being aggressive in some type of way because we stand up for what we believe in. I'm being hit with all type of racial stuff in this chat right here right now. But the thing is, it does not bother me. Let me tell you why it does not bother me, because I stand firm in what I believe in. I know who I am as a person. I absolutely love being black. Yes, I love black men. Black men are kings. People don't like that you speak on your own race like that. I like to uplift my black men because I see my black men.
What that say bad about black men? I
Not
need
you.
to talk about the
I'm
criminals.
talking about your comments. What I am saying is, Dennis, you have to fight hard. I can't. I'm sitting here right now in a chat where I have these people trying to tear me down as a black woman for having a voice. So imagine how that is in the workforce. None of these people know me. I had one person who assumed I was poor. Honey, I'm not poor. I had one person tell me, oh, she can't afford to buy a car from here. Baby, I got two of them working on the third. What are you talking about? It's just always
But I
something.
but
Don't assume. You don't
I
know
get
me.
that. I get that, but here's the thing, Laura, I get that too. You know how many like kid jokes I get? You know how many jokes I get about me, like Cali girl paying all my bills? You know how many jokes I get about all the bad stuff? You gotta understand. If it ain't true, you don't gotta address it. That's what Brandon told me best, and I'm still trying to take his advice. But let me tell you this, Laura, like when it comes down to it, a lot of the black women, y'all don't uplift and show love to the good black men. Y'all only show love to the toxic black men who aren't winning. Because let me tell you why. Because 50% of black men in this country, we already told you about that. 50% of black men in this country have no kids, okay? And they're single for the most part. They're not getting chosen. The men that's getting chosen are 25%. They got 70% of the black kids, okay? Like they're the ones that are toxic, and y'all choosing those men. Y'all ain't giving love to the other men that are
Okay,
just
I hear you,
living their best
Dennis.
life.
Dennis, I hear you, but let me defend myself to your comments because I will not
Go
have
for
this.
it.
For the people who saying that she is insecure, she's what did he say? I forgot what he just said. He said
Where are
she's
you
letting
at?
it get to her. She's letting it get to her. Honey, let me tell you something. I'm not letting it get to me. I am going to stand
Oh,
firm.
you're talking
And
about
he
Edward.
says not humble. This is my problem with Caucasian men or men who are not black. You think I should belittle myself because you said so? I'm not supposed to be proud of who I am. I'm not supposed to love the black crown that I wear around my head. I'm not supposed to love black men. Honey, you are crazy. Let me tell you something. You're just mad because you don't have someone out
No,
here
please.
telling you how much they love you, how much they value you. I will always uplift my race. And don't talk about you made about race when there's all type of racial comments in this section. So I'm addressing that. Let me tell you
Hey.
something. I have very thick skin, and I will address y'all because people
So-
like you guys are weak.
Excuse me.
Y'all don't
So,
like us because we're
Laura,
strong. We're weak, honey.
Laura,
Dennis, this is
Oh.
giving me Katrina vibe. This is like deja vu with Katrina all over again. That was all I wanted to say. Sorry, Brandon. That's it.
Oh yeah, cool. So, Morgan Freeman came out, right? Everybody knows Morgan Freeman is, right? The coolest
Yep.
black dude on the planet, right? He came out in an interview and was like, "You know how we get away from racism? If we just stop talking about racism." And I think that's a
Boom.
good line for us to move forward and not walk backwards and talk about something that we can actually fix by just not bringing it to the forefront and putting it in your face, because all it does is now you're using the racism to put down another person for the racism. And I think it's really bad because the biggest racists are the black folks. And don't get upset because it's true. If you look at every comedian, if you look at every single thing outside of our little bubble space of our homes, and we go outside and look, that's literally happening. And it's happening in pop culture, social media, everything. It's the white folks are getting hated on for being white, and I think that's unfair.
I
We
just
should
said
just
that.
embrace each other for their
I said
differences
that.
and
I
be
agree.
all collective, and just say, okay, we're different, but we all have the same thing. We have the same agenda. We want a nice home. We want a safe house in environment for our kids, and we want to make sure we have a great education for them.
No, cut
I
out
think
in.
that's everything for
I
across the
just
board.
said
Just
that
cut out
white
in.
people experience racism too. I would just no, they don't. That's what I'm saying. I'll say something and y'all turn around and talk in whole circles. But what I'm saying is, for I think Miss B, she said that all women experience. Yes, women do experience it, but I can't speak for white women on that because I don't have many white women friends who go through that. I can't speak on a white woman's issue because I don't live in a white woman's world. And yes, white women go through not racial, but financial equalities because white women work hard too. I'm not going to take that away from them. And that's the thing. That's why I don't really like that people try to separate black women and white women because we pretty much go through similar things, but we experience it more. The issue is we don't have more white women speaking up for us. I don't think black women will step up in a minute for a white woman if she was in trouble because naturally that's what we do. And Brandon, you saying black people are more racist than anyone? That's not true. That is not true. Actually,
Very
Asians
true.
are. And nope, Asians are, and that's the thing. But I speak. Just do your research.
Hold on, Laura, do you like white people? Or actually, do you love white people?
Let me tell you how I feel about white people.
No, no, no. Yes or no? Do you love white people?
I love the white people I know.
Nope. Do you love white people?
I'm cautious of white people.
Do you love black people?
I'm cautious of black people.
Do you love black people, Laura?
I'm cautious of humans. I love my people though. I
No,
do.
you're low key racist. You can't say you love all people. I love all people.
I
All
don't
life
love
matters.
all. I listen. I don't love all people because all people don't love me.
I mean,
Don't love all people.
I love a good white man. And I'm not talking
I
about
love
in that
white.
way.
Thank
I'm
Hey,
you.
talking about
I
I'm
love and
talking
hate
about one.
everybody.
I'm
One
talking about
star.
one
Sky
That's
Girl
that
that's the
is
answer.
kind of bringing a
I'm
third.
talking about one that gets invited to the cookout, one that understands, one that I can like be myself with, that ain't judging me and assuming I'm just a black guy. Like y'all like the liberals, those whites that act like they're down with the cause and whatever. I don't mess with them.
Those are the
I'm not.
posers. Fuck them
AJ,
guys.
Let me. Okay.
Yeah,
AJ,
Let,
watching too
let,
much Jesse Lee Peterson.
not too
what?
much. I ain't there yet. I ain't there yet.
He's quoting Jesse Lee. He's saying,
Yep,
"Do you like black people? Do you like white people?" That's
yep.
the same thing he said.
No, but
But
actually, I'm integrating some of that Anton Daniels. So it's a mix between Anton Daniels and Jesse Lee, because Jesse Lee makes sense. You should like all people, but you love the good white
Brandon,
man
they
who
want you to
literally
provide the link to where
if you
who shows love.
black people are
if
racist,
you
the most
only
racist.
like certain colors or races, then that means you're racist because
There you
you're
go.
discriminating
First of all,
only
black
like
people
one
may
that
be
you don't like
prejudiced, but we're
off of
not
their
racist.
color, off the color of their off the
First of
color of their
all,
skin.
first
That's pretty
first of
sad.
all,
That's pretty sad.
history has shown me that I can't trust all. There was a black woman that we covered. She went with her friends on a girls' night. She wakes up dead in her backyard. Nobody investigates this. Black women, a black young teen is hung in a trailer park where his girlfriend lives, and the girlfriend says she suspects her family did it. Nothing is done about
Okay.
this.
Hold
The
on,
black
hold on, wait. What about the two girls that got stabbed last weekend or last week by those two black dudes? Nobody's talking about it. The
actually
black,
they
the
are
black.
talking about.
No, the black Twitter, they're talking about, oh, we don't care about that. We don't care about that because black people are racist to each other. Nobody cares about those two girls. I talked about it, but that's what's going on right now. Black people kill each other and treat
Thank
our
you.
women
Who
like
understand
shit the most
humans can be racist.
because we're racist to each other and to white people, to everybody. We're just bad people. I'm talking about the ones who are bad. Like, I love everybody, no matter what skin color you're. I love
No, you
everybody.
don't. No, you don't. You don't even love. You don't like the skin you in. Look in the mirror. You don't like that
Here we
skin color.
go. That's the liberal tactic.
Oh shit! Here
Liberal
we go. Don't
tactic.
be a menace. I
Allure,
use
let me
my
hold on.
gun
Allure,
because they
Oh, it's
black.
because they're black.
hold on. Allure, hold on.
Because
Allure.
that's how you know
I,
that's my best friend,
no,
because he knew
no,
where I
no,
was going.
no. Allure, this is what I'm talking about. The other day, last Wednesday or Tuesday, a black woman came on a panel,
I'm
and
gonna get some water, y'all. You
all
guys
the
killing me.
dudes, I got you. All the dudes were disrespecting her because she was black. It was pretty much all black dudes for the most part going in on her, talking about how like she's old and she don't got dudes looking for her and she sounds like this, she looks like this, even though they didn't see her. So I was on the stream, jump on there and defend this woman because she came on respectful, she didn't disrespect nobody, and I accidentally ended the live. But people don't think I care about, and I wouldn't have done that for nobody else, but I made sure to do it, not just because she's a woman, because she's a black woman, because nobody treated this girl named Furby like that. They don't treat Cali girl like that. They don't treat Christina like that. But they treated her like that because she was black. So you can't say that I don't. I love the good black folks, not the ones that are about law and order, the ones that will turn their kid in for committing a murder. I'm for those black people, not the ones that are like calling our women bitches and hoes, that are like stabbing women for not talking to them or giving them the number.
White people
Those
do
that
the
are
same
like,
thing. Mexicans
yeah,
do the
but guess
same
what? The
thing.
white people call them
White
out.
people do the same things. Mexicans do the same thing.
Yeah,
Puerto
they get
Ricans do the
called out
same
though.
thing.
They get
White
called
people,
out. I get called
white
Uncle
people
Tom.
kill. White people kill their families for insurance money. Black people kill their families for stupid stuff like $5. Let's not act like this is in one
Okay,
particular group of people.
but white people
First
are
of all,
white people are.
it's highlighted more for us because this has been taught for generations upon generations. So when it happens in black areas where a black person does something and to a white person, then it's gonna be like, oh my God, black people are off on crime sprees again. But when you really, really think about it, crime happens everywhere. There was
Oh Lord.
a man who offed his whole family, a white guy, and actually in the news lately, all it's been is white men offing their families because
Lord.
the one guy, he had a gay male lover, the other one was losing everything. So we're gonna equally say that every group of people on this earth, if given the right situation, is going to commit violence against each other because it's human nature. This has been going on for centuries. Wars have been raged over less.
Laura, you know how many guess in 2022, how many white people died from murder or homicide? Take a wild guess.
I'm not going to do those numbers. You know why?
Okay, nope. FBI reports. I'm talking about murder victims, not murderers. I'm talking murder victims. There were 5,000 white people murdered or homicide victims of 2022. But guess how many black people were murdered or became homicide victims? 9,500 or 9,400 in 2022. But guess what? We're going to talk about the 70% of the country committing 5,000 murder or creating 5,000 murder and homicide victims in their community. We're going to talk about the 5,000 with 70% of the country compared to 9,400 with freaking 14% of the country. But we're going to say that white people is equal. Crime is everywhere. No, crime is where the blacks are at. That's just what it is. I'm sorry. Like get out of your feelings. Blacks who care. I talk about criminals. I don't talk about you, Laura. You're a good human being. You're a good mother. You know, you're successful. You're doing your thing. I don't talk about freaking like no black person that's productive. And you know that. I only talk about thugs and thug sympathizers.
And I do too. I do too. The first thing, let me tell you something. All black people not good. All white people not good. And just because you're black, if you commit a crime, I'm not going to stay with you. I'm one of those people where I'm on Facebook and I see someone saying, "Free my cousin Pookie, free Pookie," and then I found out Pookie didn't kill his mama, his aunt, his cat, his dog, his granny. He didn't kill the dang on Candyman. He didn't kill everybody. And then y'all talking about free Pookie. Leave little Pookie where he at, because little Pookie belongs in jail. I'm one of them people who, if you do that shit and you black, go take your black ass to jail. That's where you belong. But I also am one of those people who believe in, if you were driving down the street and you didn't have a driver's license and you get pulled over and you end up getting like 10 years for not having a driver's license, that's ridiculous. Or how about the young man who was late to jury duty? Now this young man has a criminal record and he never committed a crime in his life. Those are the issues that I don't like. Those are the issues that I speak up against. I speak up against issues against black people who are living their lives and trying to do right, and they make one mistake and it's held against them for the rest of their lives. That's what I speak out against. I speak out against racism towards people who are simply just trying to walk down the street. And the reason why you see me stand with black people, because who surround me? Black people. I'm mostly around black people. These are my people. This is the pain that I'm seeing. If I was if I was from a white culture and this was going on, I would stand up for that culture because that's where I'm from. That's what I see. That's the injustice around me. I'm standing up for what I know.
Question. How many times did you call a Pookie or a LaMarcus? How many times did you ask them, do you like your skin or not? How many times you say that word on your podcast? Because you know, Laura, y'all said that on your podcast a few times to me. Like, do you like your skin? Do you not? How many Pookies and Jeromes can you say you mentioned that to? You don't like your skin when they're out here robbing, killing, raping our women, calling our women bitches.
I don't ask them about liking their skins. They hate themselves. They hate their mothers. They hate themselves. There's deeper stuff into black people who hurt other black people. You're that they hate themselves. When you're often in our community, you're destroying our community. You're taking away from the whole population of black people.
Okay. Have you done a show about that, Laura?
I have, and I'm gonna convert you into a conservative. It was on somebody else.
Okay, well, give me a link to that show. I know you didn't do it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to call you a liar, but I promise you we're not talking about the rappers, the drug dealers. You were talking about those people.
Yes, we was. We talked about trill music. We talked about trill music on our show.
Okay, so you said they don't. So you said they don't like.
Remember, Dennis, you were there. I talked about how I didn't like trill music because I felt like trill music was poisoning our people to go kill each other, which it is. I think it's called drill music. You know, music is music out of Chicago that teaches black folk. It's black folks killing each other. We talked about that. Drill music is what it's called.
Yep. And
but
those haters, they go to the player haters ball, right? Good to see you all, and bad to see you all. Like that, right? That's the hate. Hate.
I won't do that. That's old school. But I'm gonna say, Laura, you need to work on. Like, I create content talking about criminals, talking about murderers, talking about the worst of our culture, and I call those people not black. Like what black excellence? Black excellence should be a lot better. In the 80s, Laura, you remember the 90s? We called out criminals.
You can't be black.
No, I'm saying, but Laura, you know, in the 90s. But you know, in the 90s, Laura, what I was doing was normal for black people, which is calling out the freaking thugs, the blacks that are making us look bad. That was normal. But now in 2024, if you do that because of the Democrats brainwashing us into thinking that we're just terrible people, that I get called not white. I don't love my skin because I don't love the niggas who are freaking destroying everything for us. Every single institution that we got. You realize they had a freaking college career fair or whatever out here, and now they gotta have, like, they ain't gonna have it again because you gotta have special insurance and all that because they freaking destroyed the freaking convention center that they had it at because they don't know how to act. Like a bunch of freaking people came acting a fool. There's 2 malls and shopping
Dennis,
centers. The
Dennis,
past 3 months they had to restrict.
Dennis,
You gotta have
Dennis, everywhere.
a
You
adult with
have
you to come.
white people shoot up parties too, but white people when they go to parties, they do
Okay,
like
name a white party
pill
shot
bowls.
up.
They do
Go look
pill
one up.
bowls.
Nope.
They do pill bowls and
Nope.
they
Allure,
overdose.
look up
We
a
all have
party.
our
Nope.
vices.
Allure,
We
look up a
no, because I'm
a
not
white
letting you
high
do that.
school.
You're not getting
No,
off on that.
look up a white
You're not getting off on that,
party that
Dennis.
got shot up. Okay, can you look up a white party that got shut up? Just look it up because you're not gonna state. I stated facts just now, and you go into feelings. I feel like white people shot up a party before. That hasn't happened. Go
It
look
did
it up.
happen.
Look up the
It did
last time.
happen. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It did
You about to look
happen.
up a club. I'm talking about I'm talking
I'm
about a
not
party,
looking up.
Lord.
I'm not.
Not a club.
It was a gay club. I ain't talking about when you party. That's what I think of clubs. It was a gay club, and it
No,
was a white
no,
guy who shot. It was a white guy
Lord.
who shot it up.
Black clubs, Lord, black clubs get shot up every single weekend. So
But
what
don't
does
act
that
like it
prove?
doesn't happen in white
Lord,
clubs.
that
You
happened
always
2 years ago.
you
Lord, that happened
have
2 years.
you
That
have
happened 2 years ago.
Dennis. It don't matter when it happened. It happened.
Yes, it does matter.
It
Context,
don't matter when it
context.
happened. It happened.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna turn you conservative, Lord. Trust me, because you need to just wake up. You are literally clouded.
No,
You're
Dennis,
too woke. You need to go back to sleep.
I'm not woke. That's the one thing I'm not. I'm definitely not woke, but I'm also not a panderer. I don't pander to people who hate my people.
You're
Just
not
for being
pandering. You're just
no,
you don't
no.
know that you're brainwashed.
Listen, I'm not brainwashed. I believe that we have bad people on both ends. We do. We really do. Pothead, you're racist. I don't really care what you're saying. I know racist when I see racist. You're the one who made the most nastiest comments about me, so I don't really care about your view. I'm gonna say this right here, right now. A Lord D will always be a Lord D. If I don't reach success, I don't reach it. I'm not gonna reach success by pandering. That's my thing. I would never, ever in my life sit here and tear down my folks just to tear them down so I can see some form of success. That just will not happen. Will I call out my people? Yes, the hell I will. I call out my people all the time on my Facebook, on my YouTubes. I tell my people, y'all need to do better. We can't blame the man all the time. We can't blame everybody else for our trauma all the time. Yes. Are we traumatized? Yes, we are. Do we fear people? Yes, we do. But that doesn't mean that we get to walk through life failing. No, we have to succeed. That don't mean we get to walk through life tearing each other down. No, because we're all we got. And the reason why I stand so firmly on my race is because there's more of those people who hate us out there who band together. They know how to band together. They've been banding together for centuries. They have roamed the earth and freaking they desecrated the damn Indians. They then took over in Europe. Everywhere they go, they're deemed white devils. That's what they have. Black people are called thugs. They're called white devils. That's what it is. There's no pandering. There's no one group of people who are better than the other because we have this whole planet of humans have some type of generation of harming each other. That is human nature because humans are never satisfied with what they have. Humans will always look at the person next to them and say, you got more than me. I want that. I'm not willing to work hard to get it. That is humans. That's a human thing. But my race is demonized more when they are not known for sweeping through continents and countries and wiping out folks. And then you have people who are proud of that. I don't pander to those people. I would never, ever say, hey guys, come subscribe to my channel because I'm about to tear down my people and I'm about to tear down yours. No, I'm not. But what I am up for is building. What I am up for is healing. What I am up for is understanding.
Don't run away. I'm back. Don't run away. I'm back on in 4 minutes. Don't run away because we're gonna touch that. We're gonna touch that. Go ahead.
We had somebody on here said Europeans built every country. That is a lie. That's what your history books want you to believe. That's not true. They didn't build China. They did not build Egypt. They did not build the Mayan ruins and wherever the Aztecs was in Mexico. They did not.
Here's the thing, like everyone needs to do their research again, see it with your own 2 eyes, figure it out, determine what you believe and what you don't believe, and stick with that. Don't really even listen to anyone. You can listen to what we're saying and maybe go research it and find it out for yourself. because even the most confident person can come on here or anywhere and say, this is the truth and I know it's the truth. Believe me. And it would sound so believable, but you got to see past that. And you just got to do your due diligence at all times for everything.
So recording live from the
history books will
past.
never tell you guys that Europeans built every country. That is not true.
All right.
Even the
So-
Europeans, y'all know that's not true.
My mic on? All right, yeah, it is.
Your mic gonna be
All right.
best.
So recording live from the past, talking about Anunnaki. Anunnaki is a race of people with very pale skin and very blonde hair. Came from a planet in our solar system. It's like a 10th planet. I don't know like the stories behind that. It's more like, fringe theory, but those are the ones that helped give technology to the entire world. So a lot of the pyramids that we see, they kind of mimic each other. A lot of the structures that are shown in opposite ends of the world, like China and then Aztec architecture, it's exact. But how? If there was no like way of communicating that information. So there's something that happened in between all that and those like 100,000 years of our evolution into human sapiens or Homo sapiens. So the Homo sapiens got some type of technology fed to them from a higher civilization, higher life form. And that's the theory out there. So that's ancient
Brandon,
aliens. if you guys
I
are
didn't
looking
know
for
you
it.
believe in those type of theories.
Fringe theory, bro. Come on, man.
Me and Boom, we were talking about that last week. We got called cuckoo for that.
Wait, there's some accusations I gotta address real quick. It's all love. The Lord knows it's all love.
Asians
Let me
have
make
not
this.
always agreed to everyone else's plans. Asians are cultivators. What are you talking about?
Hold on, Lord. You there?
Yeah.
Okay, Lord, I gotta address that. We're gonna get straight to it because I don't beat around the bush. Look, don't be like one of those guys that think that this channel, like I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm about to make money talking about blacks. This ain't the issue. Issue is this, Lord. If I wanted to make money talking about blacks, I would be a liberal cuck who literally would just pander and say, oh, you know what? We don't need no cops in our communities. We don't need all this. And guess what's going to happen? I'm going to get money from YouTube because I'm going to get more views. I'm going to get people that's actually going to pander and give me money for like making them feel better about themselves and their community. When our communities are shit, our culture is shit, music is crap, everything is bad because we don't have enough of us trying to encourage the behavior to change. By me addressing what I did wrong in my life, being a black man, and how I changed and how I figured it out and I made it happen, that's going to encourage a younger Dennis who's going to fuck up the same way I messed up to be better. But the problem is, Lord, you have too many people like you who want everybody to love them. And we had this conversation, I don't care about nobody loving me, okay? The problem is too many of y'all are sympathizers to the bullshit people in our community, the niggas for the most part, who are shooting, robbing, killing, raping our women.
I'm not one of them. Don't do that.
Okay, well, I'm just saying no, because by you saying I'm beating up black men, I have never ever one time disrespected or went at a black man who's not a criminal.
The black men who are out here doing their duties. When do you lift up the black men
my
who
duty earlier.
take care of their responsibilities?
Laura, on my channel. Laura, on my channel. Everybody that comes on wordplay, for example. Like, I don't know what he does in real life other than what he says. And I show him love. H-way. You had this black man who did it all the right way. Okay. He had the same chick since he was in high school, married her, no kids yet, like about to be a black excellent story. And he had 3 guys on my panel talking about how he wasn't cool because he's not for having 3 women in rotation. 3 successful black women who are qualified to be married, they're in rotation, and he's not for that. And I'm not for that. We got called simps. That's when I had to jump up like, this is the epitome of ignorance. This man is what a black man should be. That's what I do.
Chat and panel. We have Roy we have Real
Shout
Talk
out to Roy in the building.
So, okay, hold on. Pause, everybody. Pause. Everybody, everyone. So I want to give Real Talk with Roy good 10 minutes, 10 minutes, Laura, to talk
Yep,
about
go
all
for
the
it.
things that he had heard and that he wants to discuss. And you go ahead and give it. You have 10 minutes, bud. I'm at 3:18 now.
Oh shit, 10 minutes, bro. I just jumped on this bitch, so I don't really know what y'all were like going off on it.
Go on, man. Whatever you want.
Oh no, I'm that's why I jumped on.
Brandon, give him a summary. Give him a 2-minute
right, here
summary
goes
of
the
what was
summary.
going on.
So initially, we started this topic with the injunction that was done on Trump. It was knocked down to 145 million. My question was initially, our government's getting too powerful. We, the people, have lost that power. And what are your thoughts on that? And how are we going to be able to rise up against a government that became tyrannical as ours has become? And then the next one was about P. Diddy doing some dumb shit and getting caught with it. So he's now on the run because the feds got him. They're trying to go after him. They raided his home for child trafficking and all that. So DHS is looking for him. And then the other parts are about Biden and Obama. They have a relationship that's faltering, and that Obama's actually controlling Biden in the back behind the scenes. The other part is black people are racist, and then the other stuff is a whole bunch of like different facts regarding opposing views on what we perceive as being fact versus what is being actually researched, lies within disinformation campaigns that are being held against big organizations. We don't know what's real. So that's pretty much all the rough of everything. So go ahead with your thoughts on that.
Well, the first one was thing should have been zero to begin with. They shouldn't have. That I wouldn't say that's the government overstepping its reach. That's that specific state's liberal bullshit government that's doing that. So I wouldn't say that the government is doing that, being like tyrannical in that sense. That's a state government. That's something that has to be dealt with on a state level. As far as, and you got to remember, they've been going after him forever, and it's glad that they dropped it down, but it should have been zero to begin with because he didn't do nothing wrong. So, and they know he did nothing wrong. They perceived it to be wrong, and if the banks were willing to give him the money, it doesn't matter. If Trump said my buildings are worth $500 million, and the bank valued it, because Trump doesn't dictate what the bank gives them. That's not what Trump does. Trump goes in, he asks for the loan. The bank itself evaluates his assets, and they determine what they want to give him. So if his building is worth 300 million and they give him 400 million, that's on the bank. That has nothing to do with Trump. He didn't. Right. He just tells them, I want the loan. They evaluate his assets and they give him what they think. So there's no fraud on Trump's part for that. Because it wasn't done fraud. It was the banks that fucking did that. They gave him the money. So there should have been zero on that. But because of that liberal shithole New York, and they've always been trying to get him, and that's been their whole goal, they're going to do whatever they want anyways. And because, once again, you got the shitty liberal people that live in New York that let this some kind of shit happen, that's why he got convicted, and that's why they did what they did. So it's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. Everybody in this country, if you can't see, is bullshit. That's like anybody in this room right now goes to the bank and says, hey, I have this BMW out here. Can I get a loan on it? The bank goes out there and says, okay, we think you're, even though your BMW is worth $2,000, they give you $5,000 on it. That means the fucking DA can come back later and say you're a fraud because you got $5,000 for your $2,000 BMW. Well, that's what the bank gave him. So it can happen to any one of us. And that's the sad part, is people are fucking cheering that shit on, and it can happen to any one of us. If you own a house, it could happen to you. If you become too powerful or too mouthy with whatever you got, they can do it to you. So anybody that's applauding that so-called victory they think it is, you're a fucking idiot. Just so you know, off the top of my head, you're an idiot. The P. Diddy thing, he's probably going to be singing some duets with R. Kelly soon, probably. To be fucking honest with you, because they ain't gonna raid you. They ain't gonna raid you like that unless you have evidence. They're not gonna bust in your shit. So they obviously got evidence, and you know what? It's probably the people that are closest to them, because when you build your friendships on money and your whole life is based around your wallet and the people you surround yourself with is all about the money. Trust me, somebody probably on a lower level got busted and say, hey, I can get you the big guy. And that's probably what happened with Diddy. And there's videos and all kinds of crazy shit out there with him right now. And him and R. Kelly are going to be singing duets probably soon enough. He's
That's
from all the
hilarious.
shit I've been hearing, he's like the booty warrior, fucking Fleece Johnson, anyways. So it's probably going to be something he's going to be into anyway. So yeah, that is what it is. If they didn't have the evidence, they wouldn't have did what they did today when they raided his shit. So it is what it is. You put your hand in the cookie jar and you get stung sometimes. So that's
So I'll push back on that real quick about the situation that you were mentioning with Diddy. So there's this, I think, me personally, given what's been coming out lately, there's a couple of documentaries been going out, this whole Peterwood campaign that's been being pushed in the narrative, right, in the news. I think Diddy's the fall guy because the people who are responsible are now pointing it at him. I think they're going to be like, try to get the shit off of them and put it all on him. So he's the guy that's going to take the fall for everybody because he's that predominant figure.
But he wouldn't be taking a fall if he wasn't somehow involved in it.
Exactly. Well, what I'm saying
so
is
if he wasn't
there's a whole
somehow
bunch of
involved
other
in the
people
first place,
involved. Yeah. There's a whole bunch of people involved.
Of course.
Yeah, they're trying to get the shit off of them and put it on him. So he's their black sheep that they're going to expose. And it's going to be unfortunate it's only him and not everyone else. But if he tries to sing, he'll be suicided like everyone else. So
it's just like the whole Jeffrey Epstein situation. Same thing.
Yeah.
They used him when we know there was a lot more powerful people than him that were involved in that, but he was the one that they decided to pick. And so he got the thing. Like, say, if you don't involve yourself in it, you can't be the one they pick.
Right.
So, and chances are they probably caught somebody. And like I said, they dropped the dime and said, hey, I can get you this guy. Probably P. Diddy is a bigger fish than he is. Yeah, then they're going to go after the biggest fish they can. And it's to set an example is what it is. They're just looking to set the example. So, but
I got you. And then the next
like
topic
said,
is
in those kind of situations, you could get caught up with a young teenager with very easily. Know who's really checking these people that are coming into these parties and shit like that. You're sitting there drinking with and they bring in a bunch of girls. Nobody's checking fucking IDs. Let's be honest. Nobody's checking fucking IDs.
The next topic is so there's a couple things inside of there: misinformation, campaigns, perception, perspectives are different, and everybody has different views and opinions on things. The primary topic on that was about this insurrection debate. So there was none. SCOTUS has ruled that there is none. That's why you can't get kicked off of the ballots using the 14th Amendment. So that's another one to talk about.
Well, as far as that goes, that whole insurrection is bullshit. It's called a protest. And we see when the Black Lives Matter stuff, when they were attacking police stations and doing all that kind of crazy shit, Capitol building, that would be considered the same thing. If you're gonna do that protest at the Capitol as an insurrection, they would have to go back and classify all those as insurrections because it's all the same thing. And Trump is actually he already has the proof. He already had the proof that he told people not to do that stuff, and they're still trying to say it's his fault and blah blah blah. And he already has the proof. He tweeted. He has it. He had it on the paper that all his shit that he told people not to do that stuff. And you can't hold him responsible for other fucking idiots out there. That's like them holding Laura. Laura, right? Mm-hmm. That's like everybody holding her responsible for fucking some actions of her dumbass neighbors or some shit. Like, you can't do that, and that's the problem. Everybody's so mad at the orange man and that they're willing to pin anything on him. And that's just ridiculous. You can't hold somebody responsible for other people's dumbass actions, or we'd all be in fucking jail. Let's fucking face it. We'd all have, we've all done something or been around somebody that did some dumb shit. And then, I'm going to be held responsible because they did dumb shit. No, I just happen to be, the one in charge or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, it's bullshit.
Okay. So 25 seconds. Racism, a problem? Should it be removed from our language altogether?
That word is used too much. That word is used. That is like the fallback go-to word anymore when people don't get their fucking way. Granted, there's racist motherfuckers out there. Let's fucking be honest. So anybody that says there's no such thing as racism or there's no racist, bullshit. And that comes in black and white and Hispanic, because I know Hispanic people are really racist towards Puerto Rican people, Dominican people. It's all out there. It doesn't matter what color you are. You can be a racist. And anytime anybody that sits there and says, I hate this specific group of people, whether it's a black person or a white person, I don't even say if I hate this, because we all, even I'm sure everybody in here hates somebody of their own color. Let's fucking be honest. Let's speak the truth. Does that make you a racist?
And that's Roy's corner. Thank you, Roy, for giving us your feedback. And anyone who wants to talk and comment on what he's just said, you're more than welcome to. I will be right back. My cat's meowing.
Well, I agree with a lot of what he said.
I think Christina, and shout out to Roy in the building. Christina, did you want to add anything? Because you've been on here for like an hour, and I know you got anything you want to jump in and say?
No, I pretty much said what I need to say, like back to just doing your research. That sums it all up.
So Roy, what I'm trying to, I think the issue we face, and I appreciate you coming on, and I'm happy. See, Brandon is, one thing I give Brandon and Laura with podcasts that we were doing together, they're organized and they know how to make this a quality situation. So I hope, we get more of this. Roy, the biggest disagreement we were having today is more of the liberal and conservative mindset, to where I said that conservatives are more, not even conservatives, people that favor more of the right is more of fact over feeling, and people that are more on the left are all about it feels this way. I feel like this is happening, or I think we should do this. So do you think that stands true with the way the country's going, that if we don't get to everybody going off of fact, like if this dude killed 5 people, he should be like literally like helicopter ride to the volcano and just dumped? Screw the taxpayer paying for court when you have this guy on video slaughtering 5 people. It's to the point that we're too sympathetic to criminals. And that's the biggest argument that I was trying to have, is that this channel is all about calling out people that are making the quality of life for everybody else in America bad by either killing, robbing, raping, stealing, taking what's not theirs. So that's the question I got for you. Do you think that we need more of the left to become more of like middle, at least, to where they understand we got to be hard on crime and on all this craziness going on?
Well, actually, from what I've seen, if you just go by social media, and then, like I said, social media versus what's really going on with people you don't see in social media, I already see people starting to move that way anyways, because they're starting to wake up to the fact that, these people aren't for us, this and that. But definitely the people on the left, it's all about feelings. Come on, let's be honest. Let's take allowing men dressed up like women to go in the fucking bathroom. Oh, well, he feels or he thinks he's this, so it's okay. When true fucking facts is, no, you got a dick and balls, stay the fuck out of the girl's bathroom. Plain and simple.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So so it is all about
He
feelings.
doesn't want to talk about that on his channel.
Okay, no problem.
I mean, it's only because there's a bunch of liberal-minded people that I'm close to, and it's gonna hurt. It's gonna make them mad. So that's why. See, that sucks. I gotta like.
But doesn't that go back to what Allura was saying about the pandering? If you want to talk on the subjects, if you want to talk on the subjects, you got to be willing to talk on all the subjects. You can't pick and choose.
Oh shit! Roy, come up with the freaking receipt.
Because even with this issue with Planet Fitness, there was a little girl in that room. I don't know if y'all seen that video. That was a grown ass man, and there's people who are using that I'm not transphobic or anything, but I just don't agree with them using the restroom.
Talking about the trans people using restrooms. Oh no! If you got a dick, you go using that men's room, bro. Fuck all that. No. We ain't playing this game.
And unfortunately, this is where women need to start stepping the fuck up. These women need to get out of their feelings.
Yeah, kick them in the balls.
Because any woman, because women have fought for their rights, right? We hear that. Women want right. We want our women's rights. But your rights are slowly being taken away, and you're applauding it when you're allowing fucking dick and balls in your fucking bathroom. And that
Those are
and you know,
those are idiot women. Those are those women who think that they're feminists and they're total idiots because pretty soon we're not even going to be able to reproduce because they're talking about giving these people transplants of uterus. I
Oh
mean,
fuck no! What?
that's what it is.
womanhood is threatened right now, and
Ew.
those women, it's not about emotion; it's about wanting to fit in. They want these gay
Yeah.
best friends, and no offense because I have friends who are gay, but some of my friends they're gay, they're not trans, and they feel the same way I feel on this topic. It's just there should not be a 40-year-old man using the same bathroom as a 12-year-old little girl. That's sick, that's scary. And just because you're confused doesn't mean that you have the right to push your agenda on someone else. Because if my religion says I shouldn't accept it, then I shouldn't accept it. It's just like it's so many things that America wants us to swallow, but then when we stand on what's right in our beliefs, then it's we're biased or we're homophobics, and it's just like we can't be both. We can't have the right to choose religion, and then because our religion tells us this is not acceptable, and then we're gonna be we can be charged with hate crimes now if we misgender them. Like it doesn't go both ways, so I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I don't
maybe
agree.
I don't know.
No, you're not confused. It's a sheep mindset is what it is. It's like this last 20 years or so, we have grown up, but nothing but a bunch of pussies. Let's fucking face it. We don't want to tell our fucking kids no. They throw a tantrum in the fucking Walmart. Come on now. All of us in here, this room right here, if we did that in front of our parents growing up, they'd be whooping our ass right there in public. Dead ass. And that's the problem. Everybody's gotten so pussy whipped and they're afraid to speak their mind because they don't want to be that person that stands out. They like everybody's scared to be the one that stands out. I give zero fucks what people think about me, so I'll speak the way I speak. If you don't like it, I don't give a fuck. You're not feeding me, financing me, or fucking me, so I really don't care. Well, what the fuck you think? I'm going to speak my mind. I'm going to stand out. I'll be that guy that stands out, and hopefully, the more of us that stand out, the more people that hopefully will get behind us and say, "Hey, I like his attitude. Maybe I need to adopt the attitude like that." Because right now everybody's so afraid to hurt somebody's feelings. Like, oh, I'm gonna hurt my friend's feelings. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. If you're my best friend and I find out that you go in a bathroom where my daughter is, best friend or not, I'm whooping your ass. I don't give a shit. And that's the problem. Too many people want to hurt their friends' feelings. No, you need to at some point you need to stand up and say, hey, you're doing the wrong shit. You need to stop that shit. And it doesn't make you scared of anything. We all know what phobia means. Got to be scared of something. I'm not afraid of no man dressed up like a woman. I'm not transphobic, but I don't believe you should be going in a girl's bathroom, especially a little 12-year-old girl, and vice versa, whatever case. I'm not afraid of anything like that. I'm not a homophobe. My brother, who passed away like 10 years ago, he was gay. I have no problem with gay people. I know gay people, but I'm not going to sit there and condone my gay friend going in a different bathroom. I'm not going to condone that. I'll tell him or her the same fucking thing. Go to the bathroom you're designed to go into. Plain and simple. And now everything's becoming a unisex. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, people have lost their goddamn minds.
Hold on, but Roy, I got a question for you because I do see the unisex happening more like with one person bathrooms. But what about would you really have a problem with a biological woman coming into the men's bathroom because she's trans man? I don't think we ever had a problem because it never happens because women don't put themselves in that situation. Just like these sports, you never hear of a trans female or a trans man doing any track or football or anything. It's only the only issues you have. Why is it the only issues that are even out here are all trans women? Well, it's no trans men.
Well, to be honest with you, why you don't see really women going in men's bathroom is because when they got to sit down to piss, bro, they ain't got a dick, so they pretty much got to sit down to piss. So let's be honest. We've all been in men's bathroom, motherfucking men with their little weenies. I don't know. They can't hit the fucking toilet. I wouldn't want to go sit on no man's toilet. Like I don't shit or piss, and I don't go sitting down on no toilets in the public because I know men are nasty. And this is a tip for all you men. If your shit's too little to hold, sit down. Just sit down because that's fucking gross. But that's most likely the reason why we don't see it is because even though they are a woman, they're a woman, they're still comfortable around women. Even though they want to say they're a man, they're still more comfortable around women. and the fact that they got to sit down to piss, chances are that's why we don't see it. You know, I know they sell that funnel, but you ain't gonna have girls thinking that they're men carrying funnels and so they can stand up and piss to act like a man. So that's probably why you don't see very much of that. That's why you're not going to see that for the most part.
But what do you think helped this garner traction for these trans folks to just come in droves? It seems like nowadays you see more trans, and then there's no law that requires them to tell you that they are trans. How do you feel about that?
That's going to backfire. All that shit's going to backfire because sooner or later you're going to end up with a lot of people in prison because they're being tricked into when you have a society telling them, oh, you don't got to tell this guy that you have a dick and balls, and then when he finds out and loses his shit and fucking chops your neck, you know, slices your throat. Well, that's what this is. That's what's going to start turning into what's happening, and the fact that they continue to push it on more and more people, that's where you're going to start getting more violence. Because people do not like being pushed. I don't care if you think you're a woman, more power to you. If you think you're a man, more power to you. But don't come into me and say you gotta believe that I'm this. I don't gotta believe shit. I believe what I see. And if I see you have a dick and balls, you're a man. Plain and simple. And so don't force it on me. And then when you start trying to hide it, that's when you're gonna see a lot more violence. And you're gonna start seeing a lot more violence because people are getting fed up with being. People, like you said, people are starting to wake up and they're getting tired of hearing people force their fucking opinions on them or trying to force their lifestyle on them. Most conservative people will tell you from the start, I don't give a fuck what you do with your life. Live your life, do you. It's when you start pushing it on people and trying to tell them, oh, you got to believe me. You got to do this. That's when you start getting the violence and shit like that happening. So yeah, this whole don't tell people shit, that's wrong in my opinion. You be straight up and factual. You know what I'm saying? Same thing like if you're a cop and they say, well, you can put you're a female. We already know males are physically stronger than fucking women. We know this. So if you're a cop and you walk up to a car and they hand you a license that says female, you know, and then they start getting rowdy and shit like this, or if it's a female officer, not knowing that it's really a man dressed up like a woman. Guess what? Now she's at a huge disadvantage and you're putting her in a very dangerous position because you think it's okay that they can put this on their license, knowing that they're going to be physically superior to her and you're putting her life at risk. So you fall into shit like that too. You know, that when you start hiding shit from people and stuff like that. So
that's true. I agree. I don't know. I just don't know where we're heading as a country. Or as the human race.
I know.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be like
every day.
It's getting to the point where it's gonna be like San Angeles from Demolition Man. Everybody will be walking around white robes, like happy, joy
bullshit.
If it continues this way, dead ass. Yeah, that's what it's gonna fucking boil down to. Like it's getting ridiculous, you know.
Water world, we're gonna go that direction too, man. It's gonna get.
I don't want to go water world because
there's going to be a catastrophic event that's going to put everybody in peril, and then everybody's going to be drinking their pee.
You know what sucks though, Laura, and this is what I was trying to tell you an hour and a half ago, that all these problems are happening because of liberals and Democrats enforcing and putting these bills together. You got to understand the illegal immigrant situation is happening because of freaking Democrats, and then you have freaking these criminals feeling bold enough to do crime because of Democrats, because they feel they're gonna get off. You have this LGBT situation. When it was just LGBT, everybody respected it, was all good. But now that it's like you got kids that want to dress up like dogs and cats, and they got to be grouped in, and you got like, you know, two people is a gender. You got all this stuff. Like Democrats are now making a hate speech bill if you misgender somebody because you don't know any better. I know what a pronoun is, but I didn't know before moving here that you're supposed to say he, him, and all this stupid stuff. I just said my name. Like, my name's Dennis. What's your name? I didn't say, what's your pronoun and what's your name? Like, I didn't know it was offensive to say your name. So that's the reason why I go so in. This channel is about going against liberals because they're killing everything, destroying everything. And the last one, real quick, Lord, squatters. Look up that. Liberals. They're fighting for people to be able to take over people's homes, and then you can't just kick them out, or you go to jail, or you lose your house.
Let's talk about the immigrant who has over 1 million followers on TikTok telling the people who are coming in how to squat in these homes. And he has said so far 7 of his friends have taken over this home. Let's not even, we can get into that, because the squatters rights bill, I don't know, I'm not even gonna act like I know anything about that, because I really don't. I'll be lying. But whoever garnered this bill, it's atrocious, because no one should have the right to come in and take over anyone's property. Now, I know in Ohio we did have a thing where if you took care of an empty lot, if you cut that grass, if you went down to the city and you showed them receipts of you taking care of that property, that you can eventually own it. Now, I think that's fair, or abandoned properties, but you got to go through the proper channels to do it. And the squatter rights, I'm not for that. I think that is disrespectful to the American people, to people who have worked hard, for people who have multiple properties. The truth is, a lot of people own more than one home. So if you have a home in Ohio and you live in Arizona, say you just have someone cut the grass, but you're not doing nothing with the house. You don't want to rent the house out. But before you can make up your mind, you have someone go in there, pop the locks, and move in. And that's not fair, just because you haven't figured out what you want to do with your property, whether you acquire that through family, whether you bought that. I don't like that for the American people. I really disagree with that.
But the problem is, and this is the problem with society in general right now. It's like when we were growing up, when you had neighbors, your neighbors would watch your house. They would watch who's in your neighborhood. They would know what's going on in your neighborhood. So if somebody was coming into your yard or something, they would check on that shit. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, "What the fuck is going on?" Right. Nowadays, it's people's, because it doesn't happen to them directly. They don't give a fuck anymore, and that's what's happened. We've lost our partnerships with our fellow humans, because we're all worried about, make sure I have the most money, make sure I get the most pussy, make sure I get the biggest house, the biggest cars. And that's the fucking problem, is you could have a neighbor that'll watch your house get robbed and turn the other way, because guess what? It's not my house. It's not my problem. Right. But then they'll be, when their house get robbed, they're going to be all up in everybody's ass. Why didn't you watch my house? Why did this happen? So this, until society starts changing that mindset to where we got to start looking out for each other, because the squatter rights situations, that's because it hasn't happened to them. They don't care. They don't vote on shit like that. People only vote anymore is what they want, or what they see that they need in their life. So they don't care if a lawyer has a $400 power bill, because they can afford a $400 power bill. So they're not going to vote or worry about it. They're going to vote on, oh, I want to make sure I can get my McDonald's at midnight, so I'm going to vote at McDonald's stays open at midnight. That type of fucking mindset right now, that people, if it doesn't happen to them directly, they don't care. But guess what? The more and more it starts happening to people over and over and over again, and the more people it's going to affect, then sooner or later they'll start changing that shit. That's what'll happen. And to fucking Dennis, when you talk about this liberal that, you know why a lot of liberals are, is because conservatives think in some respects the same way as fucking liberals. It's like, I don't like the way they are. I don't want to fucking talk to these people, blah, blah, blah. More people need to take the time to educate versus just yelling and screaming. They need to do this, because we're doing the same thing with, like, we were talking about the trans people trying to shove shit down our fucking mouth. Conservatives are doing the same thing towards liberals. They're trying to shove these things down their mouth instead of actually having a good sit down conversation with people and try to like maybe educate them a little nicer. But on both sides, we have these motherfuckers that are hard headed and bullheaded, and and you can't try to fight fire with fire, and that's what it is. You got these strong conservative people just yelling, and you need to do this, you need to, as a liberal, you need to listen, you need to do this. And like I said, people don't like being pushed. People don't like being shit shoved down their mouth. But if you talk to them slowly and you start to change their mind and show them shit, guess what? People start to turn around at that point, because they don't feel they're being forced. They're feeling like they're being treated like a fucking adult and not a 2-year-old child that they have to be told what to do all the time. So people, instead of just telling people what to do, we need to like push them more towards the education part of it, and not like, well, it's your fault, I'm going to blame you for everything, and that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? Because
I agree.
And that's what they need to do. So
Yeah, I was a part of this group called Renters Rising, and what we did was we educated renters about their rights as renters. And you'd be surprised how many people don't understand their rights, and they don't understand the things that's going on around them. And so, what I figured out that a lot of these neighbors don't care about the houses anymore because corporations own most of the houses in the neighborhood. And when they put people in there, just any type of people in there, the neighbors, they don't communicate anymore because now they don't know how to connect with each other. Back in the day, neighbors brought over pies, they brought over cookies.
yeah, exactly.
And when you don't have standards in neighborhoods, because I'm very, very picky.
I don't know if you guys remember, but do you remember having block parties where the whole street would get together?
Yes.
Yeah, have you ever seen that anymore? You never see that
No,
anywhere.
you don't.
It happens where I'm at. It happens in Philadelphia, but it's annoying because the streets are damn narrow. But what Laura is referring to is like community. So that's what's missing in our neighborhoods today because everybody's like to themselves, and that's because of social media. Social media has really like ruined our ability to reach out and talk to people. You don't go and talk, like knock on your neighbor's door and say, "Hey, I just moved here and I'm not familiar with the neighborhood. Can you point me in some directions?" That's not happening. So it's a kind of a detriment to our own society that we haven't had any type of discourse in any aspect. You know, we stick to social media. No one asks you, "Hey, what's your phone number?" It's, "Hey, what's your Insta? What's your Snap? What's," you know, it's everything else that surrounds you, not the person who you are. So I personally get agitated with that because that interpersonal relationships missing. And when I live in a place that's a community, there's a place to meet up. It's a clubhouse, and I think it's pretty damn cool. It's provided by the property itself, and I get to talk to these people daily if I wanted to.
But you
And
also ran you were the neighborhood watch guy at your old apartment.
yeah, hell yeah, man. I had to keep things in
You've
check
always
because
had.
it
Yeah.
wasn't happening. I had to the property managers changed over while we were in the pandemic. I was like the only person that kept going to the freaking the manager telling them this is missing. We need this. This is what has to be done. We had to go and get a petition done so we can get them to listen. And when they finally got to listen, everybody pointed me to be the point person to talk to management. So that's how that worked. I'm just glad now I got a community that he actually listened.
That's been this guy since freaking summer camp. This guy has always been the one to rally, like having that's just him. He's naturally the type of person when he moves into somewhere, he's definitely going to speak. Be fast, what can I say? You're really a personable person. Don't we go at it sometimes, y'all, but that's my best friend and my brother, and I love him to death.
Yeah, I don't have a porch where I'm at. I got a deck though, you know, balcony. I got one of them.
I gotta get out of here, guys. I gotta get the kids up in the morning for school.
Okay. Appreciate you coming on.
Lunch.
You on Cali time.
Listen, thank you for having me on, and I do apologize for letting Mr. Temper get the best of me. Well, I apologize for certain parts. It was nice meeting all of you guys. You guys have a beautiful night. D Page, keep doing your
Definitely.
thing.
You too. Appreciate you.
Have a good night. Be safe out there.
You too. Bye bye.
Take care, Laura.
Bye, Miss. What's her name? Christina. Christine. Good night to you also.
What's up, Christina? We're blue tonight. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, the background.
Oh yeah, I have a bone to pick with you, Dennis. I have a bone to pick with you. I don't know who the fuck it was the other day.
Go for it.
Remember, Christina? I told you I was going to go at him on this. The other day, you had that female that was in the room, and you had like 3 or 4 males. I don't know. It was some new girl. I guess it was her first time up there.
Yep.
That's
and I came up.
Orange Moon.
Yeah.
Orange
and
Moon,
I had
yep.
come up there, and I said I wanted to speak to the female in the room, and she lost her shit and started going, "I'm not a female. I'm a woman." Blah blah blah. Okay, I don't know if she's that stupid that she don't know those are the same thing, a female and a woman. But But who the fuck blocked me or fucking? First of all, I got blocked in your fucking chat, and second of all, who the fuck muted my mic when she started acting like a fucking child and having a fucking hissy fit when I started to like? Who the fuck muted my mic?
I don't know who did that. I really that live. I think me and Christina. It was Christina's live. We're the only ones
Yeah,
who
that
had.
was her.
We're the only ones that could have done that, and I know Christina didn't do that. I don't know how that happened. Next time that happens, all you gotta do is exit out and come back in. You know that with StreamYard, it'd be glitching sometimes.
Well, I
But
was at work. So.
but the chat, you should have not been blocked because you're active now. So if somebody blocked you, then I would have had to unblock you. So that might have been on your end. But no, that chick, because I ended up I accidentally ended the live because like I was telling people, I'm not for people disrespecting women. Because back in the day, you treated women with respect until they gave you a reason not to. She came on, she was articulate, she was respectful. Now I know like later on it kind of changed a little bit. I was kind of like, oh, nasty work because I came on and she's like cussing up, calling people kids and stuff. But I know she meant well. But I didn't hear the whole conversation. I just saw that little glimpse. So that's the reason why I was telling people to just relax because they were just giving her all this hate because she's a black woman. Because all these other women that came on my channel, no hate, no smoke. And Christina's here. She knows that. But then as soon as she jumps on here, they want to talk about you're too old, men ain't going to want you, and you don't sound like you look good. Just all this hate, just disrespecting her. And all she's doing is just being a commentator, just talking. So
yeah, but Dennis, that's part of the deal when you choose to come up there and share your opinions. You're always going to have those fucking people that talk that shit. So that's one of the things. If that's something she can't handle, then she doesn't need to come on your panel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How many people talk shit about me?
Rory's different because if right now me, Brandon, and Christina's on here, and because you being a white guy, and in 2024 in America, if I just sat here and said, "Oh, Rory, you're probably a redneck, you're probably racist, you're probably like a poor white, you're probably," if I said all this stuff, or if I said you're no education, if I said all this stuff that ain't true, but I'm stereotyping you based on what like stories you said, stories you told. I'm assuming that you're all these things. Then guess what? Because I'm pretty sure a racist white guy ain't coming on my channel and being cool with me. But that's the point. She was none of those things they were saying. And I just couldn't have that disrespect. And I want high quality conversation. So I don't care about the chat. I'm talking about the people on the panel. They were coming at her talking about like, "Oh, you're old as hell." And I'm sorry, you're going to treat women with respect on my channel. That's just what it is. I used to be that guy. And that's like that incel behavior. Because Rory, man. Yeah, Rory, if you're talking to that woman, you're not going to be like, "Oh, how old are you?" First, you don't ask women for their age. That's just disrespectful. But if you were to ask her that, you're not going to be, "Oh, you're old as hell. No man ain't going to want you." Like, you got to pick whatever you can get. And then, like, she's like, "I'm 26." They're like, "Oh, you sound old as hell." There ain't no way you're like, how do you know?
No. Some people do have a right, Dennis, to ask those things because you're speaking on a specific subject. And you're speaking from like me. I can speak on shit from 50 years ago or whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
You speaking on shit from so our age does make a difference when it comes to trying to have these kind of conversations because we know the younger generations that we deal with right now, they definitely have a skewed view of fucking reality and what's really going on in the world. So that's fine. Second of all, why the fuck did you not contact me that you were coming to Vegas, motherfucker? What's up?
I know. I got to get your number. I actually, on the way back, Brandon actually asked for you to come on here. I'm like, "Oh, I don't got his number. So I got to get your number." Yeah, I'm going to put my number in the back office. If you can shoot me a text. That way, next time I'm there, I got you.
We'll have to do something like that and get that done. But yeah. But no, she started having a fucking hissy fit. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, if you can't know the difference between a female and a male, a female and the word woman and female, they're the same fucking thing. So... And plus, and if you guys don't know, I do use the word female as a designation because right now we have certain people that are confused on whether they are a woman or a man. So I tend to use female a little bit more than I will a woman, just so it's specific to those people. So if I say you have room of 6 men and 2 women, then I'm going to say, let me speak to the females. That way I don't have no guys trying to chime in when I'm trying to speak with the females. And then when she went off on
there's 10 women in the building.
Yeah, and then when she had her little tantrum about, "No, I'm not a female, I'm a woman," it's the same fucking thing at the end of the day. It's the same thing. And then I got my mic muted, and I'm like, "Who the fuck muted me?" Like, what the fuck?
I remember that. That was the situation.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was like, because you got to remember, Roy, I'm trying to have a quality, I'm trying to get my quality of live up. And all I like, when people come on here, they assume that there's a bunch of incel dudes on here because the dudes that be coming on here be tripping. They be literally saying, they be talking just to talk. They're
Yeah,
like,
but
press
you
your
already
fit.
know, dude. You already know I've been up here multiple times. And I don't disrespect people, so I'm not coming on here to
No,
be
you're
disrespectful.
cool.
So exactly. So
Yeah.
that's when she started having
Dudes
a little
that
fucking, because if she's gonna sit there and talk about no, I'm a woman. No, you acted like a little girl when you had your little tantrum about the word female versus woman. You're a little girl. So, but it is what it is.
I
Yeah, I'm a
didn't agree
dinosaur.
on that, Roy. I didn't agree on that, but one thing, Roy, I did agree with her on is the fact that, Roy, men, we were more, when we were dominant, like I'm the man, we were earning more money. We held ourselves to a higher standard. Now you got a bunch of dudes. I'm not calling out no dudes specifically, but most of those dudes more than likely ain't making more than 80,000 a year, and they're trying to tell her that she's to be submissive to them. Like these guys probably don't own a home. I'm not talking about them on the panel. I'm talking about the guys in the chat, just people that I be having on my channel. They're not qualified in reality. 2024 standard, yes, you can be broke and get a chick, aka me, a year and a half ago. But ultimately, that ain't used to be that way. You had to be qualified. You had to at least make 50, 60 a year. These dudes don't be having freaking no jobs. They be freaking like just living. And then they think that chicks should bow out to them because they think they're still 20 years old dating college chicks that don't have no requirements. But in freaking, when you become an adult and you're dating 30-year-old women, you got to have something to offer. You got to have some type of potential that she may be able to get in the future. And that's all I was trying to explain to these dudes. They sound they sound like incels by not realizing that.
Okay, I'm gonna have a question for you.
Yep.
Let's see, Jerome, being quiet, hearing a woman out. No, it's not about trying to hear a woman out, Jerome. All I said is I'd like to speak with the females in the room, and she started losing her shit, trying to explain to me that she's a woman and blah blah blah. That you're a female woman. I don't. It's just a distinguish. So it has nothing to do with trying to understand what she is. I don't need her to tell me what a woman is. I know what a fucking woman is. So that's here nor there. But Dennis, did your mom and dad? Did you grow up with both your mom and dad?
I have both from until he died when I was 15.
Okay.
I talked about that.
So did
and
your
I was literally go ahead.
Did your mom and dad both work?
Yep. Actually,
Okay.
my mom worked full-time job. My stepdad was a drug dealer, but he had businesses and he worked like a full-time guy.
But they both worked, correct?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Did your mom still like take care of your dad?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so what the fuck does it mean I had to have $100,000 for a girl to do something? Back in the days, mom and dads worked all the time together. They all worked, and the mom still took care of the dad. So this is this newfound bullshit that we're hearing about this. You got to have this in order to take care of fucking female, blah 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 bullshit. Back in the days, it was a team. I'm sure Christina can stand for this one too, because she's been married for a long time. I was married for almost 20 years, so it wasn't about the wallet. Now it's all about, oh, you got to make this much in order for me to fucking make you a sandwich. Bullshit. Back in the days when our parents grew up and they both worked, mom still made a sandwich for dad if he asked for a sandwich, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
So we can't look at it that men have to have this nowadays in order to get a girl or this or that. Now, as far as the broke motherfuckers that seem to able to get the pussy, that falls on the female, bro. That falls on the female. It doesn't fall on the male. If a male can sit back and play PlayStation all day long and the girls want to come in and ride his dick, then that's on the girl. That's not the guy's fault. If he's got the women throwing themselves at him and all he has to do is sit there and do PlayStation, what reason is there for him to go out and do anything? If they're willing to give it to him just because either way he looks, his six pack, he's got 12-inch cock, whatever the case may be. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I can't. Go ahead.
The same goes for men.
Well, of course, it can go both ways. I'm just trying to.
If a man wants a beautiful woman with big tits and a big ass, and he says, "Make me a sandwich, bitch," and she goes and makes him a sandwich,
well, that's
gives her all his paycheck, then that's fine.
Yeah, well, that's because
that's up to him.
people right now live in delusions of grandeur. They all think there's something they're fucking not, and that's the issue. Like if you know if you're a dude and you're a 6, and you shouldn't be out there trying to get no 10s. You know what I'm saying? Shouldn't be.
But Roy, that's the problem. Here's the thing, Roy. Back in the day, we held men accountable. So you got too many of us men telling the dudes who are not qualified that they are qualified. When I used to go to the club, I used to go myself most of the time because most of my people that I was close to were broke. And if I did go to the club, if I was going to the club with them and they were like, man, these chicks are freaking ugly. They're ugly anyway. There it is. They're that. I'm like, dude, they ain't ugly. They just don't want your attention because you're freaking broke. Like, dude, we need to level up. Like, we had those conversations. Now you don't have that. You just have poor dudes. They're getting all the chicks because of low standards that society is putting out there, to where 50-50 partnership situation, to where now these people are making babies that the taxpayers have to not only worry about, forget about the funding, but worry about the car getting broken into, worry about getting shot, because I guess poverty is the reason why people kill. That's the reason why I don't want pointless babies being made, and I don't want these pointless babies. They're going to come from people that shouldn't have kids. That's the reason why I want men to get back to making, enough money to at least, take care of the situation if the woman for some reason can't. Otherwise, stay single and figure it out. But that's the problem. You got too many men that want to get these women and say, hey, come move on in. I got it on lock. I'm taking care of business. Then they get the chick pregnant, and then all hell breaks loose with that kid growing up, becoming a criminal 9 times out of 10, or not even a criminal, just a recipient of social services for their whole life, because of the fact they're being raised by these people that the woman settled for the bum, and then the bum didn't realize that he can level up. He got a woman that's strong, that's gonna hold him down for a little bit, level up together. And that's the reason why I said you have the breakdown of the family. When my stepdad was here, it was a family. Even though he used to whoop my mom's ass, I found out, and he used to be a cheater. I didn't know that. I didn't find out he was drug toted until he died. But he still showed me what a man was supposed to be. But me trying to be like my stepdad, not drug dealer, but like how a man should be, got me put in simp zone and got me treated like crap by these women because I was too nice, and I've never whooped the woman's ass. And that's the narrative I need to change, to where we're having the worst of us infecting the better of us, making all men think that they should all act accordingly.
But see, this is your problem, Dennis. You're equating everybody's worth to their pocket, bro. It never used to be like that, man. Women and men were able to do things together as couples and build shit together. Now you're equating everything to the size of a wallet, and that's not right. That doesn't make, like I said, Dennis, you could have fucking $1 million. Does that make you a better man than me? If I have 20 grand, if I make 20 grand a year, you make $1 million a year. Does that make you a better man than me?
It's going over. I think it's going over your head, Roy.
No, it's not going over my head. I hear exactly what you're talking about.
Poor people making babies.
Dennis, come on, bro. You know I hear what you're talking about. You're talking about a man needs to make sure he's taking. Okay, yeah, you can say a man is. You can say a man is
raises kids.
Dennis, you can say a man. Yes, and a man is responsible for taking care of his kids. Damn straight. But it's also up to the woman to, if she's going to lay down with that man, she's got to understand the consequences of her actions as well. And there is a good chance if you lay down with a bum and you know he's a bum and you still open your legs for him and you have a kid and then he ghosts your ass, you got to be prepared for those responsibilities. So it works on both people. It's on both people to do that shit. Not just the man to make sure he's balling enough to take care of a kid if he's fucking these chicks. It's her responsibility as well to know, is he capable of taking care of my kid? Is he capable of being a father if I spread my legs and give it up to him and end up having a kid? So it goes both ways. So go ahead.
No, we got to answer this question real quick. Okay, this is what I think where you're missing. We know that men that earn under, we can just look at it and see that most of the dudes that earn 30,000 to 40,000 max the rest of their life, of them making a baby and raising that kid, 9 times out of 10, okay, unless they stay with the woman, which most of them don't, in my community at least, it causes the kids to have a terrible childhood, and then they get involved with things, they blame it on the way they were raised. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Maybe with the whites, maybe y'all good over there, but in the black community, kids raised by bums, meaning dudes that don't try to work, try to be better, try to do anything other than play video games and all that, which is what a lot of dudes do. They raise the worst kids. So that causes more murder and causes more companies to leave the city and causes more black poverty. That's the reason why I'm all for pushing men have to earn. You shouldn't be dating if you ain't earning money. That's just, I mean, it's that simple. And that's not much to ask for. You know, if you're not making 34,000 a year, you shouldn't be dating. Okay? I'm sorry. Or you could date, but I'm talking about you shouldn't be making babies. And you shouldn't be trying to be in a relationship with somebody without any type of, hey, I'm going to work my butt off and just make it happen by any means possible. And that's the drive that men don't have in 2024 anymore. You know,
Bro,
men just give up and say, hey, F it, I'm out.
bro, that makes no sense that you had to make $34,000 to be able to take care of a kid, bro. Come on. First of all, like I said, it's not up to the man to make this amount of money to take care of a kid. It's a dual thing. Like I said, it takes two. It takes him and her. So you can't say you got to make at least this money if you plan on having kids. No, she's just as responsible for that kid as you are. So to sit there and say you got to have a fatter wallet than her in order to have kids, that's fucking retarded. That if that's the case, then why don't you? If you got the
I
fatter
didn't say
wallet,
as much money as her. I'm talking about the family, the household income. You got to understand, most of the murder victims, most of the murderers come from freaking poverty, from what people tell me and from what the statistics show. So how do you avoid poverty? You avoid people who are poor making babies. That's
because
the point I'm making.
Because right now, Dennis, it's a culture with the blacks. It's culture right now to do the child support thing, not have a family unit. That's the culture. You got to change the culture. So it's not the wallet that means dick at the end of the day, it's the culture. So yeah, you're having a lot more murders and this and that because there's no dads in the house. There's no this. Everybody's being raised by singles instead of being raised as a family unit, as a team. So it's not about the wallet size or the amount of money. It's about the culture. You got to get away from this. Oh, it's okay to be a single mom with 8 kids culture, and then and start getting back to the family unit. That's the problem.
Roy,
Not the
you
wallet.
have to, as a man, you have to be able to provide. You're expected to provide for the whole family. And what about when the woman has a child and then she has to recover from labor or C-section? A big surgery, right? And then she has to stay home with the kids because who's going to go to work and who's going to stay home? You can send them to the childcare, but if they're newborns, you kind of want to stay with them for the first year or two. So somebody's got to work and somebody's got to stay home. The man's not staying home. That's for fucking sure.
Well, no
So
shit.
that's what you're going to fail to remember. These are all gender roles. These are all what's expected from a man.
Okay, but first of all, if you have a 2-household company, you should have insurance, number one, to take care of your hospital bills, number one. So if you're in a 2-person household, you guys are making decent money together, and you don't have some kind of health insurance for yourselves to take care of possibilities of like that, then you have issues there. There's also plenty of insurance plans out there. Aflac, for an example, we were speaking about this before, that take care of these things when these certain kinds of situations come up and you're unable to work. You have money there to help you out in those specific situations. So there's ways to do it without expecting a man, which we know there's not that many jobs available that every man that is expected to have a female in their life making 200 grand a fucking year. Let's fucking face it. That's unrealistic to think that there's that many jobs in the United States where every man that's expected to have a girlfriend or a wife has to make 200 grand a year. That's unrealistic, and that's a pipe dream. That's never going to happen. So there are means to be out that are out there that if you guys something should come up that you should already be prepared for that. When you become a man, when you can become a couple and you want to start a family, this is the shit you should be worried about. Not picking out what is the prettiest pink fucking carriage or the blue carriage, or am I going to blow up a balloon that gives the babies fucking gender reveal bullshit. Everybody's so worried about the dumb shit and not the important shit. So it's up to you when you what.
Again, you're forgetting the simple fact that the woman has to stay home with the children. That whoever's born, whatever child's born, right? She has to stay with him or her for the first year or two to take care of them. right? The
Okay.
father's not going to stay home and breastfeed or whatever, right? He's going to have to go to work and provide. That's what happens. That's
Okay.
reality. You
Yeah.
can't
Okay.
switch it
And
around. You can't make
and
the man breastfeed and stay home for a year or two. That's not
and
how it
if you
works. So you have
and
to be able to provide from the beginning, the very beginning. When you say, I want to have a family with you, I want to have children with you, I want you to be my wife, you have to have enough income to provide for all of the family members, not just you, her, and the kids. So you have
and
to make a good amount.
okay. And doesn't she have a job, or are you assuming that you're just going to take on all the responsibility and going to let her sit at home all the time?
She could have a job at the time, but then when she gets pregnant, obviously after 9 months, she has the child and she goes into labor and she goes like either C-section or natural. So she
Okay.
has to then stay with the baby for the year or two. So are you
Okay.
expecting her to work while recovering and while with the baby and breastfeeding or not
Okay.
breastfeeding?
Okay.
Yo,
That's why they
all of
make
that.
these things. That's why they make these things called savings account, and they make other things where you put your money aside for when you want to do these things. Just like you put money aside for a vacation. If you want to start a family, why wouldn't you put money aside to make sure you have money come
But I'm
family
not
time?
talking about money. I'm talking about who stays home with the kids. Do you stay home or the female?
It could be either or. A man could be a stay-at-home dad. What the fuck's wrong with
So
that?
can breastfeed and stay home for the
And
first
not
year.
ever. Okay, first of all, you're taking everybody breastfeeds. Come on, what's the
Not
give
everybody,
me
not
give me
everybody.
give
I'm
me
just
the
saying,
statistic of
what if
women
she
that
wants to?
breastfeed?
What if she wants to though?
Okay, if she wants to and she knows that's the kind of life she wants, then she needs to plan with her man for that, aka once again, savings accounts, making sure she has insurance, all that shit. That's something that they both need to work on together.
Roy, what you're talking about is financial literacy, and that needs to be taught in the schools. So to prepare these children, and that's not something that's happening.
Oh yeah, well
That's
no shit,
learned
yeah, we
over
know that
time.
for sure, bro. We know
Yeah,
that.
that's learned over time. You know, you got to go through some stumbles before you learn financial literacy. And then Christina's talking about what's the primary role in the household of the man and the woman, and she's going off of the ways of the traditionally is usually the woman would stay home as the man would
Mhm.
work. So she's asking you like who would be the primary soul in there,
Well,
and then Christina is probably looking for you to say you're going to go to work.
well,
But
I know,
you're
and
saying,
Christina is hardcore traditional, and I
right,
understand that she was probably raised in a traditional family. She
very true.
believes in that tradition, but with the current economic situations that we are in, it's almost impossible for a man to just every man that wants to start a family or every man that wants to date a girl to have this ability to have these hundreds of thousands of dollars that they expect. That's we know this is fucking impossible. Come on, there's not, once again, like I said, there's not that many jobs out there that every man that wants to start a family or have a family or date can make that kind of money. That's just unrealistic. But I know where she's coming from on her traditional values. But with the current economics and what's going on in our country as far as how much it takes to raise a family, you got to look at both sides. Both sides are going to have to take some responsibility on that. And we can't, pretty much traditional is almost being pushed out just because of the economic situations in our country.
And
So
that's
yeah,
why
it
you
sounds
have to be
good.
prepared as a man. You have to already be in a good financial state to even think about having a
Okay,
family, right?
okay. So you have no problem with the 21-year-old girl marrying a 50-year-old man, because most men aren't making that kind of money, or at least until they're at least in their 40s, 45, 50 range. So you have a problem? Do you have an issue with 20, 19, 18, 19-year-olds dating 50-year-old men? Because that's what it's going to take.
Are you saying that they have to be 50 to even make a good amount of income?
Okay, yeah. How many 21-year-olds do you know that make 200 to 250 grand a year, Christina?
Talking about the 19-year-olds, you're talking about the 50-year-old or the 19?
I'm telling you, how many 21, 19, 20, 21-year-olds do you know making that kind of money that you're asking about?
Not a lot, but there are some.
Okay, there are
Trying-
some. You're
trying
talking
to
some.
What are you
We're
trying to
talking
imply?
the majority of men that are in that high earner range, they don't even have that kind of money in their pockets till they're at least 40, 50 years old. Correct? That's statistics. So
Well,
what you're
then
saying,
maybe they should wait. Maybe they should do it around 30s. You know, maybe 30s would be a good age. Maybe
What,
I don't
for
know.
women?
Men, no, not women, men. Women have to stop around 30. It's like
Okay,
36
you
is
make
when they
you make it sound, Christina. You're saying okay, they maybe they should do it about 30. That makes no sense. You're trying to say a man is trying to acquire his wealth, his business. Well, you better make sure you do it before you're 30, or you're not going to be able to date. That makes no sense. You're trying to that's not how
you have
life is dictated. That's not how
you
life
have to be
dictates.
Okay, Roy, would you want to have a woman in your life thinking that you're going to create a child with her and you have no money in your bank? You think that's going to work out? Wouldn't you want money saved up before you even invite somebody else in your life or even want a child?
Okay, first of all, I'm not that type of guy that's just going to go out and bang everything. Just and when I'm banging a chick, I'm not thinking, oh, we're going to have kids together. That's not my thought. I know what a condom is. I was taught to take care of shit like that. But that's the problem. Once again, it's not just you're just looking at everything as from it's the man's responsibility. It's just as much the girl's responsibility to wrap that dick up than it is fucking the guy is.
Here's
So
the
we can't.
problem. You
What?
people like you are trying to change things around to where traditional values are pushed out. They're no longer, they don't
I'm
even
not.
exist anymore
I'm
because
not. It's
people
not
like you
me.
are saying, why should it be like that? I'm tired of paying for everything. What about the woman? She should help out. It should be switched around. The gender role should be switched. She needs to work. I can stay home, or maybe she can work and I work.
I'm not
No,
trying. No, nothing I'm trying to say is push.
to,
Society is the one.
we need
Society
to
is the
go.
one, Christina. Society
I
is
know,
the
but
one that's pushing out the values, not
no, but
us.
we need to go back. What do you believe in as from your perspective? What do you need? What do you think needs to be done? Do
I
you
always
think
took. I
traditional
always took.
values?
I always took care of my girlfriend. So and shit. So I don't. I
So
have the
why are you fighting so hard for the opposite view?
because I'm not fighting for the opposite view. I'm telling you, with the current economics that we deal with in this country right now, it's damn near virtually impossible for traditional values to be adhered to. That's not me pushing anything. I don't control what society thinks. I don't control the price of eggs. I don't do that. I don't control the price of rent. This is what society is turning into, to where it's impossible for any man to have the traditional values, because back in the days when our parents growing up, a man could make $30,000-$40,000 and be the breadwinner, and the wife could stay at home. We're talking now, you're talking 50, 60, 70 years later, the economics of this whole country has totally changed to where that's not possible.
So you're
So
saying the expectations are too high now. They're high versus from before.
the expectation, no, I said with the economic situation, you
Financial
can't.
expectations are higher versus in the past.
Well, yeah, because back then when you were being born, it didn't cost as much to raise you as a child as it does now. So of course, all that shit's going to change, and it's going to affect the people's ability to have that traditional way of life that you're used to because of the economic situations. Like I said, how many jobs do you know that are out there that can make every man $100,000 to $150,000 a year? It's not possible.
It's not that
And
many.
then wait to have a family. Just be single then. If you cannot
Okay.
provide, just be single. Only provide for yourself if that's all you can afford.
So you're saying that men shouldn't go out and enjoy themselves and have women and have
You,
sex with women because they don't make enough money for you?
you can
That
do
makes no
whatever you
sense.
want. Just
But
don't
it's
invite.
okay. No, no, no,
Just don't
no, no. You're trying to throw no, Christina. You're throwing the
somebody
burden all
else
on men. You're
if you
sitting there
can't
and
provide.
say most pregnancies that are coming out are done. Most of the pregnancies in this country are by accident. It's not motherfuckers going out of their way to go out and have families. Let's fucking face it. Come on. Most pregnancies are unwanted in this fucking country. So it's not like you got a bunch of men out here, single men saying, I want to start a family, but I only make 20 grand a year. No, you got a bunch of men out there going after these chicks just to fucking smash. And guess what? She's pregnant. That's the
Okay, then
fucking situation.
don't you know? Then you don't do that. Then don't have sex with other women if you can't. If you're not going to be protected
Okay. Once
and you
again,
have unwanted babies.
Christina, men do not control the access to sex. It's up to women for that. Men don't control access to sex. So if women just don't freely give it up to these fucking losers and whatever, guess what? They wouldn't be having sex with women, would they?
So you don't have to go inside. You don't have to enter.
Okay, so you're blaming it. So that makes absolutely no sense. So you're blaming men. You're blaming men.
I don't have enough money
Oh,
to
it's
get you.
okay. Oh, that makes no sense. It's okay for men not to have sex because you don't make enough money, but we can
That's
go
why
fuck
you
every
need to
guy
make
we
the
want whenever we
decisions. That's
feel
why
like it.
that's why we're in this situation, because there's a lot of people making poor decisions and they're not financially stable to do these things. That's why we're in this mess.
It's called being a human. People make mistakes, and personally, it just falls. Like I said, it falls just as much as responsibility on the woman as it does the man. The woman opens her legs; she's got to be prepared to have a baby or whatever the case may be. You just can't say, "Well, men can't fuck, but we can spread our legs for anybody we want whenever we feel like it." But you men can't. Like, what is that?
I'm not blaming anyone. I'm saying as a man, if you want to do that and you think that an unwanted pregnancy might happen, make sure you're financially stable before you make those poor decisions, because you might wind up with a pregnant woman that you have to support for 18 years.
Okay,
And
and
then find out
how
if
about
it
the women?
is.
How about the women? How about the women step up and make sure the man's using proper protection? Or how about the women if they don't want? Hey,
Why
listen.
do you
How about if the
stepping
women
in
don't
the
want these babies? If these
Here's the
women don't want
problem.
these babies, being at the abortion rate the way it is, if the women don't want the babies, then why don't the women go and get some contraceptive for themselves instead of
Roy,
killing babies?
you need to take accountability. That's what the problem is you keep switching around, turning around on women, and you need to step back and think, well, what
No,
about the man?
no,
What if
I'm not.
the
I'm
man
not
can
blaming
do
it
all?
all on women. I'm not blaming it all on women, Christina.
Keep
I said
saying they
both
keep
are
making
responsible.
mistakes.
I said both are responsible. I've said that men are responsible just as much as women. It's not Roy's thinking it's only women's responsibility. It's men. But when women come on these panels and they want to argue that the man this, the man that, the man that, where's the women's responsibility in this whole situation?
Roy, you need to stop watching Fresh and Fit because you are brainwashed.
She went there.
He watches it.
I don't
He
even.
said
First
he
of all, I
literally
don't even watch that. I don't
you
want. I don't want. I don't watch Andrew Tate. I don't watch Fresh and Fit.
he
This is
said
just
social
common
media
fucking sense.
influences
This
you.
is common sense.
You
This is
said that.
common sense. This is common sense. I don't watch that shit. This is just common sense that it is both parties' responsibility that if you're going to lay on your back and spread your legs, or you're going to enter that girl's vagina with your dick, that you both take the personal responsibility, not just the man. And you're
Not
throwing
me. I'm
everything on the
pulling
man.
out. Fuck that.
What happens if he
Pull
has
out
no
game
money
on
in
it.
his bank account? Who's going to support the baby?
If he has no money in his bank account, why is she opening her legs for him in the first place?
Why is he entering?
Because she's giving it up, and we know men's whole life and their whole reason for being made was for procreation and to do that. So we know that's men's nature.
Roy,
We know
you
that.
are saying everything from Fresh and Fit. I've heard these exact words. Are you sure you don't watch Fresh and Fit or whatever? That's the show.
Christina, that's one thing I tell you right now.
You're
I do
quoting
not
their
lie.
words.
I do not fucking lie about anything. So yes, I do not watch them. I do not watch Andrew Tate. I don't follow that. I look at things from an actual perfect common
From
sense
where?
point of view.
Because you said you get your information from social media. Where are you getting it from?
This doesn't take social media to
You
use
said
common sense. Christina, it does not take social media to use common sense that there's two people involved in making babies, a man and a woman. You don't need Fresh and Fit or Andrew Tate to realize that it takes two, that both people are responsible. The person that sticks his dick in and the person that receives the dick. You're both responsible. It don't take Fresh and Fit or Andrew Tate to know common sense. Come on. It doesn't.
Hashtag pull out game. So I only got 2 kids, and the only reason I have 2 kids is because that's exactly what I did. I made sure I only had 2 kids. Everything else was pull out. So it wasn't LMFAO Dennis. It was me saying that. So I just think it's silly that this conversation went back and forth with the whole like women's responsibility, all this stuff. What I think also should be done is we need to educate our children on the consequences of doing these things. So when they become adults, they kind of like a little bit more sound And like these urges that we have, yes, we can act on them, but then if we do, there is a consequence that will stay with you for the rest of your life, not just 18 years, for the rest of your life, because that's your responsibility to the day you die. It's having a child is not just an 18-year thing. It's a lifetime commitment. You're there to mentor the child. You're there to be their guidance. You're there to be their advisor. You're there to do all the things to make sure that they have a quality life. There's abstinence. You can practice that. You practice, condoms and birth control and all that other stuff. But then when you're drunk and all that stuff, you don't think about it. That's when the mistakes are made. So I think that's where Roy's coming from. That new fix legally, it's 18 years. That's actually not factually true, because if that was the case, why am I still talking to my mom and she still like is there for me when I need her?
I'm
It's
only
facts for
saying,
life.
like, legally, like child support wise, it's only 18 years, but of
It's
course
not.
it's long. It's till
It's not.
till the end of your
It's a lifetime
your
commitment.
days.
It's a commitment lifetime, even if you're not together anymore. Yeah, it's not a financially. I don't know if you're trying to say financially responsible, but I'm just saying as an individual, as a
By law,
parent.
if she
You're,
puts you on child support, it's only to 18 and it cuts off. That's it.
yeah, but you're talking about financially responsible. I'm talking about being a parent. There's a big
No,
difference.
of course, that's common sense. You're gonna be there for your child for the rest of your life until you pass away.
Well, I look at it as not financially responsible. I'm talking about being responsible, because like the whole point Roy was coming at was like saying you're responsible for this child no matter what, like forever. And that's not an 18-year thing. It's more like you're responsible for life. So that's a lifetime commitment that you make when you do this. So the mistakes that are made, you have to make sure that you're aware of these consequences. But the human brain doesn't really fully develop until like 25. So these mistakes that are usually made, they're less than under that. So a lot of people are having children under that age, which means they weren't clearly thinking when they were doing the act, or weren't prepared when they did the act. So, and then you have your other outliers, which is the forceful entries that happen. So those are things that have to consider too. But yeah, I don't. You guys are really interesting with that back and forth. That was funny. But anybody else got a thing in chat? You guys have anything to weigh in on here? They have the morning after pill. Yeah, that's Plan B. It's been handed out a million times last year. They do need accountability or responsibility. I mean, you got to teach it. It's not something that could be done overnight. It's like, so Jay says you're correct. And if a child asks for help at 18, wouldn't you help him or her? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Paris, that's the thing. It's like, well, that's what you were getting at there, that new fix. You were making it sound like that all you do is just you do the child support and then you leave them alone. I'm not about that life. It's like, yeah, I pay child support now, but it's not like I'm going to say the child can't come to me. And if anything, they have an issue or something.
The thing is, from her point of view, everything falls on the man, and it's not how it is. It's both. Both parties are responsible. Like I said, nobody goes out to the club. No woman, no man go out to the club with the intentions of wanting a family. That's not how it works. So when she lays down and she gives access to the guy she just met at the club, he didn't go out there with the mindset of, hey, I'm going to start me a family. Just like she didn't lay on her back to give it to the guy from the club thinking that, oh, I'm looking to make a family. That's not how it works. So it's both people's responsibility. It's his responsibility to wrap his dick up. And it's her responsibility that if she really isn't interested in having kids or the possibility of having kids, she makes him wrap it up, or she is on some kind of contraceptive, or she just doesn't allow him to get in that pussy. It's both people's responsibility, not just his.
So I agree. I mean, I think
she's been
responsibility is lacking. I just think we got to hold men accountable still. I mean, women too. I hold both. My thing is, as men, we allow our friends now to like get away with acting like, they should, like them disrespecting that woman because she says she wants to what she deemed a quality guy, which was you know, a guy that actually earned a good living. How is that too much for a woman to ask for? Like, are you gonna get stabbed up now and called a bitch because you don't want to be with a broke dude? I would never, like the situation I was in a year and a half ago. I would never make a chick feel bad because she doesn't want to date me because I'm only making, you're doing rideshare, whatever, $30,000-$40,000 a year, you know. But you have a lot of dudes that are pushing that narrative because of Andrew Tate's and Fresh and Fit, which I respect Andrew Tate, not Fresh and Fit, but because of those dudes becoming millionaires off of pandering to incel dudes, where if they didn't have the money, most of those dudes aren't getting no chicks. Maybe Myron because he's, you know, actually like buff, whatever, but not freaking Fresh, you know. So that's the problem. Like, you know, they got these men thinking that they can be broke, playing video games all day and just wake up or finish playing and go outside and all the chicks should talk to them just because they exist. And that's all I'm saying. Because most of these dudes don't even own a car. They don't own a home, just like me, but I'm not walking around acting like, you know, I should get, you know, women should praise me. I'm
Hey,
blessed.
Mackenzie, Jay
now?
ain't roasting nobody, Mackenzie. Jay ain't roasting nobody.
What about the men that have sex with a woman, get them pregnant, and they just walk away like nothing happened?
Used to be held accountable.
Isn't that amazing, Roy? Just, she has to pay for everything. He doesn't pay for a fucking penny. Isn't that great?
But Christina, I got to push back on that because Christina, these dumbass chicks, they get pregnant by broke. Kylie girl would never let me get her pregnant, and I wouldn't even try. And then a fluke that I only got one biological kid, and a fluke. You know, people say I should have all kinds of babies because I'm out here. No, because I choose not to have sex, and when we do, protection, you know, safe sex or whatever. She would never let me get her pregnant, but you women can go out and put on something hot, even if you weigh 400 pounds, and go to the club, and you might get a freaking dude that you know is rich, or not even rich, like living good, get pregnant, and then he has to pay child support for 18 years. No way around it. He's stuck. So it goes both ways. You can't be stupid as a chick. You need to tell all your friends, don't mess with broke dudes. Stay away from me. Okay? Because you ain't getting no child support. You're getting a agreed upon child support amount, but you're not getting child support because what would it be with me? It would be what, $200 maybe, $300?
What about the men that make a shitload of money? They have a shitload, and they will not support the child because they want to be a deadbeat. They
ain't
just
a deadbeat if they financially pay.
No, they don't pay shit. They don't pay shit. They make a lot of money and they don't pay a penny. And the woman pays for every single thing.
Christina, it doesn't work like that in America. Okay,
if it happened to me. It's happening
name one
right now. It's happening to me.
So you have a kid. Your kid father is making over $100,000 a year.
He makes a shitload. He's a fucking construction manager. He's been
making. So he makes over 100 a year.
Job. Probably a lot. I don't know how much, but I'm sure over 60,000 or 70,000. He's a construction
that's the
manager.
Point, Christina. That's not. If he makes 60,000, then you're obligated. I'm just saying, Christina. The way to break it down, Christina. Normally, and it ain't no way around it. As a man, if you make 60 a year, they take your gross 60 a year, and it's usually about 20% of that you got to pay in child support for the year. So that means he has to pay $12,000 a year. Now, of course, DNA test. I'm assuming you took a DNA test, right?
I took a DNA test, but DJ, that's not how it works. I don't know what you're going by, but I'm only supposed to get 120 a month over, and she's 16 now. I haven't really got anything. I've only got like maybe 1,000, if that, maybe 800 total.
What state is this?
This is from Texas.
Okay, so when you got pregnant and the baby was born, were you guys together?
When the baby was born, no, he said, I don't believe you. I don't believe that you're pregnant.
Okay.
And he just he didn't want anything to do with it.
Okay, so you took the DNA test. Oh, you told the story already on live. So he took the DNA test. Yeah. He was the dad. So how much was he earning at that point when the DNA test was?
I don't know how much he's earning, but just Google construction manager. I don't know how much they make because he can't. He's being paid. You didn't get a lawyer? DJ, he's being paid on the table. He's acting like he's unemployed, so they only had to go by the minimum wage, which was
Yeah,
100, which I
yeah.
should be getting paid more because he makes a shitload.
No,
He
but Christina, you
does.
got to establish. You got to. Here's what you got to do, Christina. This I'm not trying to narc the dude off, but here's the situation, Christina. If you have proof that he's getting paid under the table, not you can't just say he is. You got to have proof. So meaning he got to post something on Facebook, or you got to
Yeah,
pretty much show. Well, you got to show
I
his
have to
life.
get.
Let me tell you how it works. You got to
I know.
show his
I know how it
lifestyle.
works. I know how it
Okay.
works. I have to get a
Well,
private investigator. They said they can't do that. They don't have the means for that software. They said if I want to go and do the investigation myself, that I can do it, but they can't do that. They're only going based on what he gives them. That's
I
it.
know that's the law.
But
I'm trying to,
isn't that
Christina.
fucked
I've
up
been
though?
a
That's
no.
fucked up for the woman.
Christina. No, it ain't messed up because Christina. Listen, just hear me out.
What?
I'm telling Christina. I'm telling you why it ain't messed up because first off, you didn't know what was happening that day, and you know you should have handled that situation differently. We talked about that. I think off the book, but I think we talked a little bit on live. So that situation should have handled it differently. Secondly, Christina, I'm telling you right now, if your daughter is 16, he never paid child support. You got to understand. All you had to do was if you first off you got to you took accountability. You slept with the guy. It was what it was. So if he's getting paid under the table,
No,
you
I
have
already
to.
explained this story, and
I know
I
you
don't know why
explained
you
it.
don't
I know.
understand. No, you
I'm not
don't
going to
know
explain
because
it again. You really want me to say the story
you're
again,
acting.
Christina?
I don't give a shit. I already said it. You're acting like I didn't take accountability.
I know
I
you
was drunk
did. That's the
I
point.
was drunk at the time. He held my legs open. I didn't know what he was doing. I said, I'm ready to stop. And he wouldn't stop. So that's not my problem. That's not my, I didn't know what was going on. I was fucking drunk. Like, I don't know what
Hold
the
on.
fuck I'm
That
doing.
was the one. You only did that one time. I thought you
One
said that
time.
you
One
after.
Okay,
All you
first
need
of all,
there, Dennis,
I don't know
all you
the
need is one
situation.
time.
I don't know what that situation is, but what you just explained was he raped you.
Yeah, that
you
was rape.
you should have went to the police with that. That's
I
what
thought we
that
talked
is.
about that. That's
That's
rape.
what
Is
that
that
is.
I thought we
That's
talked. I
rape.
thought I told you that. You realize if you went to the police department with that story, you would own everything he has to his name.
But
Right
DJ,
now, you can go right
I'm
now, Christina, and file
Dennis.
charges. Yeah.
Dennis, I'm taking accountability. I don't
Why would
I was there. I was there, okay? I at the beginning I knew I consented to sex. I just didn't know he was going to do that end part. I didn't know he was going to do that to create a child. So there's women, what I'm trying to say is there's women out there that go through these things. So it's not always what it looks like on paper. There's more to the story. So you cannot just go and say, oh, you're a fucking whore because you have a child, you're not even married, you're young, you're 22 and you're pregnant,
I don't
you're
say
a
that.
slut.
I
No,
would
No,
never
that's
I
say
what
don't
that.
know.
people see when they see a woman, and that's not right. That's the thing I don't want to happen. And we're being looked bad upon because of these situations that happen. Like, you made a bad decision, you're stupid, all these
Christina, you
things.
guys are choosing, but the thing is, Christina, you got to still take account that the women are choosing
I'm
these men.
taking
Christina,
accountability. If
no,
this is
not
not
you, but I'm
taking
saying the
accountability,
women.
I don't know what is.
No, the women that you're defending, because here's the situation, Christina. Most of
Because
these
it's
women are not getting with upstanding men, and this is happening. Like, Christina,
DJ,
you know good and dang on well that when I had everything going on, not money wise, but about just my life, everything was great. I had a hard time getting women because they wanted the freaking thug and the guys is gonna take the pussy. I'm sorry, that's what women choose. These good men that are out here that are like they want to hold down a woman, y'all don't give them attention. So what do you expect? Like nobody's gonna feel sorry because you know there's a lot of good men. You passed up on, you said it yourself. Y'all passed up on good men. There's a lot of disdain going on between both parties. Men who are good men that women don't want, and then women who are choosing the assholes who are taking advantage of them. It's both people.
Okay.
I
I mean,
think
how
you
is it
just
not equal?
I think you just need to see more. There's more to the picture.
I mean, y'all. I mean, you could have, Christina. You said it yourself. You chose that piece of shit. You didn't have to choose him. You chose him. You knew
It
he was no
doesn't sound
good,
like she
really.
chose him after the
I
fact,
didn't
Dennis.
choose. I didn't choose. See how you're twisting it around? You're
I
trying
don't
to
think
make it
No, I'm
that's
seem
what
like
saying you
happened.
dated him. You didn't say you went on a
it's-
date and then you went back
But you're
with
saying
him.
I'm making bad decisions. No, I never went back with him. It was one time.
No,
One
I'm saying
time.
I'm talking about that date you went on. Then you go on a date and then he brought you back to his place and then that happened. So what I'm saying is, Christina, like there was no signs that that guy just isn't a good guy. Like, did he really? He came off like Prince Charming.
Yeah,
Like,
he
no
did.
red
But
flags.
what is that? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah,
Because
that's a
okay,
little bit too much probing, sir. You can move on.
no, it's not that. It's just men. We're supposed to decide who. Like, if I see a hood rat, I used to choose the hood rats because I just wanted a fun time. I would
So it's
pass
my
up a Cali girl.
so it's my fault.
No, it's both of our faults. Because here's the thing,
No, it's not
Christina.
my fault. He's the bad guy in this picture. It's not my
No, he is
fault.
the bad guy, Christina. He raped you
So
because
let's
even
keep it
though
that way.
Christina, even though he did what he did, I mean, you consented. He put the bait. He didn't pull out like he was supposed to, and he did that. And you can go right now and get him in trouble for it. It ain't too late. But the thing is, Christina, you got to understand, like your situation is so small. Few of these cases of women being left with babies because they choose these dudes that they know. Like Cali girl would never have a kid with me because right now, at least, because she knows that freaking is gonna be an effed up situation right now. But in a year or so, we're gonna have a little, a little baby on the way, but not now
My
because
best my,
she
my
go for it.
best friend had the same situation happen to her. He didn't want anything to do. He never went to go see the child. Like he would lived in the same area, like by them, but he never came over. He said, "Okay, I'll be over," and he never showed up. Like
It,
he
you
had
ain't
to
for no
pay child
signs.
support.
All right. So this conversation is going in a circle. Let's go ahead and just end it here and move forward. So let's go ahead and talk about something else. Chat. You guys have a idea what you want to do as a conversation? You have a question for Dennis? You have a question for Roy?
I'll be back. I gotta take a piss.
Okay, Roy's gonna go drain the weasel. You have a question for Christina?
Bring the weasel more like Python.
And Christina, we'll put it on our back. We'll put it on the whatever you call it. We'll talk about this one-on-one. That way we can really get into that this is a good topic. Tomorrow maybe I'll reach out, and if you're free tomorrow or Wednesday, I think we need to talk about picking bad options. And I
No,
think that'd be a good topic.
I don't agree.
I'm gonna talk about it. So if you don't
My
want to talk about it, I'm gonna talk
situation,
about it.
you're missing the point, DJ. My situation had nothing to do with any of my poor decision or anything like that. It was being misled, manipulated.
Yes. But women
Okay,
do it to men
being
too.
tricked. Being tricked. Let's not switch it
Yes,
around. Let's
Christina,
keep it how it is.
it's a small few women that deal with this, but you have men that get tricked too. Look at all the thotties. You got a dude in the NBA that's 21 years old, got a freaking 39-year-old thought pocket pregnant. It happens to both, but it happens to men more. There's more men who get tricked by these chicks because you can't get past that big ass sometimes if you got all this money.
You're
So
never
what I'm
gonna
saying
understand.
is,
It's fine.
no, I understand, Christina. I've been there. You know how much money I lost chasing after these chicks? Like getting used and played and abused. I've been there. I've been there, Christina. We talked about me being a simp magnet. So that's what I'm saying. Let's talk about it. Not now, because I'm let Brandon, because this is Brandon's live. I wanted him to do his thing. Brandon, by the way, record numbers. I don't know. I don't know if it was just you or what, but you got numbers. Christina is in number 2, and then I'm in a close third, because right now you're in 4 hours and you got 30,000. Okay, but it might be because you picked a peak time. So Christina, I'm hoping me and you can do something like this together and talk about a few things. I got a lot to talk about, but I get it, Christina. Saying I'm not trying to do victim Olympics. I'm just saying this is a deeper
Yeah.
conversation that we need to take
Why?
time to do. Not with Brandon and Roy. We're
That's why. Well,
let you
that's
do
why
your
I
thing.
wanted to move away from this, because the chat's like turning on you guys, saying, all this victim blaming stuff, and I'm like, I want to get away from that so we
Yeah.
can have a more productive conversation. So one of the guys in here, what's his name? Dat New Fix was like saying, why don't I slap myself? That's kind of like a question that doesn't need to be asked. Something more productive rather than asking me something like that. And then and then he also has nothing productive to say regarding Christina. So that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for actual questions with something we can actually talk about. So what I would like to ask is, Christina, given your experience with the being a single mom and everything in the in this generation of having children, do you feel it's a little bit more difficult nowadays or is it easier regarding your situation particularly?
So when I went through it,
Kind of like, the children, having the child, and then having to deal with the process of you being single parent in this day and age. I mean, like, I don't know when you had your child, but I mean, just given the experience, because my child is 12, so I don't know how old yours is. So that's how
mine's
long ago it
16.
was.
2008 was when she was born.
Okay, so 2008, going through that process, being a single parent, did you feel it's like it was difficult at that time, or was it a little easy?
Very difficult because you have to pretty much sacrifice like being with the child, and you have to put them in childcare because there's nobody else to watch them. You
So
just
you
have
were
to.
alone in this, no support?
At the beginning, I had my mom, but we didn't get along. So for the first, I think it was the first year, or even less than a year, I was living with her, and she was helping me babysit her while I worked full time. But then once I moved out by myself because I couldn't be there anymore, I had to put her in childcare while I went to work every day, and I was barely making it by myself.
I understand. Now, my oldest is 18. She had just turned 18 and in February, and she was born in '06. And during that time, I was a full-time U.S. Marine, and I wasn't able to be there, but she was at home. She was staying at home with the child, but her support system wasn't there. She was isolated from her support system being with me in Virginia. So she started getting the postpartum, and then the postpartum made her want to go back and move back with her mom. So she went back to her parents back in Philadelphia. So she was there with them. I had a lot of separation with my oldest, and it was kind of forced. I had no choice in the matter. So it kind of like put me in a place that it made me distant to her. It's unfortunate. I don't like the fact that it caused that distance. But given the circumstances of the relationship going under, and going moving forward here, my second child was more. I was like more involved, and that seemed like having a two-person household seemed like it was easier than having to deal with raising my oldest like from a distance. So I can understand being single parent is how difficult it could be, and not having that support system. It's unfortunate that you had to go through that, but everything's good now, though, right?
Yes, and I can compare being a single mom versus being in a two-parent household. It's totally different.
Yeah.
There's so much more help. He can take care of the children while I work and vice versa. We take turns, so it's way better than being by yourself, financially in every aspect.
Nice. All right. So, for you, Dennis, you've been very vocal in your your raising of your little one. So, going off of that, um, same question to you. Your oldest, was it more difficult, or was it easier during the time
Um,
for you being a single parent?
so I had my daughter, her first like 3 years I raised by myself because the mom was doing just whatever. At that point, it was easier because of the financial side, because inflation wasn't there. I was able to afford to buy the milk and still work and take care of everything and pay for a babysitter. Now, because of the cost of living and everything, I couldn't imagine. Now, my son, I didn't have the chance to even see him. I mean, I saw the first few months, but after that, I didn't see my son until he was 9, and he's in a solid. He has foundation. He had a man in the house. All necessarily the first guy. I wouldn't say man, but But here's the thing. I think now is different because the cost of having a kid is just way more than it was before. That it's just harder for anybody, which is why with me and Cali girl, when I finally have this baby in like a couple years, whatever, it's gonna be planned. And me, what I know now compared to what I knew back then, I think the kid is going to be more than well off than would have been, back then, with things being, easier to raise a kid. And then the fact that you got more ways to educate the kid. You just got more available to you if you utilize, resources. So
So
that's my thought on that. I think it's
so
easier now. And
you're trying to have another one at your age, bro?
oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I mean, I
You
never had a
yeah.
kid from start to finish, because every single time I had situations. I'm not going to get into my son's mom, but my first kid, the mom, I didn't care about DNA tests or nothing. I just wanted to be the kid's dad, and she chose to have that other guy be the father, because he was more what I try to tell people, women to watch out for, more fun, the fun guy, the thug.
Yep.
And the child was taken from me. And the only reason why I came back into her life was because of the fact that I found out she was about to put in children's services. And I'm like, no, not my Jelena. So I came back from Vegas I was a taxi driver. And in 2018, when I left, it was dying, but I was renting a cab, because that's when they started allowing you to rent a cab. I was making good money. And I made that sacrifice because I'm like, I don't have nobody to love. I don't have a kid. I don't really want to go and make one with the woman, because I don't want this to happen again. But I'm just happy now I found somebody that I can see myself having a kid with, that won't, put me through the whole leaving and, holding my kid hostage. So that's the reason why I want to do that now, because between her income and my income, we can afford it, more than afford it.
Man, you're going to be like 60 when the kid is like 18, bro. You got to be careful.
Oh, yeah. I'm living until I'm 100, like Roy.
All right. So, Roy, do you have any little ones of your own that are...
My son is 33 years old.
33. Okay.
Oh,
Well, I'm
God,
just
Roy.
saying, like, going off of your experience, did you raise your child in a two-person or as a single parent?
Oh, he was raised by two parents.
So you figure that it would be an easier situation since you had that experience? You find it was a little bit smooth, and you guys got to plan out.
It's never smooth, because, like I said, it's not just about the money. Everything. This is the problem I have. Everybody is thinking everything's money, 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 money. There's more to raising a child than money.
Money wise.
Well, no, I'm talking you. I'm not talking you, but everything seems to revolve around how much everybody makes.
Right.
And being a good parent doesn't have to do with how much money you make. It's raising them with the right values. It's all that shit.
Spending
all that
time
shit.
with them and all that.
Shit combined. So is it easier? It's never easier. It's never easier, because even as two parents, you still fight back and forth. Should I spank my kid? Should I not spank my kid? Does my kid really need this expensive pair of shoes? There's all kinds of drama when it comes to a kid, even in a two-person household. So I would say it's never easy. It's always an uphill battle, because
process.
You got a life in your hand. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of shit you got to take care of. Make sure he's doing right in school. So so I would never say it's easier just because there's two parents. So to be honest with you,
totally understand. So with all of our different experiences and backgrounds, right? So I have both experiences of being a single parent and then being in a two-person household, and then I'm back as a single parent again. So my girlfriend's got her own child, and she's got 3 of them, right? 2 girls that are grown, and then she's got a 16-year-old, about to be 17-year-old. So being a step parent's kind of a challenge as well, because when you're dealing with someone else's child, you have to be in this, like, you're almost on a fence, and you can't really get involved like you would in your own, but you have to be able to communicate certain things that need to be addressed without offending the other side. But that's a lot of problem that a lot of couples would face, because sometimes a parent would get triggered by you trying to correct their child in a way that they not agree with, but having a conversation prior about this, like, hey, this is what I would like to take care of, and I would like your support in this, and vice versa. So, like, that type of communication should be addressed prior to getting with someone that has a child as well.
Well, if any woman, if you're together with any woman and she has children from another marriage or another whatever, and she expects you to be the provider of the household, and then she wants to dictate that you don't have any right to say this or say that about the child, she's in the wrong. I'm sorry, you can't expect, in
Nah,
my
it doesn't
opinion.
work. Doesn't work that way, Roy. So like you gotta look at it
Well,
like
no,
this.
no, it doesn't work that way because you guys don't allow it to work that way. But that's the way it should be. If I'm providing a roof over that child's head, I'm feeding that child, I'm fucking clothing that child, I have every right to say what goes on in and out of that child's life because I'm the one that's being the responsible parent or adult here by raising that child, not the dad. And if that mother chose me to be able to raise that child and provide for that child, and then she wants to dictate when I can or cannot do so, see that's wrong on her part, and
No.
that's because you guys allow that shit. Because if
So
I'm
you're
providing a roof,
So
you're
Roy,
allowed to take her child?
Roy, this
I'm
is
allowed to
what
what?
this. Hold on, before you ask that question, Christina. So Roy, that is a negative. These people in chat are funny. This is where I say that you have to have that conversation prior to you doing stuff because when you have a stepchild, it's a little bit more difficult. See, your mindset that you have, if you were to get with someone and you said that to that person, you wouldn't be with that person anymore.
I wouldn't
Because
be with that person.
shoe on the
Period.
other
I wouldn't be. I
shoe on
wouldn't
the
be
other foot.
with that person,
Shoe
period.
no shoe on the other foot, Roy. Would you allow that?
Yes, I would. I would
No,
if I have
that is
if I have
not
a son if I have a son at home and I choose to get with another woman, and yes, she's going to have and she's helping to provide for the family, and she's the one helping to raise that kid while I'm supposedly at work and doing my traditional dad shit. Then yes, she has a right to be able to do that. This is why children are so fucked up because you guys think like this that you don't have any rights to this
Whoa.
kid, but yet you're expected to do all these things for these children by some other fucking dude that she just spread her legs for, has nothing to do with the child, no discipline, no nothing. They expect you to do all this shit and then turn around and tell you have no right to that child.
No,
That is why things are so fucked up. That's
okay,
why.
so now are you currently with your spouse now?
Oh hell no. I've been divorced for shit ton of years. 35 what?
So now you have to look at it like this, Roy. You guys aren't together, you have a child. But that child you have together, what if the wifey has a problem with what you just said?
Then you don't get that. Then if you don't have that kind of mindset, then stay single and raise your kid by yourself.
That's
Plain
not
and
where
simple.
I'm getting
Don't
at.
expect another.
What I'm getting,
Don't expect
Roy,
another
it's a-
individual. No, you
it's a-
can't expect another
it's a
individual,
partnership,
whether it's a
Roy.
man or a female. No, you cannot expect
It
another
is
man
teamwork.
or a female to help raise a child and then turn around and not give that and not help that let that other parent give direction to that child. That is totally ass backwards. That's no,
That's
you
not
can't.
I
ass
agree,
backwards.
Roy.
It's
No
a
physical,
communication
but
factor.
all mental. I'm with Roy on that.
So
you can't.
it's a like Mackenzie's saying, partnership. It is a communication you have between two parties and you agree on something. You can't be stonewalling saying I'm gonna go right in this direction and you can't change my mind on this because Roy, that mentality will keep you a single forever male, SFM, and it's not gonna work in that kind of world because how I look at it, how I perceive it from being someone was raised in a broken home, there was no way that was going to happen with my mom. My mom would never allow that. And the guy could do all that stuff, but my mom would never allow it. So that's the whole part that I'm getting at. See how I was raised by that experience. I'm like, I'm not going to go and just strong arm someone and telling them that that's going to happen, whether they like it or not, because there's two people involved. And then you got another one to be in the middle, which is the step parent. Step parent has to be able to respect the boundaries that are set by the parents, but at the same time have the authority for that child to listen. The only way that works is if you have a conversation, and you have to have a conversation about it prior. But you can't just go in there, do whatever you want, and then think it's okay. It's not. You can't do that.
Well, wait a minute. You say that makes no sense either, bro. How are you going to sit there and say that
communication?
How are you going to sit there and say you're the one in the middle between two other parents and their child? If sorry ass dad ain't in the picture,
we're not talking about sorry ass dad. We're talking about there's two people that have a child. They're involved, and you're in the middle. I'm not talking about no deadbeats. You're throwing a whole nother thing in the mix.
Okay,
I'm talking about
if you're talking about
you're a step parent,
two
and
adults,
these 2 parents are
had a
involved,
child.
and you're in the middle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, and
you
you're
can't
the
just go and do that.
if that other dad is taking on the responsibilities that he's supposed to by teaching that child wrong from right and so on and so forth, then you shouldn't have to worry about it. You shouldn't have to be. That shouldn't even be a problem for you. But we're talking about these sorry ass people that don't take
I
care of
wasn't
their
on that
fucking
topic.
kids.
I was just talking about you're in a situation where you get with someone that has a child.
Yeah.
You need to have a conversation when you were living with that individual before you go and get involved.
See now you're changing up, bro. You said
I did not.
when you get
I've been
listen,
very
yes, you are.
consistent.
Listen, let me finish. You're
I've been
changing
very
up because you said when you get with somebody that has a child. Now you're saying, oh well, if both parents are involved,
I didn't say both parents were
you changed
involved.
the goalpost on that. You got to
Nope.
you got to be specific when you say that. You say,
No.
You're going to get with somebody with a parent with a child that has an active other parent. Then I can give you a different answer. But when you say when you get with somebody that has a child,
Yep.
I'm assuming you're basing it on
assuming.
Right. Well,
I
what
would
else?
never assume.
What other information
I would
do I have to
never.
go on?
But here's the thing, Roy. Even if there was a dad that wasn't in the picture, I would never assume that I have the right to just do whatever the fuck I want to raise that child because I'm doing everything inside the household. Because there's 2 people involved, regardless of the fact I cannot just make a decision. Fuck what the other person says. That you can't do that. This is respect for the individual and respect for everybody.
I never said that you don't speak with it or talk about it.
You told me no.
But you as a provider
earlier,
of that
no.
child,
I said that
you as a
conversation has
provider
to
of
be
that
had
child have
prior to you going forward with this. I just said that.
You as a provider for that family have a say so on what happens with that child if they're living under your roof. Regardless. You don't sit there and tell me you don't. Don't sit there and say, oh, because it's not biologically my kid. Oh, she can run the streets when she's 16 and do whatever the fuck she wants, and I have no say in that in my household. You can't sit there and think like that. That's not how it is. If it's my household, I am the one providing for the household. I am providing this. I have every right to set rules of my household. I don't have to ask another grown man that chose not to. No, I don't. I don't have to ask another grown man what rules I have to set in my fucking household. How the fuck? No, that's not how it works. It's your household. You can set the rules in your household.
You're acting like since you make the money and you provide, right? And I don't know why you're saying that because like you don't want men to provide for whatever reason. But anyways,
I never said that. Don't start making shit up, Christina, because I'll lose my shit. Don't make shit up like that because I never said that.
You're saying that woman. You're saying it should be a partnership, right? So it's the same partnership is
I
what I'm
said
trying
in
to
this
tell.
listen. I said in this specific economic situation we are in right now, it takes more than just one individual to carry a household. That's what I said.
Okay, so it takes a partnership to raise children together. If they're your stepchildren, you cannot just walk in and expect to be able to do whatever the fuck you want just because you provide and you're financially providing for them.
Okay, what are you guys coming up with this? Do whatever you want. I said you can set rules in your household. That means you do have access to what happens in that kid's life if you're the one providing it. What do you mean? Where do you come up with this? You can just do whatever you want. What do you think I mean when I say that?
I set the rules. I make the rules. That means do whatever you want. You're not talking to anybody.
You do make the rules. It's your household as a fucking man. It's your household.
But
doesn't work that way, man.
No. If you don't expect wait a minute. If you don't expect another man to make the rules in his own household and provide for you, then don't expect a man to pay your fucking bills for you or do everything that you want traditionally. Don't expect that.
What about the partnership? What happened to that? What about the family?
Okay, if there's a partnership, then that's between you and her. That's between you and her to set the rules in your guys' household, not ask some third motherfucker that's out of the picture.
That's what Brandon said. Have a talk about it. Brandon just said have a talk about it before it happens. Yeah, set the ground rules.
And if she can't respect the rules of your house that you want to lay down in your house, you send her packing. That's how it goes. Plain and simple. Because if you're expecting to do all this for the woman, if you're expecting to do all this for the woman, because she doesn't,
that's not what you said, sir. You said that it's my house, my rules, and you said fuck
No.
everybody else. No, you need to have a conversation prior to that, and you need to address the issues that will happen because you have another person there, the child, and the child ain't yours. So you can't just go and say all this stuff because now
And then you wonder why you got so many
being an
single
a-hole
mothers
to the
right
kid.
now. This is why you have so many single parents right now, because you guys have this fucking mindset
That's
that
not true.
a man or a woman is supposed to do all these things for you, but yet you have no say so when it comes to the rules under your own roof. That's why men don't want to fuck with women with kids, because of this fucking mindset you guys are
That's
portraying
not
right
true.
now.
I just told you my
sit there and
situation,
you're
dude.
telling me you're
Hang
sitting
on a
there
second.
telling me you
Roy,
expect a man
I
to
was
ask
giving
some
you my
deadbeat
experience.
fucking
Roy,
dad
I was giving
what the fuck
I was
to
giving
do
you
in his
my
own house.
experience, Roy. Roy, I was
Come
giving you
on.
my experience. My experience. I am dealing with a child who has been diagnosed with autism, okay? Special needs, with my girlfriend who has a father who's involved. But it's a little difficult for me, okay? Because one, I know what it's like to have a step parent, and you're never liked as a step parent. Roy, you may not know what it's like, but guess what? You don't like your step parents. But I'm not there to be liked. What I'm there to do is advise and make sure that he's doing what he needs to do and prepare him for the real world. That's what I'm there for. But I had a conversation about it with my girl before any of this would happen, before I would even lay down any laws on him, before I would even tell him about what he's done wrong. I would have a conversation with his mom, because that's called respecting the household. She would respect me in the fact that if it was my child, she would talk to me first before she would do anything. It's not that it's my house, my rules. It's, hey, there's a situation going on. We need to address it. That's called respect. There is no my house, my rules when it comes to these situations. That's what I'm saying. You don't have that experience. I don't think you should talk on it because you're not living it. I'm living it, so I could talk on it.
No,
And one
I
thing
don't
I'm
have
gonna
to
tell you
speak
is,
on it. You know
it's
why
not.
I
I'm
don't
not
have to
single
speak on
though.
it, bro?
There's
You know
no
why I
single
don't have to
moms
speak
here
on
for
it?
me.
Because society is showing us. I don't have to speak on it. That's why
I
men
don't
don't
have
want to
that
deal with
issue.
single women.
She's not
That's why
alone.
men
I'm
don't.
not
That's
alone.
why men don't want to deal with women that have kids. Society is proving this point.
No, you
I
wouldn't
don't
deal
have
with
to
women
say
that
a
have
fucking
kids because
word
your
on it.
mindset's warped, bro. You gotta
No, it's
be able
not
to talk
warped.
to people and
It's
respect
not
them.
warped. You can't
Hell
expect
yeah.
another
That's
man.
warped.
You
That's a
can't
warped view,
expect
bro.
another man to provide and care for you under his own house, and then try to dictate what rules he can or cannot have in his
You're
house.
That's not what I
generalizing.
said.
No,
You're generalizing, and that's not what he's going through. He's going through something totally different from what you're talking about.
And you're talking about you have your experiences with the special needs child. Most parents don't deal with that. Most people, your situation. See, and that's another thing. You guys don't look at the group dynamics of everything. You guys, once again, this goes back to you guys are using your own personal life experience to try to speak on the whole world. You guys don't
That's
look
the
at the whole
best.
world. And the
That's
whole
the
world right now is telling us that we have hundreds of thousands of women that sit there and say, I want a man to provide all this shit for me, but yeah, you can't say shit to my kid. I'm the only one that can talk to my kid. And you know what society is showing us? That's why you have all these single mothers, because guys are like, fuck that. Don't
That's
expect me to sit
not.
there and do all this shit for you and then turn
That's
around and
not
tell
what
me
I
what
said.
rules I can or cannot have in my
What I
house.
said is
Society is proving it. I
you
don't
need to
have
have
to
a
say it.
conversation before any of this happens, because if you don't, then y'all have to part ways. That's
Well, of
where
course
I'm
you
at.
have to speak on.
But you
Of
did
course you have
not.
to have that
But
conversation.
you're not even talking there. You're not even going to the talking part. You're like, you're gonna walk into my home. I'm paying all the bills. You're gonna do exactly what I say, when I say it, and how I do it,
That
or
should
how I
already be
say it.
okay. That should
Yeah,
be that.
that's not
Those are
real. That's not.
okay.
That's
Do
wrong.
you want me to start from the first date and then we go to the whole situation? We're talking under my roof. We would assume you've already had that discussion with this female before you even chose to move her in your house. That's something that's already an automatic. That if I'm dating a chick and she has a child by another man, that of course is going to come out of my world. What is going to be my responsibilities to this child if I provide or I move you into my house and I provide this? What do you expect from me when it comes to that child? If she says you can't say shit to that child, guess what? She's going to be single, looking for somebody else. Because that's how it is. You already have that discussion, should already be done through the dating phase. You don't have
No
that
way.
discussion
You better
when
not
she's
be
already moved
talking
in your
about my
house.
kid during the dating phase. That's when I want to take it to the next step. I'm going to introduce you to my child. Fuck you if you think you're going to have that conversation beforehand. Hell no. because that's not someone you're going to meet right away. You're going to meet the child later on. You ain't going to meet the child right away. Hell no.
Nobody said anything about meeting a child. What are you talking
You
about?
just said it, man. You just said you're going
to
to have these conversations in third date. No, man, that doesn't make any sense.
You can have those conversations while you're dating a woman. You don't have to meet the kid or see the kid to have a conversation about what are your plans with me and your future and your child. What?
Don't work that way, man. I'm telling you, that's not real
well,
life.
it didn't work that way in your world, but it works.
Just telling you that I would rather have respect for my lady.
Let me tell you something.
I go in strong
the last 3 women I dated all had children. One had 2 daughters, one had a daughter, and one had a son. So yes, I've been through the situation, and they all were moved into my house. I brought them all into my house. Okay, so I know the situation you're talking about.
Did you have a conversation? Did you tell them that, hey, this is what I expect and all that stuff? And did they go, oh yeah, that's cool, we'll go along with it? Or they'll say, no, that's not cool. Did you have that conversation prior?
If I say that if I tell the woman that I'm dating and she wants to move in with me with her child, and we have the discussion, okay, these are the rules that I have in my house, blah, blah, blah. She either says yes, good to go, or she says no, then she's not moving into my house because it's my house. You have to set rules in your house. Regardless if the kid is your biological kid or not, you have to have rules set in your house. You just can't say, okay, move in my house and then free willy-nilly do whatever the fuck you want. That's not how it works. You have to have rules set.
Did you have a conversation saying, hey, I just want to let you know if I get really mad at your child and they do something wrong, I'm going to want to spank them. Is that okay? Did you say yes?
I was given permission to spank their children, yes.
They said it's okay to spank my child.
Yes.
As hard as you want.
Fuck no on that.
Well, see, there you go. As hard as you want. See, this is the thing. You guys go into the fucking extremes. I know how to discipline a child, and not everything has to be spankings or beating a child. I know how to discipline a fucking child. I have a 33-year-old son. Trust me, I know how to discipline a kid. And I took care of all these other ladies' children. So I know what to do. You guys go to the fucking extreme. Oh, you're going to beat her kid? Because what the fuck? Like, come on. Quit taking everything to the fucking extreme. You're taking it to the extreme. Disciplining a child, whether if I have to spank them with the belt or whatever the case may be, it's disciplining a child. You're making it sound like you making it sound like I have permission to just beat the living fuck out of them, give them black eyes, break their arms and shit. That's not. Come on. You guys are going to mad extremes with this stuff.
No, I'm not talking about extremes. I'm talking about like, before you even do the act, you're having this conversation regarding the children that aren't yours, and that no matter, even if you pay the bills, you inviting them to your home, you're accepting that responsibility. But guess what? You ain't gonna have full control. So you need to be able to compromise, and be able to give up some control, because certain situations you're not going to be able to go and make any decisions on it. So that's why I'm saying that conversation, you're telling me you won't have that conversation. It doesn't matter. You pay all the bills. They're just coming in and living in your space. Then they got to follow what you say because it's your house. I think that's wrong fundamentally, and it's a very wrong. It's a wrong way of looking at life.
That's not what I said. I said you never had. I didn't say you never had the conversation. I said that's a conversation you have during the dating phase, not after they've already moved into your house. That's something you should already determine.
I didn't say after. I said before they move in. Before, meaning you're gonna go to that next step. Before you go to that next step, you have a conversation, and then that conversation needs to be very well detailed in like what can and can't be done. Those are called boundaries. So you need to make sure that you are aware of those boundaries, because it don't matter if you own that house, you don't own that child. And what you're telling me is that because they live there, you own them. That's essentially what you're saying.
I said, bro, you're beating a dead horse, because I already said that is a discussion you have during the dating phase. And if she isn't willing to allow you to set certain rules in your house when it comes to her child, then you don't even let her in your house. You don't even take care. You don't do it. You move on. You don't wait till the child or the mother is already in your house and then try to have a discussion on what you can or cannot do. If you haven't had that discussion during the dating phase, then you've already made the mistake. But you have to have that discussion during the dating phase. So I already said that. So what did I already said that? But when you guys ask these questions, you guys answer these questions as if they're already in your house. And then you ask a question, and then you guys backtrack.
Never
Well,
said
you got to
that.
have this conversation first, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
because look,
You can't
here's
backtrack. You got to
here's
say, what is
okay.
your
So what
thoughts
you're
on
saying is, the policies you're going to instill are not fluid. They're static, right? They're not going to have any changes. So you're not going to run into a situation where a rule you placed it before, you're not going to change it because it's your rule. That means you're going to leave if you don't agree with this. No, you have to be able to compromise and change, because if you're not willing to change, you'll be SMF, single
okay.
male forever. It's not
Okay,
worth it.
what kind of rules are we talking about? You making it sound like there's some kind of like these magical rule. The magical rules is respect my house. If I ask you to do something, just do it. No back talking.
I
No
didn't
none
ask
of
for
this.
details.
If,
I'm
I'm
just
just
saying in
saying. I'm
general.
just saying.
You
You
said
guys
your
are
house,
making
your rules.
what kind of rules? You making it sound like motherfuckers' rules are like a dictatorship or something.
That's what
Of
you
course,
dude. I'm
everything
going
should
off
be-
of what you said. That's what you're implying. You were saying everything that you're implying right now that everybody else is hearing. You
Yes,
implied all
you
of
have
that.
to have set rules in your house. There is no negotiating set rules in your house. If I say I say you walk in my house, you live in my house, you respect what your mother tells you, and when she tells you to do it, you do it. That there's no fucking negotiating that. That is a set rule. You come in my house, your mother tells you to do something, you follow what your mother tells you to what to do. No back talking, or there'll be repercussions. You don't negotiate shit with kids. Kids are
Oh,
kids. You are the fucking adult. You don't
okay.
negotiate with kids.
Yes, that's where that's okay. So that's where I'm gonna say that you're completely wrong fundamentally,
Okay.
because
Well,
this
if
is
you
how
want, if you're
this
gonna
is
sit there and you
yeah.
want to dictate, let a child that you're taking
I
care
didn't
of,
say that.
you're feeding and raising, dictate to you
I
what
didn't
you
say
should
that.
or not do, then yeah, you have issues.
I didn't say
with
that. This is what I'm gonna tell you why
Come on,
this
man.
is wrong, right? You need to be able to talk to the child and have a conversation with them on their behavior, why they got punished, and what you are expecting going forward. Because if you just yell at them and tell them that they're in trouble and not give them any type of thought as to what happened so they could think about it,
Okay,
that's
I'm going to stop you right there. That's
completely
common
messed up.
sense. That is common sense what you're talking about.
That's
If
not what
a
you
kid
just
walks
said.
in my house and breaks a rule, and I said, "Bro, you broke the rule. This is going to be your repercussion." That's common sense, bro. I don't have to go through that whole step when it comes to that. We're talking about setting rules, and there's repercussions. I don't have to have a sit down with the child and say, "Hey, you broke the rules." They know that. If they walk in my house and I say, "Bro, this is the deal.
Sounds
You
like a
listen to what your
dictatorship,
mother
man.
says, or there's going to be repercussions for it, whether it be no TV, no this or that." That's already set when you set the rules. That's already something you explain to them when they set the rules. So that way they know when they do break that rule that they know what the consequences are. Those are already things you said.
When children are toddlers, you can be a little bit more on that dictatorship side. When they start becoming teens, you cannot have the same applied rules ever across the board. You have to be able to be
you
flexible.
can. You can. You
have to
can.
be
Trust me,
flexible.
bro. You can, because if you
Hold
raise
on.
your child,
Hang on,
if you
dude.
raise
Okay,
your
you're
child
talking
right,
to you may have a
can.
33-year-old. I
You
got an 18-year-old and 12-year-old. It's a little different over here, okay? I want you to understand I am fluid in certain things because growing up, I didn't get those privileges that I would give to my children today, because growing up I was strong-armed with that thought process you have. That was on me. And you know what I said to myself? I will talk to my child and I will explain to them the things that they either do wrong or I want them to do right, because I want them to know I care enough to hear what they have to say, because their opinion matters. Not the children's going to run over me. They're not going to run over me, because I'm going to give them respect. And how you give it is that you show it so they can give it back. I want to be respected. I don't want to be feared. And what you did in your household, dude, it sounds like you scared the shit out of your children and you didn't get the respect. And I think that's kind of unfair to the children. Don't do that to the kids, because that scars them for life.
You can think that all you want, but you can talk to the mother. You can talk to the mothers of these kids. You can think that. You can think that, but I was raised a 25-year fucking I was raised by a 25-year man in the fucking military. So I know all about what it's like to be in a strict household
And so
and
was I
break the
also,
rules
sir.
to deal with the consequences. So I know, but no child has any opinion in your household. It's your job as a parent to raise these kids right, so they don't have opinions.
They
When it
better
comes
have
to that
opinions
kind of stuff,
because they don't
your
walk
rules are
around
your
here with a
rules.
free thought.
Your
That
rules
they'll
is
be
your rules.
controlled and mindless, man. No, you want them to have a free thought. You want them to be raised to think for themselves. You don't want them to be sheep. How are you going to raise a leader when you're telling them to do what they're told? They
If
can't
you-
have a free thought. That's
Because
fucked
they're
up,
under
bro.
your household. That is part of being a parent. They can have their opinions and free thoughts on what they want or don't want when they turn 18 years old. But as long as they're in your house, they're under your rules.
I
That's it.
disagree with
There's no-
that. I disagree with that because I was also raised by an Army veteran. He did 20. E7 did 20 plus years. I retired. But where I disagree with you is if the children and their issues are not being heard by the parents, it is devastating. I grew up when I was a kid. There was a young kid that was struggling in school. And he was trying to tell his parents they were struggling in school. But his dad said, if you don't bring home good grades, you're going to be in trouble. That kid ended up deleting himself because the parents would not listen, that he was having a learning disability at school. But because it was their house, their rules, they did not listen and they lost their child. So I see what you're saying, but it doesn't work out in practicality.
But once again, we can't look at it from one specific incident, two specific incidents. We have to look at it from a whole point of view. We can all pick out bad situations where I had a friend that did this or I had a friend. We can all do that, but we got to look at things as a whole. And if you're expected to, as Christina says, to provide all this stuff for a family and raise a family, and then sit there and say you don't have the right to set rules in your home, that's not right. That's not right. You have every right. And how do you expect to grow up kids that are disciplined, that will listen when it comes time to get a job or something like that, if you just let them willy-nilly run over you in the household? If they can't follow your rules, how are they going to follow rules of society?
But you're going to you tell us not to go to an extreme, but that is exactly what you're doing. You're going to an extreme. Most kids
Well,
don't
you
try to
guys are
run over
going
their
to
parents.
the extreme, so why not? Why at this point, if you're going to pick the extremes, I might as well do the same thing, right?
I think what we're saying is you started from an extreme.
No, I did. The only thing I said is that if you're expected to be the man and raise another man's child in your house, that you have every right to dictate the rules of your household and what happens with that child in your household. You have that right. Now, all the other shit you guys talk about in between, that's all shit that's talked about in between. But when at the end of the day, the main point I'm making is you as a man raising another man's child in your household, providing you have to set the rules in your house and they have to abide by your rules in your house. All that other shit you guys are talking in between, that's something that's discussed in between. But at the end of the day, the end goal is it's your house. You have to set rules for those children in your household.
And again, you need to be fluid in your rules because not everybody's going to see things the way you see them. And you inviting them to your home and being willing to support them, then you need to be able to bring in that idea to be open-minded for these changes. You can't be one way or the highway kind of individual because then you will not have them stay.
But
they will not stay with you.
That is something you have to be able to discuss with the mother of the child. Once again, through
That's
the dating phase.
You said no.
That's through the dating phase. That's something you have to deal with
through
the
the
mom.
dating phase. You do it when you're ready to take the next step, not the dating phase. The dating phase, you're either there or not.
The dating phase. If I've been dating a girl, if I know a girl has a child and I've been dating her for 3 months and I decide, let's talk about this during the day, one of the dates, that, hey, what's going to be the deal if we move in together with your child? What's this going to be expected? What's that expected? And she tells me what she wants and I don't like that, then guess what? She moves on. I'm not going to wait till I'm like really deeply in love with this girl and I want to move into to make these steps before I decide to make these important decisions and then decide to ask her. No, that's
I
something that
didn't
needs
say
to be
wait till you're
discussed
deeply in
early
love.
before you build up an attachment to a person.
Well, I didn't say deeply in love either. I said when you're ready to go to that next
Yeah,
step.
but if
I
you're
don't know
already
you
going, if you're
skip them
ready to go to
steps.
that next step, like you're talking about, you already love this girl. You already see that yourself having a future with this girl. If you're going to that step, but that's why it's called a dating phase. You need to learn what that other person's about, what's going on with their families, and all that shit. That shit's done during the dating phase, not wait until okay, I think I'm ready to marry her. So now let's talk about the kids situation. That should be talked about long before you ever get to that phase. That should already be talked about because that's going to be a major decision on whether or not you're going to marry or continue on with a woman, or what are my boundaries going to be with your child, being that she has a child and you don't. You gotta. That's something that's going to make a major step in moving towards that next step that you're talking about. Is
Exactly
knowing,
what
hey,
I've been
okay,
saying. Right. Now, how you go about it is where I'm going to disagree, because how you're saying is you're not having that conversation. That's how you initially started. And you said it's your way or the highway. They have to follow whatever you say, and you won't be fluid, meaning you wouldn't be willing to change your rules if someone came at you and said, hey, you should approach it a little differently. That way you can get some type of response from the child that's going to be positive for you. Because either way, I know you're understand you're not going to take the response in a positive way, but you're really willing to open your mind to, hey, okay, this is what they're saying. Maybe I should look at things a little differently, and it might not work with every single child. You can't just say one cookie cutter across the board. Each child is different. So you have to have certain boundaries set up for one, yourself, and everyone else around you.
I think being a good leader, as far as being a good leader in that situation, you're going to have to be a little bit more diplomatic, because if you're not,
Yeah, you're gonna
and
get rebellious freaking shit going on. And you're gonna have
yeah,
a
because if you're
chaos.
not, yeah, you're gonna be, you can get rebellion. Not only are you going to get rebellion, so we're talking about you're not the biological father, right? You're coming in
Yeah,
as a stepdad.
yeah, it's a step parent. Yeah,
Oh, well, first of all, I don't think that's a good ideal. I don't think it's a good idea for any man to do, to come in as a step parent. Period. Whether like if you're a man that does not have kids, you should not date women that have kids. And if you do have kids, you should probably put your money into your kids, not someone else's kids. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell single mothers. Single mother, that's not an easy mountain to climb, man. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, I know some guys may do it, but I would not recommend it.
yep. All right, I'm with that. I'll dip out of here. I gotta go. It's almost 3 a.m. over here.
Definitely, man. You
Yo,
just
man,
do
I don't
God's
know
work.
what it is with
Appreciate
this.
you.
No, no problem. I don't know what it is with your like your whole setup, but it's really engaging. You guys have been a great chat. When Roy gets back, just tell
Appreciate
him
it.
appreciate the convo and no hard feelings. We disagree, but I could tell him myself. Hey
I lost
Roy,
connection.
I'm gonna
I lost
I'm gonna
connection.
roll. It's all good. I'm gonna roll. I gotta use the restroom, but also gotta go to sleep. It's like 3 a.m. over here.
No
I
worries.
got class. But no hard feelings, man. Good
Oh,
convo.
bro, I don't take anything personal. I love these
Yeah.
kinds of conversations because this is how shit gets worked out and figured out, and everybody's entitled to their own opinions and the way they do shit. And yeah, I love these kind of conversations. So I don't ever get hard feelings, bro, at all.
Yeah.
So
I
not
just
at
want
all.
to make sure everybody knows. And that new fix is silly. He should smack himself for being so silly. And chat, you guys been great. Everything. Laura, thank you again for coming through with your insomnia.
Yep. Shout out to
behind
Laura.
you
Appreciate
sleeping.
you.
And again, Christina, Dennis, again, thank you for inviting me to the platform one more time.
Definitely.
Pastor, thank you. Pleasure. And you guys, if you guys ever want me come back again, just holler and tell me. You guys have all my
Bro, you know
social.
you need to come. You need to come more often. I mean, like I said before, I'm gonna switch some things up, but I appreciate you
All
coming
good.
on and doing what you
So
did.
if y'all go on Google and type BVAZ711, that's where you find me. All right. That's all my stuff. And that goes for everything, gaming and all socials. Oh, no problem. Thank you. Thank you, Bounty. All right, guys. I'll be out. I'm not gonna end stream. I'm leaving the studio.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I'm
Are you
pulling
good?
Dennis.
Have a good night, man.
Deuces.
But no, I'm glad that what's his name? Real Talk with Roy. I'm glad you're back because I was saying that I don't think you should be dating single mothers in the first place.
Who, me?
I don't think no man should. I mean, I honestly, no.
Personally,
I'm not gonna say no man.
I personally say you're 100% right on that, bro. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not a good deal.
No, man. No, it's not. No. And with that mindset that you can't, that they don't feel you have the right to set rules in your own house, or you have to have conversations with kids in your house. Yeah, that to me is corny, bro. It's now if your kid's having issues, that's something that you discuss with the mother. And the mother, if I explain to the mother, hey, these are the rules of the house. I would like you to explain your child the rules of the house, the repercussions of the rule. That is something you discuss with the mother. I shouldn't have to have that talk with the kid. You know what I'm saying? I can have that talk with the kid if the mother wants to do that, or if the mother decides to say, "Hey, let's do it together," and then that's how it is. But that's the thing with these situations is they all have so many variables, bro. So no right or wrong answer can really, at the end of the day, be sought out because, like I said, all situations are different. You know, a lot of us I base what I do on what success I've had in the past. That's how I do mine. So just like you do yours, Christina does hers, he does his. So, but there is no real right answer when it comes to this because all situations are different. So,
hey, Dennis, do you date single mothers?
Say, excuse me.
I mean, I'm in a relationship now, but absolutely. But I have a limit though. It got to be no more than 2 kids. But I'm with Roy. She has to know because here's the thing. I did it in Youngstown because like the cost of living is cheap, so I was able to I can get a place for like $800 a month. They get their own room, but it got to be a good woman. But she got to understand, it's going to be disciplined, and I don't want the father involved unless he's like a upstanding black father, or I mean, more like she's going to be black. But he got to be upstanding. He can't be like a thug. If he's a thug, he got to be a deadbeat, or I'm not dealing with it. I don't judge. I don't mind it. But now, because I met Cali Girl, I would never do that again. If me and Cali Girl for some reason didn't work, I would never do it because like I know my worth. It would have to be not trying to jab her head up, but it would have to be like a Christina. Like it would have to be that type of mother, a woman who would truly be a respectable woman. Unlike the chicks that be out here going to the club every night, their kid freaking staying up all night being bad, and you can't say, hey, dude, go to bed. You got school in the morning, bringing bad grades. I can't deal with that. I got to have, and usually when you deal with a woman that doesn't have the dad involved, usually the kids are better ran if the mother isn't a hood rat. And I don't mess with really hood rats from my experience. But then women with the father involved, but he's like a loser, like a toxic dude, it's the worst because he's literally only there when she got a new man, or he shows up for appearances like birthday parties, like the little league football game, just to be cool, but he's not really involved. I would never deal with that. So I think it's both ways. But once again, it got to be structure. You got to be able to talk to the kid and discipline, not discipline physically. I don't think that's okay. But I think punishment. You're grounded. Like my son, he be acting a fool sometimes. And I told his mom, I'm like, look, you're gonna have to because of course we're not together. I'm not the man of your house. He has a stepdad because I believe the man is in the house. He's protecting my son because my son lives there. So he's a stepdad. He should be able to discipline. If my son is not acting right, like got his mom carrying groceries, he should be able to go out there and say, Aiden, what are you doing, bro? Like help your mother. Like I'm okay with that, but he ain't going upstairs and whooping her and whooping him. I don't know. That ain't happening. I don't think that's right because at that point, give me my son and I'll take care of him. I don't gotta do that. And if I do whoop my son, it's gonna be because he did something crazy, like he freaking beat up a kid for no reason, something. I'm gonna whoop him. So I think last thing I would say is we need past that. Last thing to you, we need whoopings back. Because I'm sorry, if I didn't get that ass whooping when I stole $20 from my stepdad's money pal, because I was scared of these bullies. I was trying to make him happy when I was in 6th grade, and I got a whooping of a lifetime when I got home because he found out because they got caught with the money and they told on me, blah blah blah. He beat the brakes off me and said if he ever finds out I ran away from some bullies, I'm gonna have to fight him. And at that point, I fought every single bully that came in my face. I fought, and I got ice cream and got to go fishing every single time, and it made me a better man. To where now, if I'm outside and somebody walked up on me like, "Dude, what's up?" and push me, I'm gonna fight back. I'm not gonna go running. Depending on the situation, I'm not gonna run from a battle. I used to literally run and leave my sister hanging, or I would probably run and leave my girlfriend hanging if I didn't have that ass whooping when I stole that money from my. So I'm just saying, kids not getting their ass beat now is the reason why you have more school shootings than ever, and you have kids that are lazy and entitled, talking about how they got mental health and they can't go to work. You got all this craziness. You got literally like Antifa, and you got Black Lives Matter, people jumping on cars, kids, literally teenagers jumping on cars. You got 2 malls out here in California that you got to have a parent, or 1 mall and 1 outlet. You got to have a parent with you after 6 o'clock on Friday and Saturday and Sundays, all because, I'm sorry, not again the race, but the blacks fighting, but and creating chaos because there's no dads around to get at spanking, and they're on video fighting and whooping ass. No big deal. And now it's causing the rest of the community to pay the price by us having to, like, if we want to bring our kid and they want to go see a movie with their friends, we got to be there with them. So that's the reason why I think we need to have more capital punishment in regards to ass whoopings, but not abuse, just enough so they get the picture.
It's called corporal punishment, not capital punishment.
Yeah, that was the whole problem with capital punishment. And even because I went to school when you can still get
No, capital punishment is murder. I felt like I was gonna get murdered sometimes. My stepdad, he smacked me so hard in the back of my head for doing something like breaking a window, fighting with my brother, that I blacked out. I felt like I died and went to heaven. Literally, that's what I mean.
There's levels of punishment, man.
Yeah, I got my I grew up. I got my ass spanked at school with the paddle.
So we had that, right? But the thing about it is,
too.
some principals were. So this is how it was. The vice principal was usually a female, and the principal was usually a male. If you got a whipping from the principal, you really messed up. So you got a worse whooping. But if you got the vice principal, the female whooping, she just popped you a couple times. And if your teacher had to hit you, it's like maybe like once or twice. But they took that shit out because the teachers was, I guess they started whooping kids' asses for real. They was like really whooping kids' asses. And then some parents got, angry and attacked the teachers. I mean, that's like that stepchild. How much are you going to let that stranger, technically, no matter how much they say they love them or care about them or want to lead them, how much are you going to let that stranger actually hit your child and discipline? How far is that really going to go? I'm pretty sure the teachers cared about these students, wanted to see better for these students, the same way a step parent would. After all, a teacher is a former step parent because they're guarding your child while you're working. So therefore, how much are you going to really let them hit them? And they're not going to let it happen like that.
But if you're seriously hitting a child that much, then you're being abusive at that point. There's a difference between spanking a child and then beating their ass every time they do something wrong. There's lots of different types of punishment. Let me tell you, on the 3 ladies that I dated, all with children, I never had to spank their child once. So it's. And that's just like what Homeboy was saying. It's about communication. If there,
Did he cut out?
Yeah, he cut out.
All right, Rory, you cut out. Just keep in mind too, when I got my paddling from principal, it was because I chose to use the bathroom, trying to be funny. I let my pants fall all the way down to my feet, to my ankles, no pause. And then the teacher walked in, like, "What the heck are you doing?" And I got, walked to the principal's office with my, finger on the ear, that situation. And she said, 2 choices. You can either get the paddle, you can, we had to like spin the wheel, and it was between 5 to 10 paddles. And then you had one little space that was 0. You get to spin the wheel, or I'm calling your dad. And I knew if he called my dad, he'd think I'm gay, which I wasn't. I was just trying to be funny. And he would probably give me a case of the beats, because back then you couldn't be gay at all in the Black community.
Okay.
Or it was take the paddle. And I
What
took the
the
paddle.
fuck? Like, wow.
No, dude, I lost my connection again. Like, what the fuck is going on with my shit? I got 5 bars on everything, and then I'm still losing connection.
Yo,
Like,
you didn't miss nothing. Yo, Dennis Wilder, yo. Talk about, man.
Nah, Roy, I was
Wilder
telling
back
a
then,
story.
man.
Hold on, Roy, I was telling a story about how in elementary school I was trying to be cool, so I was trying to be funny, and I let my pants fall down to my ankles just to be funny. So the teacher, everybody ran out the bathroom like, so I'm pulling my pants up real fast. The teacher walks in like, "What are you doing?" And then he brought me to my with the fingers on the ear all the way to the principal's office, and the principal said, "You got 2 options. You either get this paddle, we had a wheel, it spins, and you got 5 to 10 paddles, and then you have 2 little boxes that were like 0, so you got all free." I took the wheel because I knew if I went home to my stepdad, he would have beat the crap out of me for getting in trouble, then for being gay, but I wasn't gay, but he would have thought I was gay, because at that time I was like scared of girls. So I took the paddle, and that made me act right in school. I didn't talk, I didn't act up, I didn't do nothing. It was like a lashing of lifetime. I mean, my back was red. So I needed that paddle. If I didn't get that, I probably would have been a class clown.
Yo, what the fuck, man? Like, that was a bad story.
I know. Like, what
Yep.
the fuck, dude? Don't be dropping your
It's
drawers
needed.
out in public like that in the first
Yeah.
place. What the fuck?
What in the P. Diddy is happening?
Yo, yo, we need to keep all the kids out the bathroom with this.
Yeah,
Nah,
shit.
it was like you try to be the cool kid. I was trying to be a cool kid, and like I let them drop. I mean, they didn't see my meat because I covered up, but I was like trying to be funny, and that joke didn't hit, and it made me look like more of a goof.
Yeah, that didn't hit at all, bro. That was like, nah, that won't it.
Yeah.
That won't it.
That was the epic L there, bro. For real.
But why y'all have Roy? Because here's the thing: what Roy, me, and I thought you would be past the. Brandon's just too nice of a dad. He would be that dad that you can like you can manipulate, because I know how my mom is. He's like how my mom is. And the problem is men used to raise the kids like men, not like the women. Women were more understanding and communicate with me and this and that. Men were like, we come home and you acted up. I mean, the mom said you acted up. Like you were feared. I'm sorry. That whole I want you to respect me, and by like fear by respect or whatever that. No, I'm sorry. I don't want that until you get older. But when the kid is young, they got to be whipped into shape. You got to teach them how to act. Then when they get older, you hope that they continue acting right. But it's all acting, because we all don't act this way. We just got to be this way because we're in public. But at home, you might have Roy walking around with a freaking beater on with no underwear on, like But guess what? He would never say he's doing that on YouTube, because guys will call him a freaking clown. But that's the point. Kids, they're going to do the same thing. If you don't whip them into shape, they're going to do what I just said Roy would do. They'll go out there and do that, not knowing any better. And then guess what? Their life is ruined. So that's the reason why you have to, check your kids young. And I'm sorry, it comes with, especially Black kids, because we're more rough. It comes with punishment, physical punishment. That whole talking, my mom, she did that to me after my stepdad passed away. I ended up not walking across stage, blew through money, was the worst of every aspect of my life compared to what I was when my stepdad was alive. I knew better. And if he would have still been there, I would never have made I probably would have made none of the choices I made. I would have stayed in school. I would have went to college. All these things I would have did because I feared him, but I still respected him. So I would have did it out of like not disappointing him. I would have thought he would show up to YSU, seeing me at that fraternity house to give me a case of the beats.
Or he could have kept whooping your ass even more, and you could have been extra rebellious. I mean,
Nope,
we can always shoulda, coulda, would have it.
Exactly.
We could always shoulda, coulda, would have it, right?
Nope, I was never rebellious. After he
really,
whooped my ass, I stole that money from him. To this day, I've never stolen from anybody because of that ass whooping. But if I
And at,
if I didn't get that ass whooping, I'd be a thief right now. I used to be a thief until I got caught.
and at the end of the day, it all comes down to communication between you two, anyways. That's
Because you
what it
just
boils
can't
down
beat
to.
your ass the whole time.
You know,
No,
it
he
comes
whooped me
down to
one
communication.
time. Never had to do it
You know,
again.
if you accept,
It's fear though.
I didn't get spanked at all, and I'm not doing anything wrong.
Christina, we talked. You know the men you said you chose in the past.
See, I don't like when people use the info that you give to them against, and you hold it over me and use it against me. That has
Dang.
nothing
No,
to do
Christina,
with
I'm not
discipline.
talking about
Discipline as
Christina.
far as
You literally said, Christina, you said on here, I chose bad women. When my stepdad was alive, I never chose the scallywag. I never chose the hood rat. The only women that I even thought about dating were godly women who I would marry, then have kids, get the house with the picket fence. But then when he died, I went to straight thought pockets. Like I lost my
Wow.
virginity literally within 6 months of him dying. I lost my virginity in a freaking. Actually, no, I'm not gonna cap because I lost it at 17. So within a year and a half of him dying, I lost my virginity in the bathroom of a freaking movie theater. That would never happen if he was alive. I would have been terrified of getting her pregnant. I would be dead right now if I got her pregnant with my stepdad alive. But literally, I did that with that chick, and like it was a mess. So I'm just saying, Christina, that's what I mean by like the
I'm
father
talking,
discipline.
yeah, but I'm talking about behavior wise. I'm not out of control. I'm not getting arrested. I'm not doing drugs and alcoholic. I'm not having like 8 kids.
Women
You know,
don't do
I'm
that
not having
though.
like 3 divorces. I'm
No, but
not, my
Christina, women
behavior
don't
is the
do that.
same.
That's what men do.
No,
You
women do
chose.
that. They definitely do that.
Do the
No, they
same,
do
but
it. But I'm talking about women is more a poor choice of father, like men to be with, not kids. I'm not talking about the kid, but I'm talking about poor choices and being with men. You do that when you don't have a soft, like a dad that like
that
when
means
you
you're
don't
missing the
respect your dad,
father. The father's gone from the picture. That's
when
a
you don't
daddy
respect,
issue.
yeah, and when your dad don't give you that discipline to like
I'm not talking
not.
about daddy issues. I'm talking about spankings versus somebody that's not spanked. That's what I was referring to.
I mean, your dads don't really whoop the daughters though. My sister got a whooping and it made her rebellious, I will say. But with me, with the boys, we weren't. I mean, it depends, Christina, because the girls don't really get whooped. I had to whoop my daughter and it changed her whole life. I whooped her. I gave her 3 chances and she messed up 3 straight times. 3 days got the purple, which was the worst thing you can get. 3 straight days. I'm like, Jelena, I'm sorry. I got to do this. It's gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. And I had to bring her in the bedroom and I had to spank her. And after that, she literally came home every day with the top like grade, like the top score or whatever it is, color, and hugged me like, Daddy, look, I did it. I knew I could do it. And every single day for like the rest of the school year, she came home with the top grade, like I did good, I did great, giving me a big hug. Like she loved me more because she at that point respected me because she was abusing me because her mom never spanked her, her mom never did. Her mom was just smacking like, get in your room, but she knew I had to do it out of love and I was crying when I did it. And I think that affected her. And then when I came back in her life the second time, and she admitted it, she went from almost being a stereotype of kid at a young age and being with a bum. And, she was headed towards that path to where when I got with her, I'm like, I cussed her out because she had this white dude she was talking to. And it infuriated me. It wasn't just him being a white dude, but because he was using the M word and he had the audacity to be calling her a bitch. Like, bitch, shut up. And I heard that and I'm like, Jelena, if you don't hang that fucking phone up right now, I'm throwing it out the window. And she literally, because I was letting it go because I was being nice dad. And her friend was in the car. I'm like, if you let that, like, I'm like, look, like he using the N word. I already wasn't with that. But him calling you a bitch, I ain't playing that. You never talk to that dude again. And she cried, blah, blah, blah. And then she almost messed around. It was almost her, them trying to like a dude not getting in her pants. So then he tried to pass her to his friend. And I'm like, dude, like they're trying to use you for a jump off. And then that was a rude awakening of I'm not being like strict. I'm being right. I'm trying to teach you how to respect yourself. Now she respects herself. And now she's headed in the path of about to have a license. She's going to be done with school. All these things are going to be going because she dropped out of school pretty much because of the mom keeping her home. Her mom's crackhead. That's nothing to do with me. She became a crackhead years after we stopped because she decided to mess with drug dealers. But long story short, she is a better kid now because of me coming back from Vegas and making that sacrifice that kind of, you know, financially ruined me, but I'm happy that I made her life better. And now I'm literally the only one she has that she can call to talk. If she needs anything, and eventually she'll be moving here. So that's the reason why, Christina, I'm just telling you. Like, I don't know how your father's situation was or whatever, but she was choosing the worst dudes until I got into her life and showed her what a real man how a real man would treat her. And now she's moving, you know, moving more swift, you know, beating off a dead horse. I'm trying not to beat off a dead horse because Roy got to go to bed. Roy, anything you want to
No.
add? Do you think abuse helps before you head to bed?
What do you mean abuse? Like, what do you mean abuse?
Getting that
kind of
ass whooped.
question
I'm not
was
talking
that?
about just whooped every day
mean
for no
corporal
reason.
You mean like corporal punishment, spanking your kid when it's necessary? Yes, it
Yeah, I'm
works.
talking about if your
Yeah,
kid messes up at school a bunch of times, you tell them, look, dude, you got one more chance, and they do it again. Ass whooping.
Yeah, getting spanked. Like I said, getting spanked is not the same as physical abuse. So yes,
Yeah.
if you spank your kid with a belt a couple times across the ass, yes, that shit helps. That shit helps. Now, if you're sitting there every time your kid fucks up and you're whipping them with the fucking tree branch, or you're grabbing an electrical cord and you're whooping their ass, you know, we're like severe ass whoopings, then that's beyond corporal punishment. That's abuse.
Yep.
And that's when you're going to get a kid that's more rebellious, because you know that's the way they start to relate that kind of behavior to you showing that you care about them. So then they end up growing and they pick these abusive motherfuckers or whatever, because that's what they were shown as they thought was love. The only time my dad cared about me is when he whipped my ass with the bricks or whatever. So that's when you get a lot of women or men, they get in these abusive relationships because that's how they were raised. They're not raised like I said, corporal punishment should be used for the worst infractions that you can think of. But there are people out there that think they'll spank their kid for every little stupid ass thing, and that starts to make them believe that, okay, well, that's how I get attention from my father, is I'll fuck up and then he'll whoop my ass, and that creates that abusive behavior. So, like I said, it's just one of those things. You have to be. It's like I said, all situations are different. So a lot of it depends on how you were raised. You know, all that shit is how you're going to raise your kid. Now, if you were raised in an abusive household, then you're going to be abusive to your kids, or you're going to go totally the ass opposite. I'm not going to ever spank my kid, and then you get you know what I'm saying. So there's so many. It's so, like I said, it's so variable on how things are doing, how it goes. So to be honest with you, so it is. But corporal punishment, if done right and properly, yes, an ass spanking is not going to hurt a child. No, you know. So yeah, it's not going to hurt.
I think more kids need it, but who am I to?
Oh yeah, a lot more kids need it. That's for damn sure, bro. But
any of y'all want to add to it? Because I'm actually going to jump off here too, because Brandon and them, they did their thing. I don't know, Christina, if y'all want to stay on, you can. I'm gonna try to get one good day of sleep before tomorrow I wake up and start off this try to start off this this channel being more productive, you know, in regards to like keeping the schedule and all that.
oh shit.
Still
All right,
there,
well,
Christina?
let's say goodbye to the chat. I'll say goodbye to the chat. So y'all have a good night.
In spanking at all whatsoever, because then you just don't know where to draw the line. So what if you're really upset and you just take it out on them? I don't think it's right at all.
I'm not really doing it that. I'm not doing it that bad. It ain't
Saying
that. I think
people beat their child up because they wet the bed or they had a spill. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Like you're just an abusive person, and then you're saying they need it to learn their lesson. It's like, shut the fuck up.
I ain't gonna lie, I did have that back in the day. I used to wet the
They
bed.
need their ass beat. The ones that are beating their children need their ass beat.
Sheesh. You came in with the heat.
Yeah,
You want to add anything, Roy, before you?
No, she's absolutely right. There are some people that take it to the extreme, And like I said, a lot of that might be because of the way they were raised. Like you said, they were beat as a kid when they did, minor shit like that. So that's just, like I said, all situations are different, and that's not something you can predict. Um, and that depends on how you were raised. Once again, that's all. The way we raise our kids nowadays is how we were raised. So if you were raised and you were allowed to be a rebellious motherfucker, and you're going to allow your kids to do the same shit. They're going to be rebellious mother because you don't believe in it because you never had dealt with it. Whereas you and me or some other people, we got corporal punishment. We got our asses spanked when we did something really bad. So we took that on as when we became parents that, okay, it has to be something really bad for me to whip out the belt and whip your ass. And then you have those people like Christine says that goes fucking overboard and every little thing will set them off. That starts to become, you have to think of, there's a mental issue with the parent at that point that they feel that they have anger management issues, and unfortunately that's something that the anger management has to be looked at. So like I said, it's all up. There's just so many different variables, and like I said, I just think it just depends on how you were raised, to be honest with you, like, and how you interpret corporal punishment. Like some people, because they raised up where corporal punishment was the ultimate whooping your ass all the time, versus me and your corporal punishment was we did something really bad, then we got spanked, and then so it's a hard thing to really get into because, like I said, everybody has a different point of view on it. So, and it all depends on how we were raised. So, a lot of people's opinion in this room is going to be how they were raised. Christina's opinion is based on how she was raised. Mine, yours, all how we were raised. So we all look at things differently like that. So like I said,
would you say that's going based off of personal experiences?
As far as the way you raise your kids,
Yeah.
some of it, yes. Some of it, yes. Some
So
of it, society.
So in a sense, it is sometimes good to go based off your personal experiences, not like overall world things, right? Right, world ideas.
Well, that's another tricky subject on that because yes, we can go by personal experience, but we also have to look at the group dynamic when it comes to certain things. Like, yeah, so you have to look at both point of pictures. You can look at the group situation, and if you feel that the group situation is not right, let me revert back to my own experience and see how that works. If my experience isn't working, then let me look at the group dynamic and see if I try that, see if that works. So yes, you can start off using your own experiences, and if you see it's not working, then you can look to the group dynamic and see what are more other people doing that's working for them, and let me try that. Or you can start off by looking at the group dynamic, what are all these people doing that's not working, and let me try my experience to see if what I'm doing can work. So it works both. So it's a little bit of both, in my opinion, on that. Really, be Christina. It's a little bit of both.
That's true.
So.
Dennis, can we address driving to wealth, because he keeps talking about you, like saying all these things, like you let your channel be ran by 3 women. Like, I don't know why he's coming for you.
I'm not even gonna give him the time. I'm gonna just leave it up to you. Should I just block him and put him back in the dungeon, or should we just give him a chance to just be a normal person,
a
normal man?
Not blocked already, but I mean, I think we should wait to see how it goes. Maybe he'll turn around.
I have some sympathy for him, but if driving a broke, if you can't chill and just be a normal man, then I'm gonna block you because you don't really matter. I just don't want to see Roy. This man tried to he doxed my kid mom. I shouldn't even allow him. Like, I don't want to look at him, but I'm trying to, because he was literally begging to be back. So I was trying to have sympathy for the guy because I know he has a lot of mental issues going on, but you're taking it too far, dude. You're not in good enough to be talking. And then also, I'm assuming you're bad at math. Look up how much it would be to buy views. So look up how much it would be to buy 40,000 in views. How stupid would I be to spend $1,000 to get 40,000 views, $1,000+ Okay, this is, as I told Roy and everybody knows, you do the vertical lives. My actual traffic though is over 2,000 if I did it on horizontal. But this is a and keep in mind for those that are still here, we're gonna be doing set times. So I'm gonna do these vertical lives or whatever having set times. We're gonna bring in regular people, so that way you know we'll get to a point of you know having um you know having this on a regular and bringing in some of the same faces. But no, I don't care about your $100. You're not worth $100 to come on. I'd rather keep Christina, Cali Girl, and all the other women who are doing good things for me with this channel happy than take $100, dude. You know, Roy. I'll leave it with this. Leave this point. Put this point across. White folks, the ones that act like they're not racist, they don't understand that or see the fact that they always want to offer black people money to just shut up and just like allow them to say the worst of whatever, and then I'll give you money, and now all is forgiven. Dude, just because I'm black, you can't buy me, dude. You like just be a good person. If you would have been a good person and maybe wrote a long letter to my kid mom apologizing, you wouldn't have to give me $100.
But the thing you're looking at is with a lot of this shit you see on YouTube that people will take that super chat money and appease these people. I'm the same way. I don't give. You can give me $1,000 super chat. I'm not gonna fucking bow down to you. I don't. But that's how a lot of YouTubers are. You give them a super chat, next thing you know, you're their best friend for life. You know what I'm saying? So you know, so it's not about necessarily buying you, or he thinks he's white and he's trying to buy you. It's just that a lot of these people get misguided because there are channels out there that will take that super chat and then they'll lick your ass and do whatever you ask them to do on their channel. Like Christina, like she was goofing around. Can we make the room green for money? So I made my room green. It's just, you know, just shit like that. I'm not saying you got to pay me to make my room green, or if somebody come in and say, well, I made it green, or I say I made it green for Christina, and because she asked, she was the first one to ask, so I did it green. If they came in and said, hey, I'll give you $20 if you say fuck Christina and make it red, there'll be people out there who will say, okay, I'll take your $100, and then they say fuck Christina, I'm gonna make it red.
Do it for free.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so there are people out here that get that idea that okay, if I throw him a big super chat, then he'll do whatever I want him to do, and that's not that. Certain people just can't be bought like that. Like,
Right, you got to tell them the 3 Fs.
oh yeah. If they're not fucking you, feeding you, or financing you, their opinion at the end of the day means dick. So that's how I live my life. Really, I do. If you ain't putting food in my stomach, you ain't financing my bills, and you ain't fucking me, then at the end of the day, really, your opinion means nothing to me. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, you can say anything you want. Those 3 things apply. Say what you want. You could say I'm a dinosaur like Jay fucking around in here. You could say I'm fucking ugly. I don't give a fuck. I'm not here to fucking impress nobody. I come on to speak my truth, to share my experiences with other people and shit. So I don't give a fuck about what you think of me. It doesn't matter. When I wake up in the morning, I look in the mirror and I move the fuck on with my life and do what I want to do. And that's how everybody should do their shit too. So
no, I agree. Driving a broke. If for some reason you're going to go to Vegas, you reach out. I'm pretty sure Roy would moderate this fight. I'll put on some gloves and we can just fight it out. But it ain't going to be nobody but me and you. You know, it ain't going to be no bullshit. I mean, I'm pretty sure Roy would love that entertainment.
No, I wouldn't involve myself in that, dude. That's somebody's gonna call the popos, and I don't do that. So
no. It would be
and at the end of the day, Dennis. Let's say Dennis, you whooped his ass. He's still gonna come in your chat and talk shit, or vice versa.
No, it would be shake hands after as a man. That's the point.
It doesn't matter.
You remember?
You can shake all the hands you want, bro. He'll still come in here and talk shit. It doesn't matter, bro.
No, he can talk all the mess he wants. But what I'm saying is, you know, those dudes that try to say, hey, let's box or whatever. I'm okay with it. Just like, you know, at one point with me and Dash and Trader was going at it. I'm like, dude, I'll come to your city right now. We can box it out. It'd be some good content for me. But, you know, my thing is, you know, that's what men used to do back in the day. Men used to just, you know, fight it out and then shake hands after. I miss the old days, living in the past.
What?
But that's all I got though for today. Any y'all want to say any last remarks before
No,
I
I'm
end it?
good. I'm good. Nice talking to y'all again. Always it's good
Definitely
conversation.
appreciate
as
you.
Always. So, guys, I'll talk to you guys later. Everybody else in here, have fun. No,
Yep,
do your
appreciate
thing.
you, man.
Not wrong. Bye.
Yep, all right, catch you later. All right, so Christina,
Yes,
you still up?
I'm here.
I know you're a machine. I know you be, you don't be getting sleepy, but it's up to you. If you want to, I say tomorrow, but it's up to you if you want to like finish your point in regards to like what you were saying before I get off here with the whole situation and labeling women a certain way for um, having kids and by men that they shouldn't have kids by. You got the floor if you want to go into that.
Yeah, I was just saying that like a lot of people view women a certain way and they don't see the big picture. They don't understand the story behind it. That's what I was saying.
I got you. Would you say that both parties are hurt and they're just, for the most part, both parties are hurt and they don't know how to handle it because they both just diss each other, disrespect each other. Because if you think about it, the nice guys always finish last, and then the good women always get looked over, looked past for the thotty. So those individuals that both dealing with that, instead of them just realizing that just go after the good of the community, they blame everybody instead of trying to find each other because it's hard to find each other because there's so much hurt. And a lot of times the people that get hurt, they're kind of shy, they're kind of afraid to like really approach the opposite sex. So it's like we make that mistake of choosing the wrong person because I tell you, my daughter's mom, it was signs. I knew she was, I wouldn't say bad, but I knew, I was gonna have hell to pay. But I thought I could make her into a good woman. Woman instead of choosing the first chick I had, which was a good woman, but she wasn't as attractive as my daughter mom, even though I'm not her kid father or whatever, but just daughter mom. Um, I gotta blame myself because I chose to do that. So when women get to the point of blaming themselves for looking past the good guy that might not been as cool, might not made as money as the baller, when are they gonna say it's my fault? I chose that guy that screwed me over. Still there?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I get you now.
I was saying like certain situations you're just dealt cards and you just have to deal with it. But it all depends on the person. Like for me, I have to take accountability regardless of what happened in the past. I have to still keep moving on. So as long as you have that mindset, you'll be okay. But if you're gonna sit there and become like a victim, that's not gonna work. That's the problem. You can't just sit back and be like, oh, this happened to me, and now all men are trash, and poor me, and I'm bitter now. You can't do that. You just have to keep going forward and take accountability for your poor decisions. And I take
But what
full
about
accountability
okay?
for mine.
Okay. What about the women that don't?
What did you say, DJ?
What about the women that don't take accountability?
Then they need to take accountability and they need to make better decisions, or else they're going to wind up single or just going through the same situation again. They're not learning anything.
Now, were you taught what to look for in a man?
Not at all.
And your father, was he there or was he not there?
Well, I had my stepdad for the first 10 years, I believe, and then after that, my mom was single. There's a single mom.
Now, was he a good man?
Until like 16, I met him on a bus, and then he was in my life a little bit off and on, but not really.
Yeah. Okay, I think your phone cut out on some of that. You said you met your dad on the bus? I think your phone cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so he was in my life off and on when I was 22, but he wasn't really there for me, you know, like as a father.
Okay. Well, I definitely think that if you had, you know, I think that if do you still did you forgive your father, or do you still have hurt towards him?
I'm still hurt because I feel like he should have helped provide. You know, he should have helped with like diapers and things that I needed, or child support. But she didn't put him on child support for some reason. I don't know. I think he took off and she couldn't find him. But I also have resentment towards him because he's not really there for me still. So he's still not acting like a father to me. And then, I mean, we don't even talk. And um, when my mom passed away, I asked if he wanted to go to the funeral. He refused to go. He said, I'm not going. I was like, wow, the mother of your child, you have no respect, you know? So I didn't
Yeah.
say anything to him. I just thought that in my head, like for a quick moment, it was in and out, but I don't have, I wouldn't say resentment, but I feel like there's no connection there. Like he's like a stranger to me.
You might have to, it's gonna be hard. This might sound hard. This might be hard to hear, but you might have to not just trying to hit you with Jesse Lee Peterson, but you might have to forgive him because I remember I had that kind of you know, feeling about, with my mom, with what, she put in front of me. And but the day that I forgave her for everything that I felt she did wrong, it made me a better person. Because I feel like you still kind of hate men. You have hate for men.
Oh no, DJ, if you really knew how I was, I would never hate men. I actually
Yeah.
love men. And when I say love, I mean like love. Like I'm not a woman. I mean, I'm not a woman. I'm not a man hater at all. My mom was a man hater, not me. I don't talk bad about men.
So why do you, when you come on here and you have a bunch of men talking about real issues men are dealing with, you be feeling some kind of way. So it sounds like you feel some kind of way about that.
Because I'm only defending women. If you listen to our whole conversation from like this whole time we've known each other, I've never
Yeah.
once bashed men and said men are trash and they're evil and you should never be with a man ever in your life. Like you're better off. I never said that. I've always just only defended women. That's my whole objective here. You know how you defend what you believe in? I'm defending for
Yeah.
what I believe in. I believe in women and I'm speaking out for them. That's it. I'm not like bringing anybody else down along with it. I'm not like putting men down. I'm not putting anybody down. I'm saying, hey, if you're going to talk bad about women, I'm going to step in and I'm going to defend them every time. So the way Rory was talking about women, that's when I come on and that's when I say something every time. And
But I'm sorry, go ahead.
there's nothing wrong with that because this is something that I'm passionate about. Like, I am so tired of women being like mistreated, being called sluts and all these things when there's really
Slut.
good women out there. There's good women out there.
Yeah. But you guys came up with the slut walk.
You see, DJ, you always do this. We're talking about
No, but
something and you say slut walk or go make me a sandwich. Like,
No, I'm
Why
keeping
did
it
you
real though. You gotta understand, Christina, now in 2024, like I hated that women literally like
you
push
sound like
like the sexual revolution.
DJ, you sound like you hate women.
No, I love women, but
Talking
think about
about them,
this.
you're talking like them like they're like trash.
No, it ain't that. Okay, think about this. I had to talk my daughter away from this movement that women had, the free to knit movement, okay? Sexualizing themselves, to where she was upset and she got to the point of disrespecting me for a split second and called me a pervert like the other guys because she said that, and like, why should she have to cover up because guys are looking? Maybe we shouldn't be looking. Maybe, we're gross for looking at the women with their nipples, titties pretty much out because, like you can see through, white shirts for the most part. So I remember she said that and I had to break it down to her and get her to understand. And that's just one movement. You have so many movements that's all about, the sexual liberation. Men, we don't have movements like that, like sexual liberation of men. Like you don't do that. It's about being, not abusing the women, treating women with respect. That's the movement that, I wouldn't have pushed, but I would never push a movement like the bro passport brothers and that stupid crap. I don't push none of that stuff. I don't believe any of that stuff is right. I think that's freaking ignorant. But a lot of people would beg to differ. So I'm just saying, I mean, I get where you're
Wait,
coming from, but
what are you talking about? What kind of movement where you wear a white shirt and your nipples are showing? What?
no, pretty much, the free to
What?
boob movement. Like women feel like men, since men get to like, not have to cover up, they can just have their, nipples showing, that women should have the same freedom. You shouldn't be restricted in what you wear. Like you shouldn't get hassled because you got your ass cheeks hanging out at a club for men to look at. You shouldn't have guys like catcalling you.
But women are going to wear what they're going to wear. I can't control every woman. So there's going to be some women that make poor decisions and they're going to wear raunchy things like that. Those
Yeah,
are raunchy women. Those are women that want to show their cheeks and their tits, and that's fine. But I can't control all women. I'm only talking about good women,
I understand that.
the traditional values. That's it.
I'm with you. I mean, I just see my thing is you got to understand that's the problem, Christina. Those women, the traditional women, are going away. There used to be, a lot of those women. Now, this whole slut walk and all these, movements that are like pushing women to like be like Cardi B and all these, ratchet chicks or else be single forever. I think that's what's destroying, the community.
That's why you have to have good values and good guidance, somebody to guide you, because
Yeah,
really most people don't have that. So they have to learn on their own the hard way. And they also don't have fathers in the home, so they don't have structure.
I agree. I mean, I just think as a culture, we're just completely screwed. I mean, I'm hoping that we can get back to what we used to be, but right at this point, it's like I think we're just lost. You know, um, I'm gonna actually block um, driving a broke. Because this is what causes because he has an alcohol problem. He can't. I'm gonna block him because he has an alcohol problem. He can't control his feelings. Now he's probably punching the wall right now, and I'm just a regular basic channel. Well,
Yeah,
look,
just puts the
I was gonna say I say we can have this conversation again whenever you're free to have it tomorrow. Because I know I'm gonna try to get to sleep. I'm like freaking dead after this long 4 hour drive, and I have to do school class work. So I'm kind of half answering it. And I don't want to be disrespectful to you. 'Cause I got a lot more I want to add to it. I just can't because I can't really think. So I'm gonna reach out tomorrow when I get up and about. And if you want to jump on tomorrow or Wednesday, I think we can have it and talk about a bunch of different topics. 'Cause I think the channel, while YouTube is pushing me, I should do as much as possible because I mean I'm actually about to be at like 13,000 subscribers, and I'm 20 away. And the views are, I mean, yes, some people swipe through and they don't watch at all, but when I look at the numbers between you, Brandon, and Kelly's live, I mean, a lot of these people stayed. You know, they like something enough to like take the time to subscribe. It's just I don't show up on their algorithm because I don't, you know, if I'm not posting pre-recorded videos so I can show up, I'm not going to show up. So that's the issue. So I got to like get on point to doing that more, so that way, you know, we can have progress. But
Even if you
anything
have,
else? Go ahead.
even if you have them coming in and out, you could possibly get a new subscriber, and then they can watch your future videos. So that's good.
Exactly. Yep. Anything you want to add before I get off here?
The only one thing I ask from you is like when we do another live again, Dennis, is that you
Yep.
don't deflect and like try to use all the information that I've given you and use it against me, because I don't think that's fair. Like you try to use arguments, well, what about what happened with you? Like you made poor decisions in a way, in so many ways you say it, but it's like on that situation that I had no control over. So I hope that you can like different the two, like that it wasn't because you could control it at that moment, I understand, and then okay, so you made a poor decision, because I want you to be honest with me too. I don't want you to
Yeah.
sugarcoat it either, and you do that, but I noticed you, like today, you try to turn it around on me and say like, well, you know, you made some bad decisions. Like, wait a minute, like I had no control over that certain situation, and you know that, but I don't know why you make it seem like I'm the bad guy. So I just hope you see it like clear as day, like the way I see it.
I do. It's more of context. I think it's about context. So I want you to understand, like when I was asking you, I was saying the fact that we on this live, you said that you chose bad guys. Not saying your your husband is a bad guy. I'm just saying you said you chose like early age bad guys. So I did the same thing. We both know we literally had a whole live where we joked about how we both chose bad people that both hurt us. So that's all I was saying, is that we are at the point that we're blaming everybody for the choices that we made and the people we chose to be with, instead of, you know, holding ourselves accountable.
No, I blame myself. I take full accountability for everything that has happened so far. The only thing that I don't believe is like I only believe was out of my control is because of that one specific situation. That was it. Because he chose to walk away and not help financially. He could have just said, hey, here's some diapers and some socks. That's all I
Yeah,
can afford. And here you go. You know, he can afford more, but that's all he
yeah,
can
you would
give
have been
me.
good with that.
I would be fine. I'd be so happy with that. Just give me a few diapers here and there. You don't even have to like come and visit if you don't want to. Just send it. But there
Yeah,
was nothing. So that's very frustrating, because now you're putting it all on one person's shoulders, and then you get to walk away scot free like nothing ever happened. That's very irresponsible. Very. That's my problem. And I think he lacks accountability, and that's not fair. He needs to make better decisions and not do that to more women. That's what I want to get my point across is there's men like that too. People always talk about bad women. There's men like that. And that's the worst.
I agree there are. I just think a lot of people are just trying to get to the point of getting you to understand that, like, when it comes down to it, when men end up getting, you know, stuck in a situation where a chick takes all his money, nobody has sympathy for that man. They say you chose to be with that hot girl. It should be the same way with women that choose to be with men that they know more than likely ain't gonna take care of them. And I wasn't trying to call you out on what you told me, you know, on this live. That wasn't the case. I was just trying to explain to you that, you know, we you know, you kind of knew that the guy was gonna be bad. Ultimately, because he tried to sleep with you the first night, you know, for the most part. Any guy
No,
that does that,
I
what was
didn't
that?
know. I didn't know. You know, people are naive sometimes. They want to believe that it's going to work out. That I don't know how long I'm going to be with him. I can be with him for 6 months to a year. I'm not thinking that far ahead. Let's just see how it
Yeah.
goes. And then something happens like that, and then you're just like your whole life turns around. So you just have to I still like took accountability. Obviously, I did what I was supposed to do and just took care of my child. That was it. That's all I can do.
I get that. I think did you so my question to you is, did you know what like I think I asked you this, but like I said, my head's kind of pounded. Did you know what a man or good man was
Not at
at the
all.
time?
I had no clue. It was either they treated me good or they didn't.
And that's the issue, because you didn't know what a good man was. You didn't know that because like I said before, the only time I've gone home with a woman is if I hit him with the joke of you got to wine and dime me to hit this, and it's a joke. And if they hit me with the, yeah, if I want it, I can have it, and I'm like, I mean, nah, you got to take me out to eat a few times, and then they always get suckered into that because I put up this false like bravado, like I'm just like I got it all figured out, and then they lead the way, but I never game them up to try to be with them the same night because I know if I don't like the interaction. I don't want to be stuck and her try to accuse me of something because she didn't like the way the date went. So that's me personally, but I know a lot of men don't think that way because, like I said, women made it easy on men to where men, they don't really have they lack accountability,
But I was also
and that's all
young.
I'm saying.
I was 21. So again, I'm naive. I don't even know what's happening.
Yep. I mean, you just got to understand most men are not like that. It's just the men that get chosen. I promise you, because there's a lot of men that would love to have been with you, but they don't get chosen. I mean, like I said before, nice guys finish last, and that's the reason why there's so much. Yeah, I remember a lot of the guys that be in the chat, Christine, on this channel though. Not even in the chat, just a lot of the guys that be coming with that incel crap. It's because they're frustrated because they don't have what it takes to work hard to on something. It doesn't have to be a job. It could be a business. It could be a lot of different things, but they don't want to work hard to achieve, goals that are looked at by a lot of people as unachievable, but they want that outcome. They want like they want the win that you get after achieving something great without putting the work in. And then they want, the win being the hot chick or the good chick or, the quality chick. They want that chick without putting in the effort. And that's the problem. And because a lot of women accepted these men for so long, guys that just play the video games all day and chill at home. That's the reason why it's so bad out here in these streets because a lot of these dudes just hate women because they are so frustrated that they can't have the women that they want, the women of their dreams. They're stuck with the mediocre chick because the chick that they see on Instagram that they think is the chick that is in the chick that you want around your arm for guys to like gawk over because they can't get that chick, they try to make you and all women pay. So you got to blame the women that are on social media showing, their whole body off, giving men this unrealistic vision of what a hot chick would look like. Because most chicks ain't working out every day. Most chicks aren't like freaking, doing all the things that these chicks on social media be trying to act like they do. And I think a lot of men are just brainwashed by these chicks. So I mean, it starts with y'all. Y'all gotta, as women, y'all gotta like, you gotta do a channel and start trying to get as many people, chicks, to understand your point of view to fix it. Because there ain't nothing I can do to help you. Because
No,
I'm holding men accountable.
it starts with every individual. So I want to hold men and women accountable. And I want to tell them that they don't have to be bitter, that they should be open to finding love. It's still out there. There's a good person out there for you. And it's all about changing your mindset. Whatever you thought before, just start all over and look at it in a different way. Not all women are the same, not all men are the same. And then you can find somebody. Because if you don't change the way that you think, and you're stuck on the way that you think, like negative all the time, then you're never going to find anyone. You have to be open to the possibility.
That's
But
true.
if you're
But I mean, I
talking
hold
bad about the opposite sex, that's not going to help.
that's true. I mean, I hold the thing is though, I hold the same um thoughts to what I say. So pretty much, you gotta remember, I hold men accountable. I'm growing, evolving, and learning, and that's what you need to do too. You need to like hold women and tell women, give women game, or like not like stop choosing trash guys. Choose the best man for you. Because it make everything better overall for all women. But right now, you just don't have enough of you women telling the women the truth. Telling the women that they need to like, you know, get this situated because you're making it harder on all of us because you're empowering men to not be anything. Like here's the thing: if Cali girl, if I would have came here and Cali girl would have been like, you don't have to work, you don't have to do nothing. I just want you to like just lay up under me, and I'm gonna pay all the bills and do all that. Then I would be an ain't shit dude, and I would be with her for like a year or two, and then bounce. And now she's gonna be hurt and heartbroken. And she's gonna be no good to the next man. She's gonna be feeling some kind of way because she felt like, she got screwed over.
But
So
that's why
by her having it,
you're not supposed to
go ahead.
let a man take advantage of you. And you can't mislead the woman because then you're just saying like she's thinking that you're gonna find a job eventually if you say, "Oh, I'll find a job in 1 month. Don't worry, sweetie." And then she's like, "Okay, I believe in you." And then she waits around and you don't get a job for like a year. You're taking advantage of her. I'm not saying about your situation. I'm saying as another
No, no,
man taking advantage of a woman, nothing to do with you. That's
no,
the
I
problem
get
that
it.
I have with men too, taking advantage of women and women taking advantage of men. I don't think it should happen. And I think it should be eliminated. But also, it's our duty to realize when it's happening and stop it as an individual. You have that control.
But you might have to talk. You might have to talk about that. That's the point. You might have to go on your channel and
That's what I
come
want
on here and
to do.
talk about it because that's the point. A lot of people don't got nowhere to go to get the truth for the most part. They just think that they're doing everything wrong, especially women. They just think that they're choosing the wrong guys. That it's their fault that men are like abusing them and cheating on them and doing all that stuff. So I mean that's the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing on here because a lot of men think that they're um, treating women the wrong way. That's causing them to get cheated on and this and that. That's the reason why I do what I do. I think that's what you need to do. You need to just be more vocal so people can understand that it's ultimately just hurt people hurting people. Everybody's hurt,
Exactly.
you know. But I'm gonna say this: I'm getting off here because I'm tired. The conversation, I'm just sleepwalking. Um, I'm gonna reach out tomorrow before I go on a live and ask you if you want to come on, and if you want to come on, we come on together. You don't got to stay on the whole time. We can keep it short.
You know I'm up for
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Okay. Yeah, I'll reach out tomorrow if you're down, and yeah, you can come on and we can talk about this more thoroughly. But yeah, I'm about to get some sleep. I'm gonna try to sleep in until like 10 to like catch up on you know all the sleep I haven't got the past few days. So all right, well, just anything you want to add? Last thing you want to say to the chat?
Thank you everyone for even coming on the channel. And we really appreciate you guys.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. When are you gonna eventually show your face? Is that gonna
I
happen
don't
soon?
know. I don't know. I keep trying to practice videos and I'm just like, no, I gotta start over. I don't like what I said. I have a lot to say. I just don't know how to say it. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to be on camera and speak the way I want to talk.
Yeah. And I think at this point you just gotta just jump on and call it a day. All right, but yeah, I'm about to get this sleep. So all right, well guys, I'm off here. DJ had 12 jobs a year, but I don't believe that. I don't know what you mean by 12 jobs a year. I had a lot of jobs. Appreciate all y'all that was in the chat. Look, guys, I'm sorry I haven't been in the chat really. It's like, you know, like the same, like 20 of y'all. Y'all been lit, but I gotta go to sleep. I'm gonna leave the chat on though. If y'all wanna, you know, cook. I can't really talk no more. I'm tired. So with that said, I'm going to go to bed here. Appreciate you, Christina. Appreciate everybody who came on, Brandon, Laura, for setting up that live earlier and doing what they did. But with that said, guys, I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll put a thumbnail on for those that are interested in tuning in. So once again, I appreciate y'all for tuning in. That's all I got. I'm out. Peace. See you later, Christina. Have a good night.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.